Chapter 496. At this time, everyone in the palace was in a state of panic because of the explosion. However, Muluiwa was more anxious than anyone else. When she first married into the Eastern Palace, she often paced back and forth at the palace gates in the middle of the night, hoping that her husband would return. Later on, she waited until she lost all hope and never waited again. However, tonight, she was pacing back and forth at the palace gates again. She was waiting for the old nanny who had been sent out to scout for information. Why would the well-trained and disciplined imperial army betray the emperor? Why would Mu Qinggu be so rash as to kill that young commander? Why would Mu Qinggu avoid the crown prince's questions? It was because that young commander had been promoted from the Mu family's army to the imperial army. When he was in the Mu family's army, he was often ordered around by Mu Luiyue. Even if he was punished several times, he was still willing to endure. It was because he liked eldest Miss Mu. He was loyal to General Mu's household, but his betrayal was ordered by Mu Luiyue. As the saying goes, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman and femme fatale. Even the imperial army couldn't kill Han Yunqi. How could Mu Luiyue not be anxious? She was waiting for the results of this explosion. The entire palace was noisy. Everyone was discussing tonight's explosion. Only the Eastern Palace was extremely quiet. Not long after Mu Luiyue married into the Eastern Palace, the crown prince no longer lived in the Eastern Palace. Unless he came back occasionally, he would not be seen most of the time. Most of the servants in the Eastern Palace were also removed. In a sense, this place was a cold palace. Mu Luiyue was about to go crazy from waiting in this empty silence. Finally, the old nanny returned. Mu Luiyue rushed over and hugged her. "How is it? How is it? Is that slut dead?" Unexpectedly, the old nanny was about to cry. "Your Highness, we were deceived." "Deceived? What do you mean by deceived? I'm asking you if that bitch Han Yunqi is dead or not." Mu Luiyue was completely blinded by hatred. She was so anxious that she flew into a rage. "Your Highness, it was our armory that exploded. Just now, His Majesty was furious and wanted to punish old general and young general. He ordered them to investigate everything within 3 days. Otherwise, the old nanny couldn't continue. She had tried to persuade Her Highness to cooperate with noble Consort Chu back then. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to persuade her. Now, the imperial concubine had been bewitched and had been completely used by noble Consort Chu. What? Mu Luiyue was dumbfounded. After a while, she grabbed the old mama's shoulder and shook it hard. "What did you say? Say it again." "Your Highness, it was our armory that exploded. It wasn't the Duke of Qin's residence that exploded." "How could this be? Did you hear it wrong?" Mu Luiyue's face turned pale. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. "It can't be wrong. Your Highness, what do we do now?" The old mama was scared out of her wits. She was worried about the great general and young general situation, but Mu Luiyue was more concerned about Han Yunqi's life or death. How could she know the severity of the black market gunpowder case? How could she have the skills to see the current situation clearly? In her childish mind, her father was so powerful that what could the emperor do to the Mu family if something happened to the armory? Not long after the black market explosion, Chu Qingge had come to find her to discuss murdering Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge had said that it was better to kill a bitch like Han Yunqi by the roots than to plot against her. She agreed with Chu Qingge's ideas too much and gave her plenty of suggestions. But Chu Qingge had rejected all of them. In the end, Chu Qingge had brought up Duan Muyao, saying that she was His Highness Duke of Qin's junior sister and had ways to lure him away. As long as he wasn't present, it would be easy to kill Han Yunqi. Chu Qingge had said that the imperial guards were only spares that would be used as a last resort. Moreover, she'd make sure nothing went wrong and silence the witnesses. She wouldn't blow the matter up. Everything had gone according to plan, but who knew that her big brother would rush back as soon as he returned to the city? By the time His Highness Duke of Qin found Han Yunqi on his way back, Chu Qingge had found her again and said that Han Yunqi had gone to the Han estate. She was plotting a plot to blow up the Han estate. First, she could kill Han Yunqi with the explosion. Second, she could smear the black market gunpowder case on the Han family and accuse them of hiding gunpowder for themselves. Chu Qingge had said that the gunpowder was outside the city. Now that the gates were all shut, it would be difficult to get in. She needed the Mu family's command token. The Mu family's command token was her proof of entry into the army barracks. Her father and older brothers were both soldiers, so she'd spent a lot of time in and out of the barracks. Naturally, she had her own token. The guards at the gates were the Imperial Guards. With her command token, it was possible for them to make things easier for her. She was afraid that the guards wouldn't agree, so she'd given them both a token and a token. Now it looked like Chu Qingge hadn't used the token or token to smuggle the gunpowder into the city, but had taken them to the military depot instead. Esteemed Wang Fei, noble consort Chu isn't at ease. She wants to harm General Mu's estate and the Eastern Palace. We've committed a heinous crime, so what should we do? The old mama sobbed. What are you crying for? My father's there to protect her. We won't die. Mu Luiwei rebuked. She narrowed her eyes and tried to hold back her tears, but in the end she couldn't. Chu Qingge, you slut! I'm going to kill you, Mu Luiwei angrily shouted. The old mama was frightened and hurriedly hugged her. Nyang Nyang, be careful. His Majesty doesn't know anything yet. If someone hears you shouting like that, it'll be over. Esteemed Wang Fei, this old servant will leave the palace and find the general right now. Mu Luiwei finally calmed down. Hurry and go. When you see my father, tell him I know my wrongs. She thought for a long time before adding, tell him I was so guilty that I wanted to hang myself, but you persuaded me not to. Tell him it's inconvenient for me to leave the palace and ask for his forgiveness. But I'll definitely kowtow to him once I leave. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. This old servant will definitely put in a good word for you. The old mama didn't dare delay and left in a hurry. Mu Luiwei was depressed to death. Now that she'd calmed down, she regretted it all. Currently, Chu Qingge was in an even worse situation than her. Mu Luiwei had father and brother who doted on her and allowed her to do as she pleased. Chu Qingge, on the other hand, had ambitious father and brother who wanted her to sacrifice herself. By the time she heard the explosion, Chu Qingge had already finished bathing and was dressed in Emperor Tianhui's favorite white muslin lantern dress. Currently, she was sitting on the bed hugging her knees, her eyes empty and lifeless. She was very clear on her brother's plans and knew that she wouldn't be able to escape tonight. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what if. What if His Highness Duke of Qin liked her? If His Highness Duke of Qin had liked her, then wouldn't everything have been different today? Wouldn't she have ended up like this? Without all those schemes and machinations, without all the humiliation, and without all the envy and jealousy, she would still be as pure as ice and pure as jade, proud and noble as before. What if His Highness Duke of Qin liked her? Who would dare to force her into this state? Long Fei Yi, if there's a next life, will you like me? Finally, a court lady rushed in with a secret missive. Chu Qingge opened it and glanced at it before burning it. She wrapped herself in a loose robe and hugged herself for a long time before getting off the bed and putting on her shoes. Someone come, arrange a carriage to Profound Dragon Palace. The black stone gunpowder case had thoroughly infuriated her brother. He'd wanted to take Han Yunqi as a hostage to threaten His Highness Duke of Qin, but who knew the assassination would turn out like this? Her brother said that there was no stopping things at this point. He had to use this chance to get rid of the Crown Prince's wings, the Mu family. Thus, it was time for her to make a sacrifice. She'd been married to Tianning for a while now. Although Emperor Tianhui wasn't feeling well, how could he stop her if she wanted to? Since her brother had sent her a secret missive, Eunuch Luo must have already made arrangements at Profound Dragon Palace. Chu Chinga rode a sedan chair to the gates of Profound Dragon Palace and saw Eunuch Luo waiting outside. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Majesty just came from the imperial study. Things are progressing smoothly. Inside the rooms, everything's been arranged as well, Eunuch Luo said, covering his mouth with a smile. His smile was an eyesore to Chu Chinga, but she remained calm. Since she'd already come this far, her heart should be as still as water and as dead as ashes. With Eunuch Luo's words, Chu Chinga knew that the emperor had grown suspicious of the Mu family today. Naturally, Eunuch Luo was behind the emperor's sudden summons to the Mu family to ask about the betrayal of the imperial guards. Her older brother had said that the emperor had his suspicions about the Chu clan as well. She had to have Eunuch Luo stir things up first before she whispered in his ear. That way, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be so wary. Chu Chinga personally carried a bowl of ginseng soup she'd prepared beforehand and strode inside. Currently, Emperor Tianhui had just finished bathing and was drinking tea with only a robe draped over his shoulders. After resting for a while, it would be time for morning court. Emperor Tianhui gave a start at the sight of Chu Chinga. Her robes were open to reveal a pure white lantern dress that fell to her chest. Her cold and aloof temperament matched with this kind of clothing actually didn't feel out of place. She had an otherworldly coldness, but also an insufferably arrogant coldness. Emperor Tianhui loved nothing more than this woman's aloof demeanor. What he truly liked was conquering it. Although he was on guard against this woman from the Chu clan, Emperor Tianhui still couldn't stop his heart from throbbing. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Beloved consort, you're up so early today?" Chu Chinga saw the wretched look in Emperor Tianhui's eyes, but forced herself to ignore it. She offered up the ginseng soup and asked, "Chinchia came to disturb you. Isn't your majesty angry?" "Beloved consort, did you make a special trip to disturb me?" Emperor Tianhui asked with a grin. "Something so big happened last night. The Empress Dowager was afraid that your majesty would overwork himself after a sleepless night, so she ordered Chinchia to deliver ginseng soup." Chu Chinga replied neutrally. Emperor Tianhui grew curious. Why would the Empress Dowager let you come? The Empress Dowager and noble consort, Xue, viewed Chu Chinga as a formidable foe. Emperor Tianhui was well aware of that fact. No one else dared to come, I suppose. The explosion was so loud that it must have happened in the capital. They were afraid that the emperor would get angry and scold them if they came. Chu Chinga spoke, bluntly without fear of offending anyone. In truth, the Empress Dowager hadn't let her come at all. But Emperor Tianhui believed her words. Not only that, but he'd even let his guard down. He looked Chu Chinga up and down before his gaze unconsciously rested on her low collar. He gave it a long look before patting the spot next to him with a grin. "Since beloved consort isn't afraid of being scolded, then come over. Your majesty should hurry and drink the ginseng soup so Chinchia can report back to the Empress Dowager. It's getting late. Your majesty should be in morning court by now." As Chu Chinga spoke, she bent down to pick up the ginseng soup. Her collar hung low, revealing a hint of spring in and out of sight, making for an alluring sight. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui couldn't help himself. He suddenly scooped her into his arms and held her tight. Eunuch Luo had long placed bewitching drugs in the incense burner. Add that to Chu Chinga's good intentions, and there was no way Emperor Tianhui could resist her. Chapter 497. Emperor Tianhui wrapped his arms tightly around Chu Chinga's waist and buried his head in her neck to sniff as if he was addicted. No matter how much he sniffed, he couldn't get enough. His hands were restless as they groped their way up her waist. Chu Chinga raised her head to stare at the ceiling. As Emperor Tianhui reached for a yard after taking an inch, she gritted her teeth harder and harder. Her clothes were stripped off piece by piece as he ravaged her full breasts. A line of clear tears slid down her cold cheeks before she finally closed her eyes. Would she be able to see nothing as long as she closed her eyes? Would she be able to assume that the man on top of her was the same man from her dreams? If it was him, thinking about him, would it not be so painful? Lan Fei Yi! Chu Chinga almost cried out, but she held on to her reason. She only dared to say the name in her heart, because she knew that she'd lose everything as soon as she did. She'd also cause trouble for him. Abruptly, a stab of pain came from her lower body. Chu Chinga's eyes widened as her heart shattered from the pain. The pain jolted her awake from her beautiful fantasies to face the cruel reality. Emperor Tianhui had been drooling over her for a long time. Now that he was under the influence of the drug, he was like a wild horse galloping over Chu Chinga's body. Men, especially those in high positions and power, viewed women as playthings in the end. No matter how much they liked a woman, that was all. When their lust flared up and they couldn't hold back their urges, they only cared about enjoying themselves to the fullest. Who cared if you lived or died? Thanks to a certain imperial physician, Tianhui had already been a vegetarian for 2 months. Now that he'd started eating meat, he was like a ravenous wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. That morning, Chu Chinga's soul had been ravaged to pieces. After Emperor Tianhui fell asleep, she was like a rag doll whose soul had been sucked out of her. She lay powerlessly on the cold marble floor, unmoving. Only the tears at the corners of her eyes flowed uncontrollably. She knew that from this moment onwards, there was no turning back. She didn't know how long she lay there until the effects of the drug wore off and Emperor Tianhui was about to wake up. She endured the pain and dressed herself before calling for Eunuch Luo to carry him to the bed. Eunuch Luo opened the windows to disperse the aphrodisiac sent in the room as he spoke in a low voice. Esteemed noble consort, this old servant has already given orders. His Majesty is ill, so he won't be attending morning court today. If noble consort Xue comes over later, this old servant will block her for you. You'd better hurry up and get down to business. If His Highness the Crown Prince comes, I won't be able to stop him. Chu Chinga only nodded and sat on the bed without a word. As soon as Eunuch Luo left, she grabbed the bedding covers, eager to suffocate Emperor Tianhui to death. She was helpless. This was just an impulsive action. She didn't dare and couldn't. She stood guard quietly, her head repeating her elder brother's words over and over again. How to give Emperor Tianhui pillow talk was the key to the overall situation. By the time Emperor Hui woke up that day, Chu Chinga was only wrapped in a silk quilt and nestled in his arms. After a romantic morning, Emperor Tianhui only remembered that he'd enjoyed himself to his heart's content. He'd long forgotten the details. He looked at Chu Chinga's cold, sleeping face and was extremely satisfied. His hand reached out and took advantage of her again. Chu Chinga pretended to wake up in fright and slapped Emperor Tianhui's hand away. "Let go!" Even the most favored concubines in the imperial harem, including the empress of the past, didn't dare to refuse him like this. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with indignation, but he didn't speak. His other hand reached out to bully her as well. Chu Chinga kept slapping his hand away and huffed. "Your Majesty, that's enough." "And if Zhen says it's not enough?" Tianhui arched a brow. "Then your Majesty can continue." "Qinxie can't escape anyways." Chu Chinga's words were soft, but her eyes were stubborn. Emperor Tianhui liked her haughtiness the most. Instead of getting angry, he laughed out loud. "Fine, fine, fine. Zhen will let you off for now." Despite his words, he didn't release her. Instead, he tightened his grip around her. Chu Chinga struggled a few times, but gave up when she couldn't break free. "Your Majesty, do you know what time it is right now?" Her reminder reminded Emperor Tianhui of the morning court session. "What time is it now?" "Zhen hasn't started morning court yet." He was about to rise to his feet when he felt dizzy and dizzy. Damn it, Imperial Physician Gu had told him multiple times not to have sex because it consumed too much energy. Why couldn't he resist? Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you tired? Chu Qingge asked hastily. How could Emperor Tianhui admit that he was tired? Despite his anxiety, he still sat down. What time is it now? It's already past noon. Your Majesty, Qinxie tried to persuade you this morning, but you insisted on having eunuch Luo cancel the morning court session. Qinxie knows that today's morning court session is very important after what happened last night, but as Chu Qingge spoke, she placed a jade hand over Emperor Tianhui's heart and lowered her head shyly. Emperor Tianhui lifted her chin with a grin. But what? Your Majesty! Chu Qingge pouted playfully at him. Emperor Tianhui was in a good mood. A complicated look flickered past his eyes as he probed. Beloved consort knows about what happened last night as well. The explosion was so loud that it must have happened somewhere in the capital, Chu Qingge replied. About that, what does beloved consort think? Emperor Tianhui probed again. Someone was secretly hiding gunpowder. As Qinxie sees it, there's an 80% chance that it's related to the crossbow archers who tried to assassinate Qin Wangfei. Perhaps they were trying to create chaos so they could escape. Chu Qingge's words were exactly the same as the crown prince's. Emperor Tianhui was surprised. He thought this woman would speak up for the Chu clan. Secretly hiding gunpowder? Hee, how could gunpowder be so easy to get? Emperor Tianhui gave a cold snort. Chu Qingge didn't think so. The gunpowder is all in the hands of the military. How could it be hard to get? Emperor Tianhui assumed that Chu Qingge would seize the chance to trample on General Mu's estate. But she scooted by his ear and murmured, Your Majesty, Qinxie will tell you a secret. Qinxie came into contact with gunpowder before I married. Actually, the military's control over it isn't so strict. Now Emperor Tianhui was even more surprised. This woman dared to say such things to him? Wasn't she afraid that he'd suspect the Chu clan? Or perhaps the Chu clan hadn't done anything at all, so they weren't afraid of suspicion. Looking at the beauty's magnanimous eyes, Emperor Tianhui recalled how the crown prince and Mu Qinggu had been insinuating insinuations against the Chu clan without any proof. Beloved consort, then, as you see it, which military group did the gunpowder come from? Emperor Tianhui asked next. Your Majesty, you can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. Qinxie doesn't dare to speak carelessly about such an important matter. So speaking, she added, in any case, it can't escape my Chu clan, Tianning's Mu family, or northern Li's Yuan clan. Emperor Tianhui looked at her for a long time before suddenly pressing closer. Noble consort Chu, what if the gunpowder really came from your Chu clan? Your Chu clan is skilled in archery, while those crossbow archers are skilled as well. Could all of that be a coincidence? Chu Qingge was furious. If your Majesty already knows the answer, then why ask Qinxie? You might as well lock Qinxie up and torture her to prevent that good-for-nothing Mu Qinggu from turning traitor and harassing the people. We still can't catch him. You're saying that Mu Qinggu's a good-for-nothing. Emperor Tianhui couldn't believe it. Mu Qinggu was very bold. Cold, he retorted. Isn't that the case? Even the soldiers he personally led turned traitor. If that's not a good-for-nothing, then what is? Qinxie didn't believe it at first, but I never expected it to be true. Emperor Tianhui hadn't believed it either. Of course, he was more suspicious of Mu Qinggu's impulsive decision to kill that commander. In some ways, such actions were meant to silence witnesses. Emperor Tianhui looked at Chu Qingge. Although he didn't probe any further, the scales in his heart had tilted to one side. Still, he kept all of this to himself. Ever since the gunpowder incident at the black market, he hadn't expressed his stance on the matter to anyone. He was still observing the situation and weighing the pros and cons. After all, This incident threatened the safety of the capital. In other words, it was a threat to his throne, so he had to be extremely cautious. There were still 3 days left. He wanted to see what kind of explanation General Mu had for the explosion at the military depot. Seeing Chu Qingge's alluring figure, Emperor Tianhui almost wanted to spoil her again. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do so. After teasing her for a bit longer, Emperor Tianhui allowed Chu Qingge to leave. As soon as she left the profound dragon palace, she ran into noble Consort Shui, who was waiting outside. So it was noble Consort Chu. In broad daylight, this consort was wondering who had such great ability. Noble Consort Shui didn't finish her sentence, but her words were full of sarcasm. Without a doubt, she was mocking Chu Qingge for her shameless actions in broad daylight. Chu Qingge had just finished putting on an act in front of Emperor Tianhui and was exhausted. Her heart was filled with bitterness, so the humiliation made her want to cry. She gave noble Consort Shui a cold look before turning to leave. Noble Consort Shui gave eunuch Luo a meaningful look before realizing something. She quickly left for the Empress Dowager's palace. Chu Qingge was probably behind the emperor's absence from morning court. If the emperor showed favor at a time like this, it'd be disadvantageous for the crown prince and the rest. As soon as Emperor Tianhui opened his mouth, the harem would be filled with infighting. But Emperor Tianhui's health was far worse than expected. He rested for a long time before taking another dose of medicine to recover his strength. As soon as he reached the imperial study, he didn't even bother with the memorials he'd received that morning before issuing orders. Pass on Zhen's verbal decree to summon the Duke of Qin into the palace. Qin Wangfei, too, should be summoned. Emperor Tianhui had been probing all sorts of people, so he naturally wouldn't forget about His Highness Duke of Qin. He wanted to hear what Long Feiyi thought about the black market gunpowder, the assassination with crossbow bolts, and the explosion at the military depot. The victim of the assassination attempt was his Wang Fei, but Long Feiyi hadn't made any moves after rescuing Han Yunqi from the brothel. He couldn't be plotting something, right? When Emperor Tianhui's verbal decree reached the Duke of Qin's estate, Long Feiyi had no choice but to leave early to heal his wounds. He was about to leave when Chu Shifeng timidly added, "Your Highness, His Majesty summoned esteemed Wang Fei as well." Long Feiyi stopped abruptly, leaving Zhao Mama and Bailey Mingsheng to grow anxious. They didn't know about His Highness Duke of Qin's injuries, nor did they know esteemed Wang Fei's condition. Neither of them dared to go to the Han estate without permission, but they did know that the two masters had made a huge fuss this time. Everyone waited timidly for His Highness Duke of Qin to speak, but Long Feiyi only stood there without a word. In the end, it was Chu Shifeng who spoke up. "Your Highness, how about this subordinate go to the Han estate and bring esteemed Wang Fei here?" Chapter 498. Although Chu Shifeng had some complaints about esteemed Wang Fei, he was very clear that His Highness couldn't let go of that woman. Of course, he hoped that the two of them would patch things up soon. Otherwise, His Highness's icy face would leave his subordinates trembling in fear. After all, when esteemed Wang Fei was in the estate, everyone was much more relaxed. No matter how angry His Highness was, esteemed Wang Fei only needed to say a few good words to smooth things over. But now even Chu Shifeng had to tread carefully, much less everyone else. Using Emperor Tianhui's summons as an excuse, he could go fetch esteemed Wang Fei back. Even if he said it was His Highness who sent him, esteemed Wang Fei should yield, right? Seeing His Highness Duke of Qin remain silent, Chu Shifeng probed, "Your Highness, should this subordinate go?" At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness, why don't you enter the palace from the north gates? You can pick up esteemed Wang Fei on the way." The Duke of Qin's estate was closer to the south gates, while the Han estate was closer to the north. If he brought Han Yunqi to the Duke of Qin's estate, he'd have to go through the south gates. If Long Fei Yi went to find Han Yunqi, then he'd have to go through the north gates. Actually, the journey was the same. The key lay in whether Han Yunqi came or Long Fei Yi went. Bailey Mingxiang was a woman, so she understood women better than Chu Shifeng. She was also more meticulous. She mused that with esteemed Wang Fei's temper, esteemed Wang Fei might not return with Chu Shifeng if His Highness didn't pick her up personally. Unless a woman's heart had given up, she'd always wait for her husband to pick her up. But if His Highness Duke of Qin went personally, everything would be different. What conflict couldn't be resolved if he went personally? Chu Shifeng and Zhao Mama both understood what Bailey Mingxiang meant by her suggestion. Chu Shifeng snorted disdainfully, thinking that His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't agree. But instead His Highness Duke of Qin simply said, you can come with me." Her? Come with him? Bailey Mingxiang's heart gave a lurch as she felt overwhelmed by the favor. If Zhao Mama hadn't shoved her aside, she wouldn't have reacted. His Highness wanted her to follow. Before she could even catch up, her heart was already pounding nonstop. When His Highness Duke of Qin had already walked far away, Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly chased after him under Zhao Mama's urging. She didn't dare to get too close and kept a distance of 3 steps from him. After boarding the carriage, Bailey Mingxiang consciously sat next to the coachman. His heart was filled with anxiety all the way to the Han residence. As soon as the carriage stopped, a cold voice came from inside. "Go and call him out." Yes. Bailey Mingxiang naturally knew that His Highness had asked her to come along to persuade the Princess Consort. She hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up her courage and whispered, "Your Highness, we're already at the door." "Why don't we?" Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi reprimanded him coldly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why aren't you going?" Bailey Mingxiang's heart almost jumped out of her mouth. She turned to leave. No, she ran. At this moment, Han Yunqi was changing the dressing on her own wound. Last night, she'd heard from Su Donglin that the Duke of Qin's estate hadn't made any moves, so she felt at ease. She mused that Long Fei Yi hadn't made a move despite such a big incident in the capital. Most likely, he was still sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. As long as he didn't get involved, she didn't have anything to worry about. In any case, she hated these senseless fights in Tianning's imperial harem. Han Yunqi reacted calmly to Bailey Mingxiang's arrival. She only assumed that Bailey Mingxiang had come to persuade her to return. "You came just in time. I'm lacking a helper here," Han Yunqi said mildly. Bailey Mingxiang saw the mangled flesh on her shoulder and felt distressed. He quickly took over the gauze and helped her treat it. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why didn't you find little Qinxiang for help?" Forget about little Qinxiang. Han Yunqi didn't even want to see Lady Hellion. That group of people had urged her to return as soon as they arrived. She treated her maternal home as a safe haven, but that group of people couldn't wait for her to leave. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but lazily sprawled on the bed, enjoying Bailey Mingxiang's service. Bailey Mingxiang coaxed her as he bandaged her wound. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why don't you return?" Han Yunqi pretended not to hear, but Bailey Mingxiang said again, "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness sent this servant to pick you up." That wasn't the end of the sentence. "His Highness sent this servant to pick you up, and His Highness sent this servant to pick you up in a carriage to enter the palace," had completely different meanings. Still, no matter what the meaning was, Han Yunqi's gloomy face relaxed quite a bit. Still, she didn't say a word. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't in a rush to coax her, but carefully finished bandaging the wound. Actually, esteemed Wang Fei's wound was very deep. Moreover, it hadn't been stitched up, so it took a lot of effort to bandage it up. After a long while, Bailey Mingxiang finished. Afraid that His Highness would grow impatient waiting outside, she quickly asked, "Esteemed Wang Fei, shall this servant help you tidy up?" "No need," Han Yunqi refused. Esteemed Wang Fei, husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile at the foot of the bed. His Highness has already yielded. So why don't you come back with this servant? Bailey Mingxiang persuaded earnestly. Han Yunqi mused to herself. Does this count as yielding? Does he believe in my innocence? Chu Shifeng's first complaint was enough for that guy to show up in the middle of the night. Couldn't he come himself now? Would she go back just because he sent someone to pick her up? And after that, would he still not believe her? Or wouldn't he explain where he and Duanmu Yao had gone? Would he keep arguing with her? Or would he just forget about everything and pretend nothing ever happened? Since she'd already returned to the Han estate, there was no reason for her to go back without a clear explanation. Esteemed Wang Fei, then what will it take for you to come back with this servant? Bailey Mingxiang coaxed again. Han Yunqi replied offhandedly, unless he comes in person. Hadn't Bailey Mingxiang been waiting for these exact words? Thrilled, she grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and said, Esteemed Wang Fei, quick! Come with this servant. What for? Han Yunqi didn't understand. Bailey Mingxiang didn't explain, but pulled her outside until they reached the Han estate gates. Han Yunqi halted her steps at the sight of the luxurious carriage parked outside. This was the Duke of Qin's highest-grade carriage. Who else would dare to use it except for Long Fei? Did he really come in person? Seeing esteemed Wang Fei's surprise and delight, Bailey Mingxiang's heart finally settled down. In a low voice, she said, Esteemed Wang Fei, you have to keep your word. His Majesty summoned you and His Highness to the palace. Once you leave, you'll have to go back with His Highness. She didn't say that His Highness Duke of Qin was here to pick up esteemed Wang Fei, but set up a trap for esteemed Wang Fei to jump into. She wanted esteemed Wang Fei to think that His Highness's true purpose was to pick her up and that going to the palace was just a side trip. She had to admit that Bailey Mingxiang was very smart. But what kind of person was Han Yunqi? How could she not see through such little tricks? As soon as she heard the words go to the palace, she guessed what was going on. As it turned out, Emperor Tianhui had summoned her and Long Fei. Long Fei must have come to pick her up along the way, but for some strange reason, she didn't expose them. Instead, she agreed with Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang rejoiced. She knew that esteemed Wang Fei had a stubborn temper, but her heart was still soft before His Highness Duke of Qin. Now all she had to do was wait for His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei to leave the palace before fanning the flames a little. Then she'd have His Highness yield a little and succeed. Master and servant were about to head for the carriage when Long Fei Ye's sharp voice came from inside. Are we going or not? This wasn't his first time here. The first time was when he came to deliver the medical pouch. He'd already yielded twice. So what else did this woman want? He'd been waiting in the carriage for almost an hour. He almost thought that she wouldn't come out. Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks. She didn't want to ask any more questions, but her heart grew cold. This was his attitude when he came to pick her up in person. So impatient. If he waited so long, wouldn't he come in and take a look? If Emperor Tianhui hadn't summoned him, would he have come at all? Your Highness! Just then, esteemed Wang Fei was... Bailey Mingxiang wanted to explain, but Han Yunqi only glared at him coldly. He only came to find me to enter the palace with him, right? Bailey Mingxiang was put in a difficult spot, but still forced himself to lie. Esteemed Wang Fei, we'll return to the estate once we leave the palace. It's not like you don't know His Highness's temper. His Highness didn't sleep at all while you were gone. Just look at his face later, it won't look good. Han Yunqi's face was gloomy as she curtsied. Qinxie greets, Your Highness. I've made you wait. It's good that you know. Hurry up and get in. Long Fei Ye's tone was filled with impatience. If Emperor Tianhui hadn't summoned her, Han Yunqi would probably flick her sleeves and leave already. Yes, She suppressed her anger as she got into the carriage. If this was the past, he'd always give her a hand whenever she got in or out of the carriage. But now he sat unmoving in the carriage. Han Yunqi had already entered, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunqi maintained a respectful attitude as she sat in the seat furthest away from him with her head bowed. She hadn't even been this distant when she was 100 paces away from him in the past. As the carriage moved forward, the driver hurried along, but Bailey Mingxiang only said in a low voice, "Let's slow down a bit. There's no rush in the palace." There was still some distance between the Han estate and the palace. At least let master and mistress spend more time together. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't sure if she'd overreached herself this time, but her lips quirked up into a self-mocking smile. Inside the carriage, the silence was stifling enough to make it hard to breathe. The air between Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi seemed to grow heavy and heavy. Unconsciously, Han Yunqi looked up and saw that Long Feiyi's complexion really wasn't looking too good. After all, she'd taken Bailey Mingxiang's lies to heart. Just what did this guy do with Duan Muyao? Did something happen in Tianshan Kenzo? How did he get by these past few days? Did he really not sleep? Seeing that Long Feiyi was about to look up, Han Yunqi immediately lowered her head again. Long Feiyi did indeed raise his head and look over. His eyes were as cold as ice, but they were still focused on her shoulders. The clothes on her shoulders were smooth and clean, with no signs of bandages. Compared to Han Yunqi, his gaze was more wanton. He quickly studied her quiet little face again, as if inspecting a precious treasure he'd leant out to see if it was still in good condition. Still, he didn't say a word. Like this, the two of them walked in silence until they reached the palace gates. It was time to get off the carriage. Chapter 499. The carriage slowly came to a stop. It was time to get off, but Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi didn't move. One had his head bowed, making it impossible to see his expression, while the other was expressionless as she stared out the window. In the end, it was Han Yunqi who emerged first. She was about to jump off the carriage when Bailey Mingxiang hastily stopped her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, Mingxiang will help you." Han Yunqi didn't speak, but jumped off the carriage to avoid him. She wasn't some delicate flower, much less a sickly invalid. Why would she need someone to help her off the carriage? The driver was helpless at the sight. In the past, esteemed Wang Fei had always been helped on and off the carriage by His Highness. By now, Long Feiyi had recovered his wits and silently got off the carriage. He glanced at Han Yunqi before walking towards the imperial study. Naturally, Han Yunqi followed him. Bailey Mingxiang didn't follow, but stood guard by the carriage with the driver. Han Yunqi was clearly distracted, so she didn't notice that Bailey Mingxiang wasn't following them. As she walked, she found it hard to keep up with Long Feiyi. His legs were so long that she could take 2 steps with him. Only now did she realize that he'd purposely slowed down when he held her hand in the past. Thinking up to here, she didn't chase after him, but walked at her usual pace. But Long Fei, didn't slow down at all, but picked up his pace instead. As a result, the distance between the two of them grew wider and wider. As she watched Long Fei walk further and further away, Han Yunqi's expression grew uglier and uglier. She almost turned to leave. With his attitude, he probably wouldn't even notice if she suddenly disappeared. Damned Emperor Tianhui. It was enough to summon Long Feiyi, but why did he summon her as well? Sulking, Han Yunqi cursed Emperor Tianhui countless times in her heart. By the time she reached the door to the imperial study, Long Feiyi had already been waiting for her with a taut face. She still walked the remaining few steps quickly. However, as soon as she reached his side, he went straight into the house and left her with his back facing her. Long Feiyi, Han Yunqi, was so angry that she glared at him. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't have eyes on his back and couldn't see. She walked in with large strides, looking like she was telling strangers not to come near and acquaintances not to disturb her. Her expression was really twice as ugly as Long Fei Ye's. Emperor Tianhui disliked Long Fei Ye's cold face to begin with. Now that he saw Han Yunqi's expression, he assumed that this couple wasn't giving him any face and immediately grew gloomy. This assassination attempt had nothing to do with him. What was the attitude of these two people? Come and have a seat. Yunqi, did you get a fright this time? Emperor Tianhui asked with concern as he walked towards the tea table. He hadn't summoned the Duke of Qin and his wife to question them, but simply wanted to chat. No, Han Yunqi answered straightforwardly. Could she say that she was really frightened? Could she say that without Gu, she would have been shot to death by the arrows long ago? Could she really be frightened by the sight of Gu Qishao's battered back and bruised body? She wasn't here to complain and make Emperor Tianhui laugh at her. If Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu hadn't escalated the situation to the point of endangering the capital, Emperor Tianhui might even be thanking those crossbow archers. Did you get hurt? Emperor Tianhui asked next. No. Han Yunqi replied mildly. Emperor Tianhui was about to ask some more questions, but Han Yunqi's curt reply made him unable to continue. After sitting down, he made a gesture, and Long Fei Yi sat down across from him. There were only 2 seats at the table in the imperial study, so Han Yunqi had nowhere to sit. Emperor Tianhui should have given her a seat, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he slowly steeped some tea. Long Fei Yi didn't speak either, but Han Yunqi stood behind him like a servant girl. Her head and eyes were bowed, but her back was still ramrod straight. Emperor Tianhui was about to pour some tea for Long Fei Yi when Long Fei Yi stopped him. I don't dare. Chindi will do it. His movements were 100 times more elegant than Emperor Tianhui's. Imperial brother didn't make a special trip to find Chindi for tea, did you? He started the conversation without paying any attention to Han Yunqi standing on one side. Emperor Tianhui glanced at Han Yunqi in astonishment. Could it be that the Duke of Qin had grown tired of this woman? Didn't he dote on her before? Is he just going to let her stand here and ignore her? Zhen really did make a special trip to find you for tea. Ever since the black market gunpowder explosion, Zhen's ears haven't had a moment of peace. Emperor Tianhui sighed with emotion. Imperial brother has worked hard for the country. It's been hard on you, Long Fei Yi said half-heartedly. Emperor Tianhui sighed and asked, have you found any clues about those crossbow archers? You'll have to ask the Imperial Guards to find out. Chindi is waiting for news too. Long Fei Yi pushed the blame away. Emperor Tianhui suddenly lost his temper. Those useless Imperial Guards, they can't even find the culprit when they're trying to catch a turtle in a jar. Zhan will give Mu Qinggu 3 days. If he doesn't find the culprit by then, Zhan will cripple him. Long Fei Yi remained silent for a while before he said, you can't blame the young general. Chindi personally searched for an entire day without finding the culprit. Emperor Tianhui was astonished by his words. Aside from the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the Duke of Qin had never shown favoritism to any faction despite his overwhelming power. But today he was speaking up for Mu Qinggu. He'd clearly stayed in the Duke of Qin's estate without making any moves over the past few days. So where did the search come from? Moreover, Mu Qinggu's subordinates had turned traitor and almost took Han Yunqi's life. Didn't that guy bear a grudge? Don't blame him. There's actually a traitor in the Imperial Guards. How serious is that? How can Jin not blame him? Emperor Tianhui slapped the table angrily. Long Fei, you didn't feel any pain or itch. He has so many soldiers in his hands, so it's impossible to cover every single one of them. It's inevitable. If Imperial brother wants to deal with him, he'll have to wait until this matter is over. Now's the time to use people. Emperor Tianhui's eyes flickered with complicated emotions. The Duke of Qin seemed to be aloof and neutral on the surface, but his words were clearly protecting Mu Qinggu. Was there some secret between the Duke of Qin's estate and General Mu's estate? Emperor Tianhui drank a few cups of tea before he spoke again. You know what happened at the military depot last night, right? How could gunpowder be so easy to get? As Chindi sees it, this incident and that incident at the black market aren't much different. Emperor Tianhui was more concerned about that than anything else. What do you mean? He asked anxiously. Only the armies of the two nations have access to gunpowder. General Mu wouldn't be stupid enough to light it up in front of his own house, right? Long Fei Yi laughed lightly. His words were obviously suspecting the Chu clan. Emperor Tianhui laughed coldly. What if he was hiding it for himself and accidentally detonated it? This Long Fei Yi gave him a meaningful look, but stopped favoring the Mu clan. That's hard to say. Chindi was only guessing on the spur of the moment. As for the truth, it's still up to Imperial Brother to decide. But his previous words had already planted the seeds of doubt in Emperor Tianhui's heart. General Mu's estate held one of Tianning's 3 largest military forces and commanded 100,000 Imperial Guards. It was only natural that they were loyal to Tianning, but who they were loyal to had always been a variable. This was especially true after His Highness Duke of Qin's forces grew strong enough to contend against Emperor Tianhui's. He seemed to be neutral on the surface, but was actually the most worrisome of all. It wasn't until Emperor Tianhui reactivated the Crown Prince and united father and son against the Duke of Qin's estate that General Mu's stance became clear. In front of the Duke of Qin, Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be on guard against his own son for now. He'd also included General Mu's estate in his own sphere of influence. But now the Imperial Guards had changed sides. The Crown Prince was insinuating insinuations and squeezing out noble Consort Chu. The military depot had exploded, and the Duke of Qin's attitude today. How could the paranoid Emperor Tianhui set his heart at ease? What Long Fei Yi wanted was for Emperor Tianhui to grow suspicious of the Mu clan and the Crown Prince. After being reactivated, the Crown Prince had long harbored thoughts of rebelling and usurping the throne. But he'd always lacked the right opportunity to do so. Now was a good chance. Of course, the Crown Prince was still too young and inexperienced to accomplish anything on his own. But things would be different if the Mu clan had thoughts of rebellion as well. As long as the Mu clan could harden their hearts to help the Crown Prince, the Chu clan wouldn't be able to reap any benefits, no matter what they did. Long Fei Yi hadn't made a move this entire time, but he was still keeping track of the situation. At this point, Emperor Tianhui didn't ask any more questions, but started chatting about other irrelevant topics. Long Fei Yi kept to himself as he replied, even nodding his head several times without saying a word. As they chatted and drank tea, 2 hours passed by. Han Yunqi's legs were sore from all the standing. She couldn't help but glance at Long Fei Yi multiple times. But Long Fei Yi seemed to have forgotten about her existence and completely ignored her. Of course, Emperor Tianhui remembered her existence. He gave her a meaningful look before having eunuch Luo set up the chessboard. Duke of Qin, you haven't exchanged pointers with Zhen in a long time. If you don't lose today, I won't let you go. Who would dare to win a game of chess against the Emperor? But Long Fei Yi dared. He'd played chess countless times since he was young and had never lost a single match. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but the white and black chess pieces soon began to play against each other. Long Fei Yi's stance showed that he wasn't planning to lose. If he wasn't planning to lose, did that mean he wasn't planning to leave? Han Yunqi kept her eyes lowered as she stared at the chessboard. She was alone in a world of silence. This game of chess went on for a full 4 hours. By the time night fell, there was still no winner. Including the previous 2 hours, Han Yunqi had been standing for a total of 6 hours. Her calves had even gone numb. In the end, an urgent report arrived, prompting Emperor Tianhui to stop the game. Looks like Zhen has no choice but to let you go today. Chindi should take his leave as well. Long Fei Yi lazily rose to his feet. He walked easily, but Han Yunqi's legs almost gave way as soon as she took a step. Still, she steadied herself. Her calves grew numb with each step, but she kept her back straight and her head held high as she followed him out. Emperor Tianhui stared at their departing figures, filled with doubts. He was trying to figure out what had happened between Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, but the current situation in the capital made him too preoccupied to think about it. Just like before, Long Fei Yi was walking in front while Han Yunqi followed behind. But she was no longer looking at his back, but staring at the road with her head bowed. She didn't know how long she'd been walking, but she only lifted her head when she reached the palace gates. Actually, she didn't like looking at his back because it gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. But this time, she didn't even have time to look at Long Fei Yi's back because Long Fei Yi had already boarded his carriage. Chapter 500. Seeing esteemed Wang Fei walk out alone. Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly ran over to receive her. Esteemed Wang Fei, get in the carriage. His Highness is waiting. Where are we going? Han Yunqi asked indifferently. Back to the palace with His Highness. Esteemed Wang Fei, you said that as long as His Highness personally came, you would return to the palace. Quickly get in the carriage. His Highness is waiting. Although Bailey Mingxiang was comforting her with a smile, her heart was very uncomfortable. She never thought that His Highness would come out first and even get into the carriage. Did something happen between the two of them in the palace? Why was esteemed Wang Fei so disappointed? Han Yunqi didn't say anything as she seriously looked at Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang was still resisting at first, but soon he couldn't take it anymore and avoided her gaze. Go tell, he doesn't need to wait for me. Saying this, she prepared to leave, but Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly pulled her back. Get in the carriage. It's not like you don't know His Highness' temper. If you yield 1 step, His Highness will definitely yield 10 steps. Han Yunqi insisted on leaving, but Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't let her go. He earnestly tried to persuade her. Esteemed Wang Fei, if His Highness didn't have you in his heart, he would have left long ago, right? He's still waiting in the carriage. You should think about it carefully. Han Yunqi looked at Bailey Mingxiang, and her eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had felt in the imperial study came flooding back. Mingxiang, my leg hurts. Leg? What's wrong with esteemed Wang Fei's leg? Bailey Mingxiang was anxious. He was about to crouch down to inspect her leg when His Highness Duke of Qin's impatient voice came from the carriage. Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving yet? His tone was so fierce. He had never been this fierce since she'd met him. Ever since he accompanied her to pay respects to Empress Dowager Li, he would often rush her. No matter how anxious and impatient he would always stop 3 to 5 steps away from her and turn to look at her. Coldly he asked, Han Yunqi, aren't you leaving yet? He had never abandoned her, nor had he ever gotten angry. But this time he had left her on the road. He was so fierce. Han Yunqi strode to the window and asked coldly, Your Highness, please wait for a moment. I have something to ask Your Highness. I'll leave after that. In truth, the entire journey from the Han estate to the palace gates had left her feeling incredibly stifled. She really wanted to ask about Duanmu Yao, explain about Gu and quarrel with Long Fei Yi. However, after being mercilessly forgotten in the imperial study, she suddenly felt powerless. She suddenly did not want to say anything. If one had to work very hard to be liked by someone, then what was the point of being liked? Right now, she only wanted to clarify that question and then leave. Speak, he said coldly. The antidote that Gu gave, was it really only 80% full? Han Yunqi asked very seriously. As soon as she said this, the carriage fell silent. He said that the antidote he gave was indeed a full bottle, Han Yunqi added. However, the carriage remained silent. Han Yunqi waited patiently and did not rush him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Long Fei Yi finally spoke. So you believe him? Han Yunqi avoided answering. I'm just asking, Your Highness. You believe him and suspect this prince? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi only heard his cold voice, but did not know that he had been absent-minded in the carriage for a long time. She did not know how much hatred this man had endured, how much effort he had put in, how many plans he had messed up, and how many sleepless nights he had endured, from the moment he had decided to hide that matter until the moment mute Granny hanged herself. From the moment they entered the palace until now, he had deliberately ignored her in order to provoke her into speaking up, to provoke her into rushing in front of him to argue with him. But who would have thought that this woman would ask such a question the moment she opened her mouth? It's Gu again! It's Gu again! As it turned out, she had unconditionally trusted him in Medicine Ghost Valley only because he was the Gu Chi Sha she loathed. Now that it was Gu, she immediately began to question her trust. This time, Han Yunqi fell silent. Han Yunqi, answer this prince's question. Long Fei Yi said angrily. Gu brought me to find mute Granny. So if he's really Gu Chi Sha, then he definitely wouldn't have hidden the antidote for himself. Han Yunqi replied objectively. She was not an idiot. Back then, she had indeed been prejudiced against Gu Chi Sha, which was why she had blindly believed that Gu Chi Sha had tricked them. But now that she was facing Gu Chi Sha, she was not biased. She was only thinking rationally. Even though she did not say it outright, everyone understood what she was implying. Whoever had hidden the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison would have mute Granny in their hands. By hiding mute Granny, they were undoubtedly hiding the mystery of her origins. You think that mute Granny is in this prince's hands? He did not know what Long Fei Ye's expression was like in the carriage, but he actually went straight to the point. Gu wouldn't have hidden it for himself? Then why did he put in the ineffective powder? Why did the ineffective powder so coincidentally turn the porcelain bottle black? Long Fei Yi asked again. Gu was not only pill fiend, he was also the black-robed man who had barged into the hidden pavilion. He had done all of this to arouse Han Yunqi's suspicions. He would definitely not let this matter rest. He, Long Fei Yi, had never needed to lie to any woman. But since he had already told this woman, he would definitely not admit to it. Even if he died, he would not admit it. In the face of Long Fei Ye's questioning, Han Yunqi recalled what Gu had said that night. She was in a mess. In the end, she said indifferently, Your Highness, just pretend that I didn't ask. With that, she powerlessly turned and left. However, Long Fei Yi alighted from the carriage and shouted angrily, Han Yunqi, stop right there! Han Yunqi really did stop in her tracks. Does Your Highness have any other orders? You still haven't answered this prince's question. Do you think that mute Granny is in this prince's hands? Long Fei Ye's dark eyes were filled with stubbornness. However, Han Yunqi remained silent. Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand fiercely. Answer me. However, Han Yunqi ultimately lowered her head. This man's contemptuous smile in the brothel had pierced her heart. She was no longer the foolish woman who would stare at him foolishly. Before she could clearly distinguish right from wrong, she wouldn't believe Gu. She wouldn't believe him. She wouldn't believe anyone. Finally, Long Fei Yi released her hand and coldly ordered, Someone, send her back to the Han estate. Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, but a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. She had guessed correctly. Bailey Mingxiang had been lying to her all this time. Fine, I'll go back. Long Fei Yi, if I go back, I'll never come back. Bailey Mingxiang was scared out of her wits. She didn't dare to persuade His Highness Duke of Qin and could only chase after esteemed Wang Fei. Unfortunately, by the time she chased after him, the coachman had already left and Long Fei Yi had already disappeared. Looking at the empty space behind her, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly didn't know how to persuade him. At this moment, any words would be useless. His Highness Duke of Qin really had left. Han Yunqi didn't take the carriage, but endured the pain in her legs to walk back to the Han estate. Bailey Mingxiang followed her all the way until she settled down at the Han estate. As soon as Long Feiyi returned to the Duke of Qin's estate, he ordered Chu Shifeng to do something. Stop all of Pill Fiend Pharmacy's construction. He ordered cold. Chu Shifeng could clearly sense His Highness Duke of Qin's rage, but he still asked timidly, "What about South Ning Prefecture?" "Stop everything!" Long Feiyi raged. Chu Shifeng had no choice but to do as he was told. His Highness had just told him to secretly build a large pharmacy in South Ning Prefecture that was twice as big as the one in the capital. Moreover, His Highness and Medicine City's Wang Gong had designed the blueprints together. It looks like it's not just a simple argument this time. Chu Shifeng could only do as he was told. As soon as he left, Tang Li showed up. Tang Li was about to fall ill from boredom at the hidden pavilion. Now that he was spared, he was as happy as a bird released from its cage. "Big bro, when you're better, we brothers can work together and kill off that goo guy. I refuse to believe he's so lucky. Go to Celestial Mountain for me," Long Feiyi said. Tang Li's expression changed. What for? He had run away from the wedding and caused the Tang clan to offend the bride's faction. His father had kept the bride's side in check while having Aunt Rue lead a group of people to search for him. Meanwhile, he was hiding in the most dangerous and safest hidden pavilion. Every month, he would release a fake trail to lure the old folks into running in circles. This month, Aunt Rue and the rest would probably go to Celestial Mountain as well. If he went there now, he'd be seeking death. "Go see my master for me." Long Feiyi's sorrowful tone made Tang Li feel heavy as well. He sighed softly and said, "All right, I'll go." Afterwards, Long Feiyi met with General Bailey again. The two of them had a secret conversation behind closed doors, but it was impossible to know what they discussed. As soon as General Bailey returned to the Bailey estate, he transferred a few mermaid soldiers to hide in the Han estate's lake and wait for orders. Meanwhile, Long Feiyi returned to his quarters to continue treating his wounds. His seclusion lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Within those 10 days, the capital city fell into chaos. Then all of Tianning fell into chaos. 3 days later, General Mu discovered that the gunpowder had exploded inside the military depot, not outside the walls. When Emperor Tianhui found out, he flew into a rage and questioned the Mu family about their secret stash of gunpowder. General Mu denied it, saying that the location of the explosion wasn't enough evidence. As for the truth, whether one of his subordinates had stashed the gunpowder away, or someone had planted the evidence to frame them, still needed to be investigated. Without any evidence, Emperor Tianhui had no right to condemn the Mu family. Still, he reduced General Mu's military authority in front of all the civil and military officials and gave the 1st Artillery Corps to the Minister of War, Lord Wu, to take charge of. Naturally, he gave the gunpowder storehouse to the Ministry of War as well. At the same time, because the Imperial Guard still hadn't found the whereabouts of the crossbowmen, Emperor Tianhui removed Mu Qinggu from his position as Great General of the Imperial Guards and replaced him with Deputy General Mengzhan. It had to be said that the Mu family had taken a huge tumble this time. The Imperial Guards and the 1st Artillery Corps were all elite soldiers who were directly responsible for the safety of the capital city. How could anyone not feel heartache when they were gone? The Mu family's hearts were dripping blood, but Crown Prince Long Tianma felt even worse. As soon as court was over, the Crown Prince lost his cool and rushed straight to the Mu family to interrogate Mu Qinggu. "Just what's the deal with that commander of the Imperial Guards? Speak." Mu Qinggu's face was filled with resentment, but he didn't speak. Long Tianma glared at General Mu. "Great General, speak." General Mu's expression was grave as he fell silent. "If you don't speak, how can this Crown Prince help you? Imperial Father is only taking the first step. Don't you know that noble Consort Chu's already been favored? If you keep pillow talk, you'll have no choice but to admit to your secret stash of gunpowder." Long Tianmo raged. Finally, Mu Qinggu couldn't take it anymore. Father, His Highness Crown Prince, has the right to know. Chapter 501. For Mu Qinggu to say something like this, there was no doubt that this father and son pair knew about the betrayal of the imperial army. Even though he didn't know the truth, Long Tianma was even angrier. He slammed his fist on the table. You! Good. Very good. He and Mu Qinggu had done so much and had gained his father's trust in the beginning. However, after his father summoned the Mu family to ask about the betrayal of the imperial army, everything began to change. If it wasn't for the betrayal of the imperial army arousing his father's suspicion, things would not have developed to this point. If it was before, based on his father's trust in the Mu family, he wouldn't have stripped them of their military power so quickly just because of the gunpowder explosion in the armory. At least his father would still consider and hesitate. They could still fight for the time his father had to consider and hesitate. But now, the entire court was laughing at the Eastern Palace. Who didn't know that the emperor suppressing the Mu family was questioning the Eastern Palace? Seeing that General Mu still didn't speak, Long Tianma's face twisted in anger. He was about to flick his sleeves and leave when General Mu suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This general has his own difficulties. Speak. Long Tianma forcefully suppressed his temper. But as soon as great General Mu uttered a name, Long Tianma smashed the most precious gold-threaded cedar wood tea table in the general's estate with his fist. This name was without a doubt Mu Luiyue. Even though he was facing Mu Liuyue's father and brother, Long Tianma couldn't help but draw his sword. This prince will kill her. Mu Qinggu quickly stopped him. Actually, when he found out who the traitor of the imperial army was, he knew what was going on. That was why he didn't hesitate to kill him. As for the two captains in the imperial prison, they only obeyed and knew nothing, so they couldn't get anything out of them. Let go. Long Tianma's face sunk. General Mu kneeled in front of him. Your Highness, please calm your anger. My unfilial daughter has done such a ridiculous and muddle-headed thing. This general really has no face to face you. Long Tianma snorted coldly. You've kept it a secret until now. Do you still have any shame? Mu Qinggu sighed deeply and knelt down as well. Your Highness, my sister deserves to die 10,000 deaths, but she is the crown prince's wife. Upon hearing this, Long Tianma calmed down. Crown princess. How could he forget that Mu Luiyue had such a title? The crown prince Consort, his woman, the mistress of the Eastern Palace. Mu Luiyue had committed a crime with such an identity, so it was destined that this matter had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, not only would the Mu family suffer, but even the Eastern Palace would suffer. Imperial father was already so suspicious. If she exposed Mu Luiyue, it would undoubtedly give Imperial father the opportunity to suppress him. Your Highness, please don't lower yourself to Liuyue's level for the time being. When this matter is over, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Your Highness, the best thing to do now is to quickly find those crossbowmen. Otherwise, His Majesty will definitely pursue this matter. The Mu family's father and son both earnestly advised. Mu Qinggu wholeheartedly protected the overall situation, and General Mu also had some selfish motives. He was reluctant to part with his daughter. Long Tianma fell to the side, his heart extremely uncomfortable. The thing he regretted the most in his life, but also the thing he couldn't regret the most, was marrying Mu Luiyue. Of course, when he married Mu Luiyue, it was for the Mu family. Now that things had reached this point, it was time to let the Mu family play its true role. After a long silence, Long Tianma lowered his voice. The two of you, rather than trembling in fear and being trampled on by others, why don't you? He didn't continue speaking, but made a motion of drawing his sword. Without a doubt, this was an attempt to rebel. Mu Qinggu was shocked, but General Mu wasn't surprised. He had long guessed that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Neither father nor son said a word. Long Tianma lowered his voice even further. If we don't do it now, when will we? Once Imperial Father takes away all of your military power, it'll be too late for regrets. Unfortunately, the Mu family's father and son still remained silent. General Mu usually looked crude, impulsive, and had a bad temper, but he was still very cautious when it came to such important matters. The Mu family had been through 2 generations of Tianning's monarchs. They had been able to maintain a neutral stance in the past when Emperor Tianhui's deep trust and control such a large military power. This was enough to prove that General Mu wasn't simple. As for Mu Qingguo, his heart wasn't so complicated. He didn't want to be loyal to anyone but Tianning and the common people. Once there was internal strife, the ones who would suffer the most would be the innocent people. Long Tianma was well aware of the Mu family's attitudes. He remained silent, but he didn't stay silent to the end. Soon enough, he left behind a few words and strode away. He said, "Fine, count it as this crown prince's loss this time. I'll put this debt on Mu Liuyue's head." Long Tianma hadn't even left the courtyard when General Mu chased after him. "Your Highness Crown Prince! Your Highness Crown Prince! Please wait!" Mu Qingguo followed behind him, watching his father's once tall and sturdy figure become so haggard and old. A trace of sorrow rose in his heart. He also felt that Mu Liyue deserved to die for this matter. Unfortunately, he knew that his father wouldn't just sit by and watch. Liyue looked too much like his late mother. Moreover, no matter how much parents spoiled their children, it was still within reason. After all, they were blood relatives. Many times, Mu Qingguo would rather be born in a heartless and cold-blooded imperial family. That place didn't have the shackles of kinship. As soon as General Mu chased after him, Long Tianma knew he had a chance. He couldn't marry Mu Liyue for nothing. As expected, General Mu murmured, "Your Highness Crown Prince, this soldier will remember this matter in my heart." But the current Imperial Guard, before he could finish, Long Tianma laughed coldly. "Many of the Imperial Guards were promoted by your Mu family troops. Moreover, aren't the cannoneers in the Ministry of War's hands?" The wisest thing Emperor Tianhui had done in his life was to seize the chance to take back the cannoneers from General Mu's estate. This was something he'd wanted to do for a long time. But the stupidest thing he'd done was to hand over the cannoneers and gunpowder stores to the Minister of War. After all, the Minister of War had long been Long Tianma's man. When Chu Qingge had received a squad of archers as her dowry, it was the Minister of War who'd suggested leaving them at the borders under the command of the cavalry general, Great General Ning. After the Minister of War's suggestion, the Crown Prince wanted to follow suit, but it was General Mu who told him to avoid suspicion. General Mu nodded helplessly, but he still couldn't make up his mind. "This is a serious matter, and it's come so suddenly. I ask that your Highness give this soldier some time to think it over." Long Tianma nodded. "Fine. This Crown Prince will give you time, but you should make your preparations by now." Everything had happened too suddenly. He never expected his imperial father to be so suspicious. But since his father would rather believe an outsider like Chu Qingge than him, then he shouldn't blame him for abandoning their father-son relationship. When the emperor had used his life to deal with the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei, he'd forgotten about his imperial father in his heart. Just like that, the Eastern Palace and General Mu's estate began to make their preparations. The heavy responsibility of hunting down the archers fell to the new commander of the Imperial Guards, Meng Zhan. This man was loyal and devoted to Emperor Tianhui, and was known to be strict with his new post. He started a new round of manhunts that left everyone on edge. Emperor Tianhui doted on Chu Qingge again. He was already prepared for this, so after a round of pillow talk from Chu Qingge, he finally gave the Imperial Guards a special order to search the residences of the various members of the Imperial clan. After all, the Imperial Guards were limited in their search of the various residences before this. Once the news spread, all of the upper-class nobles were thrown into an uproar. Meanwhile, the Duke of Qin's estate was the quietest. Wang Fei wasn't at home, while His Highness Duke of Qin was in closed-door cultivation. Su Xiaoyu had returned because Pill Fiend Pharmacy had stopped working. She spent all day with Zhao Mama, the two of them looking at each other in silence. As for the Han estate, Han Yunqi hadn't said a word for days. To outsiders, it looked like she was hiding in her rooms to sleep, but in reality, she'd locked herself up in the large space of the detox system. Back in the black market, she'd mixed perplexing butterfly illusion and beauty's tears into the poison pond before leaving them in the detox system. She was supposed to hide in there for some peace and quiet, but discovered that the three poisons seemed to be reacting with each other. Although she wasn't sure what was going on, she could sense that the perplexing butterfly illusion's corrosive properties were weakening. Of course, there were plenty of other things she could do in the detox system, such as manually organizing the massive storehouse of medicinal ingredients. In the past, she'd make herself busy whenever she was in a bad mood. She'd be very busy, but the busier she was, the better she felt. That was why she couldn't care less about her moods. But damn it, why did she keep making mistakes this time? She'd actually messed up the orderly storehouse until it was a complete mess. In the end, she had no choice but to waste her brain power to have the system tidy things up. After that, she'd start messing around again. Messing things up. If Long Fei Yi found out one day that she was hiding in the Han estate, what would his reaction be? Today, Long Fei Yi emerged from his closed-door cultivation. Half of his injuries healed. As soon as he emerged, Chu Tianyin came with news. Your Highness, as you expected, the Chu clan has made their move. Are you done packing? Long Fei asked mildly. Everything's been packed, just... Chu Tianyin didn't dare to continue. Without a doubt, everything under His Highness's name had been taken care of except for one woman. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei Yi knew what he meant, but he only said coldly, You should make preparations as well. Your lordship will leave the city tonight. All right. Chu Tianyin could only pretend he hadn't said a word. That night, something big happened at the general's estate. The commander of the Imperial Guards led a group of men to personally search the estate and found dozens of crossbow archers hiding in an abandoned latrine in the rear courtyard. Of course, the archers had fled, but Meng Zhan had personally shot two of them. News of this sent the entire city into an uproar. Meng Zhan sent men to chase after the archers while surrounding General Mu's estate. Emperor Tianhui was furious. That very night, he issued orders to strip the Mu father and son of their authority as generals, take back all command tokens, and imprison them in the justice courts to await trial. But just as the Mu father and son were being escorted to the imperial prisons, 3 cannon blasts came from outside the city. The cannoneers had rebelled first. For a moment, the entire capital city was thrown into chaos. The Mu father and son had no choice but to join forces with the old imperial guards and officially raise their troops on their way to the imperial prisons. When there was a mutiny in the capital, attacking the imperial palace was their first priority. Emperor Tianhui spat out a mouthful of blood in his imperial study. Fortunately, more than half of the imperial guards were on hand to hold back the enemy. Chu Qingge never expected things to get so serious, while the hidden Chu Tianyin was even more surprised. Everything had gone according to plan, but Long Tianma's move had ruined all of his efforts. Everyone fled in the chaos of the night, but the Han estate had long been deserted. Where was everyone? Chapter 502. Where were the Han family members? Where was Han Yunqi? When there was a coup d'etat, it was common to take advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and plunder. Amidst the chaos, Long Tianma still had the time to send people to protect her. Qin Wangfei had been living in the Han family for a few days, and those who cared about her knew about it. Unfortunately, Long Tianma's trusted aide came empty-handed. As soon as she left, Mu Qinggu sent over his trusted aide from the imperial army. Unfortunately, there was also no one to be seen. In reality, the first to arrive wasn't Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu's men, but Gu. However, Gu had already turned the Han family upside down, but there was no sign of Han Yunxi. Where was she? Of course, this group of people had all gone to the Duke of Qin's residence. Only then did they find out that the Duke of Qin's residence was also empty. Such a coincidence must have been the Duke of Qin's doing. Long Tianma and Mu Qingguo received this news just as they were about to attack the palace gates. Mu Qingguo didn't say anything, but Long Tianma sighed softly. All of this. In the end, it couldn't escape Imperial Uncle Qin's control. The Duke of Qin was able to leave the city early and evacuate so cleanly, leaving both residences empty. Without a doubt, he had long predicted that Long Tianma would raise an army to rebel and had long made preparations. Long Tianma finally understood why Imperial Father had made such a big move this time and put the Mu family to death. Imperial Uncle Qin must have played a part in this. He knew that in this game he had also become Imperial Uncle Qin's chess piece, but he didn't care. Without Imperial Uncle Qin adding fuel to the fire, how could General Mu have been forced to jump over the wall? Everyone felt that this coup d'etat was sudden, but he felt that it was too slow and too late. Resentment had been brewing in his heart for a long time. While they were attacking the palace gates, the sound of cannons came from the other side. Without a doubt, the city gates had been breached. Once the cannons arrived, they were invincible. Who could stop them? As the cannons rumbled, the morale of the Crown Prince's army was greatly boosted. The huge wooden stakes slammed into the thick and heavy palace gates with loud bangs. It looked like the gates were about to be smashed open. Inside the palace, Emperor Tianhui was sitting in his imperial study, but the various concubines and servants had long packed up their valuables and fled. Of course, there were plenty of loyal servants who stood guard outside the study, swearing to follow Emperor Tianhui to their deaths. Currently, a few important officials and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Meng Zhan, were all in the imperial study, urging Emperor Tianhui to retreat. Emperor Tianhui's face was ashen, white as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He'd been plagued with illness for the past 6 months, but tonight's blow had aged him overnight. A man in his 40s looked even older than a man in his 50s or 60s. Hearing the chaos outside, the hands hidden in his sleeves trembled uncontrollably. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps it was fear. Your Majesty, the palace gates are about to be breached. Let's go. Your Majesty, it'll be too late if we don't retreat now. The Crown Prince and the Mu family have committed treason and heresy. They have sent troops without justification and will definitely lose the support of the people. This humble subject boldly suggests that Your Majesty move the capital to Xijing and mobilize the elite troops from the central and western regions to surround the rebel army. Tonight, we've only lost a single city. Hearing Meng Zhan's words, Emperor Tianhui recovered from his shock. Meng Zhan was right. Tonight, they'd only lost the capital. If they didn't leave now, they'd lose all of Tianning. The Crown Prince had gained the upper hand in the capital only because he had the 1st Artillery Corps. But Tianning had more than one artillery corps. The capital, northwest, and central regions each had their own 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Artillery Corps. Although the Mu family had been in charge of the foot soldiers for years, not all of them were trusted subordinates of the Mu family. After the mutiny, the various generals stationed in the various regions would naturally choose a better tree to live in. Not all of them were under the Mu family's control. In the end, Emperor Tianhui was still able to stabilize the situation. He immediately ordered a retreat, but the palace had already been breached. Both the east and west gates had been blocked off, leaving only the north and south escape routes. In the midst of the chaos, Chu Qingge gave Emperor Tianhui an idea. Emperor Tianhui immediately decided to disguise himself as a eunuch and had Meng Zhan and the rest disguise themselves as his bodyguards. They mixed into the fleeing servants and escaped through the north gate. Meanwhile, all of the servants and family members were to escape through the south gate to lure away the rebel army. Just as Emperor Tianhui was about to leave, Chu Chinga stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Qin Xie may be so bold as to make a presumptuous request." Faced with imminent disaster, Emperor Tianhui was in no mood to be good-tempered. "What is it?" he asked coldly. "Qin Xie wants to disguise as you and head for the south gate. First, I'll lure away the crown prince and the rest. Second, I'll wait for a chance to kill them all," Chu Chinga said seriously. At her words, everyone remembered that this noble consort knew martial arts as well. Moreover, her archery skills were top-notch. Finding a eunuch to pretend to be Emperor Tianhui to lure away the rebel army might not buy them much time. If Chu Chinga was the one doing the job, she might even have a chance to turn the tables. Once the crown prince died, the dragons would be leaderless and the situation would be completely different. Emperor Tianhui was thrilled. "All right, as long as you kill that unfilial son for Jin, you'll be Tianning's empress." Empress? Chu Chinga's heart filled with bitterness. She wanted nothing more than for Emperor Tianhui to die in the chaos, but she had no choice but to protect him, if for no other reason than the fact that she wasn't pregnant with Tianhui's child yet. "As long as your Majesty is safe and sound, Qin Xie will be perfectly satisfied," Chu Chinga said against her will. Emperor Tianhui was deeply moved. He gripped Chu Chinga's hand tightly and said, "Qing, Zhen will wait for you at the 7-li bridge outside the city." Chu Chinga nodded and slipped his hand out of her grasp. Then she turned and left. The flames of war in the capital city burned for days and nights. Rumors said that on the night of the rebellion, the crown prince hadn't even caught up to Emperor Tianhui before he was ambushed by a high-level expert. Fortunately, a group of black-robed guards helped him survive. Another rumor said that General Mu had caught up to Emperor Tianhui himself and killed him at the south gate. Another rumor said that Emperor Tianhui hadn't died, but had long escaped from the north gate. Instead, it was General Mu who'd been killed by Meng Zhan in the chaos. The flames of war burned for 5 days and 5 nights. As the capital city grew calm, many of the preposterous rumors were dispelled. Actually, Emperor Tianhui had successfully escaped from the capital, while Chu Chinga had run into General Mu. Both of them had been injured in their duel. While Emperor Tianhui was still on his way to West Jing, the crown prince had declared himself emperor in the capital city. On one hand, he continued to chase after Emperor Tianhui, while on the other, he actively recruited powerful officials and local powers. While the capital was in chaos, Tianning's various powers began to express their views. Some denounced the crown prince. Some pledged their support to Emperor Tianhui, while others supported the crown prince and defected to Tianhui's side. Still, it was impossible to ignore the fact that the powers of the central regions and Jiangnan, whether it was the military or the large counties and prefectures, all pushed His Highness Duke of Qin forward and supported him as emperor. Hearing the news, Emperor Tianhui viciously smashed a teacup in his carriage. "Duke of Qin!" He seemed to suddenly realize something as rage filled his heart. It took him a long time to recover before he spat up a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Imperial Physician Gu! Quick, find Imperial Physician Gu!" Chu Chinga shouted, but no one found Gu Beiwe, the Imperial Physician. Nobody knew that Gu Beiwe had been the first to leave the palace on the night of the coup. Although Long Tianma had long expected this, he still couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard the news. His expression was gloomy for days. After all, Tianning Central Regions only had 3 prefectures, but they were all extremely large and populous. Meanwhile, Tianning's Jiangnan was not only Tianning's most fertile land, but also the richest in all of Cloud Realm Continent. It was a land of fish and rice, rich in natural resources. In other words, it had a lot of people and plenty of grain. Father and son had fought each other to the death, but the Duke of Qin had gotten the most out of it without any effort at all. Emperor Tianhui denounced Long Tianma and the Mu family for treason and heresy for usurping the throne. Long Tianma immediately retorted by accusing Emperor Tianhui of listening to slander and failing to distinguish right from wrong by framing and killing loyal subjects. Father and son fought each other to death, but the Duke of Qin didn't say a word. He kept a low profile, but his voice was the loudest and most popular. A month later, Tianning's situation had settled. Emperor Tianhui had taken control of the 10 prefectures in the northwest from Westliang and used the name of Tianning. Long Tianma had taken over the capital and 7 prefectures in the northeast and used the name of Tianan. Meanwhile, the central and southern regions remained as they were. No one dared to seek refuge with Tianning or Tianan, much less rise up in rebellion. Very soon, rumors began to spread that the Duke of Qin would attack the capital and swallow up the 10 prefectures in the northwest. Both Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma grew restless, while the armies of Jiangnan and the central regions grew restless. But in reality, no one knew where His Highness Duke of Qin was. After that night in the capital, His Highness Duke of Qin seemed to have vanished into thin air. He never showed his face in public again. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi was still sitting in her carriage. She knew what was going on as soon as she saw the chaos in the capital. It wasn't because she was smart, but because she'd gotten a good grasp of Long Feiye's methods after interacting with him for so long. When she overheard the conversation between Long Feiye and Emperor Tianhui in the imperial study, she already knew which move the Long Feiye would make. She was about to tell 7th Madam to pack up and leave when the Bailey army's mermaid soldiers suddenly appeared and took them out of the city via the waterways. After leaving the city, 7th Madam and the rest were arranged to take a different route while she boarded the carriage alone. The mermaid soldiers said that His Highness Duke of Qin wanted to see her, who knew that they'd end up traveling for an entire month towards the south. It was more like a sightseeing trip, with beautiful scenery along the way. Occasionally, they'd hear news about Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma, but Han Yunqi wasn't in the mood to pay attention to such details. She was very quiet the entire time. At first, she didn't ask any questions, but allowed the mermaid soldiers to arrange things. All she did was follow them, and when she was bored, she'd hide in the detox system and sleep for an entire afternoon. But gradually, she couldn't take it anymore. Long Feiye said he wanted to see her, but where was he? Where was he? Where was he? She asked the mermaid soldiers multiple times, but none of them knew. All they said was that His Highness Duke of Qin had ordered them to head towards South Ning Prefecture. Didn't that bastard allow her to go back to the Han estate? Why was he still looking for her? If he wanted to find her, then so be it. Why did he have her head south for so long without showing his face? Just what did he want? Han Yunqi was so angry that she almost poisoned the mermaid soldiers and fled, but she didn't. Instead, she grew even more taciturn and didn't ask any questions. Until one day, the carriage slowly came to a stop in front of an estate. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please get off the carriage," the mermaid soldier reported in a low voice. Han Yunqi had just emerged from the detox system and was still groggy. She got off the carriage as soon as she heard the words "get off," but she froze when she saw the familiar doors. Chapter 503. Aside from the Duke of Qin's estate, this was the place where Han Yunqi had lived the longest. Even the Han estate couldn't compare to this place. Han Yunqi stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the large horizontal board. Here he had stood behind her and recited the poem Divinator, praise of the plum blossoms. Here he had asked her what was precious. She had replied, "If one wishes to obtain the heart of one, they will never part even when their hair turns white." Here, she had gotten used to leaning on his shoulder to sleep. He had accompanied her through Tianning's coldest winter. This was the famous Jiangnan Plum Blossom Sea, the most famous of Jiangnan's 3 great gardens. It was named after the plum blossoms that bloomed like a sea every winter and spring. This place was the New Year's gift from Long Fei Yi to her. She had kept the command tablet in her medical pouch. Everything from last winter was still vivid in her mind. When she left, she had wondered if she could stay for another season. But Long Fei Yi, summer hasn't even passed yet. How did we become like this? Are you in the estate? Esteemed Wang Fei, please. The mermaid soldier presented the command tablet to the Plum Blossom Gardens, interrupting Han Yunqi's thoughts. Without a doubt, the medical pouch was in his hands. He had taken the command tablet out of it. Han Yunqi was silent for a long time before she finally asked, "Is His Highness inside?" Esteemed Wang Fei, please forgive me. This subordinate isn't clear. This subordinate only received orders to send you here yesterday, the mermaid soldier replied truthfully. Han Yunqi silently took the command tablet and stepped into Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Once inside, she hurried towards the small hot springs. She didn't know why she was in such a rush, but she was. She had almost rushed to the small hot springs when she came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. Only when she saw the emptiness of the small building did she regain her senses. He wasn't here. She smiled faintly, laughing at her own impatience. What was there to be anxious about? What was the difference between seeing him and not seeing him? He probably didn't want to see her, right? Otherwise, he would have come after promising her for a month, no matter how busy he was. But why did he leave her here in the Plum Blossom Sea? She couldn't even get him. So what was the point of these worldly things? Han Yunqi found a mermaid soldier. Where is the Han family? His Highness has already arranged a residence in the South Ning County. Princess Consort, please be at ease. The mermaid soldier honestly replied. Prepare the car. I'm going to South Ning, Han Yunqi said calmly. The mermaid soldiers did not receive any orders from His Highness, so they could only listen to their mistress. However, just as the carriage was ready, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour was imminent. Han Yunqi could only wait for the rain to stop. She sat on the doorstep and watched the rain get heavier. She unconsciously fell into a daze again. She didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been watching her from a distance. Over the past month, Tianning had been in turmoil, but this ruler of all things had done nothing. He had followed Han Yunqi's carriage from north to south, protecting her in secret and keeping her company in silence. He clearly said that he wanted to see her, and he clearly saw her all the time, but she didn't know. At this moment, she didn't know if he was looking at the rain, at her, or at a daze. His dark eyes were as deep and unfathomable as the sea. His brows were furrowed like swords. He could control the entire world, but not a single woman. Suddenly, a white shadow flew past Han Yunqi's back. Sensing the movement, Han Yunqi immediately turned back. Long Fei, you wanted to leave, but it was too late. Han Yunqi had caught him red-handed. Lil Thing was panting as it pounced nearby. It had been struggling for a month to lure Mama Yunqi to see Papa Long, but had never found a chance. The rain had finally given it a chance. It only hoped that the next time Papa Long grabbed it by the tail, it wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. Han Yunqi never expected to see Long Fei Yi like this. She gave a start, feeling like she was dreaming. When she turned back, she saw him right behind her. Long Fei Yi glanced in the direction Lil Thing had flown off in before letting Han Yunqi look on without batting an eyelid. Damn it! The two of them were silent as soon as they met. In the end, Long Fei Yi simply turned to leave. You stop right there, Han Yunqi said coldly. Long Fei, you really did stop, his back especially silent. What did you find me for? Han Yunqi asked mildly. Long Fei Yi didn't reply. After standing there for a while, he prepared to leave. Han Yunqi watched him leave step by step before chasing after him into the rain. She reached him and threw the Plum Garden command token at him. Give me back my medical pouch. Long Fei Yi didn't catch it, but the ceramic command token shattered into pieces. He looked down at the same time she did the same. Her palms began to ache as she stared at the fragments. Fine, he finally spoke. She looked up at him, only to see him as usual, his face cold and still. Your lordship will go get it. When will you bring it? I want to leave this place, she said, cold. He was silent for a while before replying mildly, I don't know. After saying that, he really left, disappearing into the curtain of rain. Han Yunqi stood in the rain in a daze. She felt like the whole world was raining, and it was raining cats and dogs. After the rain, Long Fei Yi disappeared, and Han Yunqi fell seriously ill. She had a severe cold and a high fever. The servant found a physician to take her pulse and prescribe medicine. Unfortunately, when the servant brought the medicine to her mouth, she flung it away and broke 3 big bowls in the morning. In the end, he had appeared. She woke up in a daze and saw him sitting by the bed, looking at her gently. She thought that she was dreaming again and quickly closed her eyes, afraid that she would wake up. Drink the medicine. She woke up the moment he spoke. When she saw his silent face, she knew that this wasn't a dream. He personally fed the medicine to her mouth. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. He still fed her the medicine, but she angrily picked it up and smashed it on the ground. Long Fei Yi, what do you want? Drink the medicine, he said mildly. Answer my question, she said angrily. After waiting for a month, he didn't say anything when they met and didn't allow her to leave. Was he playing with her? She had a high fever, and when she got angry, her face turned even redder. Just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently, coughing so hard that her heart and lungs hurt. His tone was anxious. Drink the medicine first, then I'll answer you. What if I don't? She challenged him coldly. It wasn't that she was arrogant, but that she was so angry that she didn't feel well. He didn't say anything and suddenly drank a big mouthful of medicine. Then he grabbed her chin and fiercely sealed her mouth, passing the medicine over. She struggled desperately and hit him, but he didn't let go. After he finished feeding her the medicine in her mouth, he drank another big mouthful and continued. She was so angry that she threw a punch and accidentally hit him in the chest. At that moment, he immediately let go of her and turned his head away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His internal injury had only recovered by 50%. How could he withstand such a close distance and a punch to the injury? She was instantly stunned. She stared blankly at his face that suddenly turned pale, not knowing what to do. What happened to him? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to feed her the medicine. Finish it. Long Fei Yi, you're injured? She exclaimed. Although she didn't understand, she guessed that it was an internal injury when she saw that he didn't seem to be hurt. His martial arts were so good, so how could he have an internal injury? Who did it? How much strength could her fist have? Just one punch was enough to make him spit out blood. How serious was his injury? He ignored her question and was as stubborn as a child, refusing to give up. Finish it. What happened to you? What happened? Tell me. What have you been doing for the past month? She anxiously pushed his hand away and wanted to check his chest, but he stubbornly brought the medicine over. Finish it. Long Fei Yi, what happened to you? Tell me. Han Yunqi cried, her tears falling. At this moment, the fear and grievances of the past month all came rushing up. Long Fei Yi, what happened to you? What's wrong? He hastily wiped away her tears, but there was no end to them. I'm fine, he said mildly. Liar. She was so fierce. He clearly spat out blood, so how could he be fine? I'm really fine. Be good and drink the medicine first. He was still worried about the medicine. He couldn't ruin his body after all this time. I won't drink it. He couldn't do anything about her stubbornness, so he could only reply, Kenzo's men hurt me. It's nothing serious. Your master? Han Yunqi was stunned. Duanmu, Yao couldn't hurt him. Few people in Tianshan Kenzo could either. Why did he leave with Duanmu, Yao, that day in such a hurry? He didn't even explain himself, and didn't even let her follow him? No, it was martial uncle, Tsang Chiozi, he said mildly. If it wasn't about Master, he would be willing to tell her. As for Master, he wouldn't tell her, nor would he let her see him. What happened? Han Yunqi asked seriously. The internal strife between the sects has already been resolved. He was so calm and collected. If he'd fought with Tsang Chiozi, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me anything? She demanded. Things happened so suddenly. So speaking, he offered her the medicine again. I won't drink it. She pushed it aside. I'll take a look at your injuries. Drink the medicine first, he said seriously. She knitted her brows, her eyes red with tears as she didn't move. Helpless, he could only set the medicine down and take off his robes. Even after so long, she could still see the handprint on his chest, a testament to Tsang Chiozi's ruthlessness. Her heart ached at the sight, but she didn't dare to touch him for fear of hurting him. Just then, I really deserve to die. Drink the medicine first, won't you? He was close to begging her. He'd never begged anyone in his life before. The 3 prefectures of the central region and the 15 cities of Jiangnan were all waiting for his command. But here he was begging a woman to drink medicine. But this woman refused to drink it. You suspect that Gu and I aren't innocent. You're looking down on me. This wasn't a question, but a definite accusation. His hand stiffened. No, he said quickly. But he quickly added, I can't kill you, but I'll kill Gu Qixiao. He did mind. I didn't do it on purpose. Back then. She hastily explained the situation to him. For the sake of avoiding that black-robed expert, she and Gu had no choice but to do so. Later on, she dressed Gu's wounds before putting on her clothes properly. That wasn't on purpose at all. Leaving aside the fact that it was her savior who'd been hurt, even if it wasn't, she couldn't care less in such an urgent situation. Gu's injuries were too severe, so saving him was a race against time. Despite her explanations, his face was still gloomy. I'll never forgive you. Drink the medicine. Chapter 504. I'll never forgive you. With a single sentence, he pronounced Han Yunqi's death sentence. Her eyes were red from crying as she stared at him innocently, as if she didn't understand the meaning of his words. Drink the medicine, he urged again. Whether Tianning was in chaos or Cloud Realm continent, the most important thing in the world was the bowl of medicine in his hands. Han Yunqi stared at him for a long time, her lips pursed tightly. She didn't speak or drink. Long Fei Yi was probably the most patient person in his life. Be good, don't make a fuss. The edge of the bowl was already pressed against Han Yunqi's lips, but she still didn't move. Drink it. He lowered his eyes, his temper so good that it seemed like he would never lose his temper. Only then did she speak. I really didn't do it on purpose. He avoided the topic. Drink the medicine. Will you forgive me? She asked seriously. There was no room for discussion, so he shook his head. She suddenly took the medicine and drank it all in one gulp. I finished drinking it. This Long Fei Yi was surprised and startled. He should have sighed in relief when she finished the medicine, but now his heart felt even more stifled. I finished it all, Han Yunqi said again. Long Fei Yi replied mildly. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi said, You can leave now. Just who was sentencing who to death? Long Fei Yi stood rooted to the ground. Han Yunqi ignored him and lay down, covering herself with the covers and closing her eyes to sleep. The already quiet room grew even quieter, like a silent time. After a long, long time, Long Fei Yi finally got up. Was he really leaving? Yes, he was really leaving. He turned to leave, step by step, away from the bed. Han Yunqi stole a glance and was about to get up when Long Fei Yi suddenly stopped. She hastily shut her eyes. Long Fei Yi stood at the same spot for a while before returning to sit by the bed. However, he did not speak and only looked at her. Not long after, Han Yunqi opened her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, he said, I'll leave after you recover. Under the silk quilt, her hands were clenched tightly, but she replied nonchalantly, "Sure." He stayed just like that. This was like an unspoken agreement. He didn't mention anything about Gu, and she didn't chase after him to ask if he forgave her. He stayed by her bedside the entire day. Not only did he personally feed her medicine, he even fed her 3 meals. Every hour, he would touch her forehead to check if her fever had subsided. She was lying down and he was sitting. The two of them did not speak for the entire day, but it was not awkward at all. At night, her fever had not completely subsided. He gently touched her forehead, as if he could not feel it. He leaned close to her and gently lifted her bangs. He pressed his face against her forehead to feel her temperature, and casually said, "It seems to be quite hot." His smooth chin was right above the tip of her nose. At such a close distance, she could smell the most familiar scent. She said, "It should have subsided. I'll be fine tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Don't worry." He retreated, not forgetting to tidy up her bangs. His slender and good-looking fingers gently played with her hair. It was so gentle that it did not seem like him. Long Fei. It was clearly just a small amount of bangs, but he fiddled with them for a long time. She did not move or make a sound, allowing him to do as he pleased. In the end, he still had to stop. Once he let go, her heart felt empty. "Let me see the wound on your shoulder." He actually remembered it all along. "It's healed. There's only a little scar left." It had been a month, and the white-clothed gentleman's medicine was very effective. "Let this prince take a look." He insisted. She could only take off her clothes and reveal her shoulder. As she said, the wound had completely healed, leaving only a shallow scar. He gently caressed it. She turned her head away, afraid that she would succumb to the gentleness in his hands. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," he said mildly. After a while, she said, "It's okay. I forgive you." His hand froze on her shoulder. She pushed it away without a trace, put on her clothes, and lazily snuggled into the blankets. "Aren't you going to treat your wound?" she asked. "Wait until you're asleep," he said. Thus, she immediately turned her back to him to sleep. He sat cross-legged on a short couch and treated his wound for an entire night. She kept her eyes open until dawn with her back facing him. They had agreed that they would leave once they were well. No matter how severe the typhoid or cold was, it would always get better, right? She turned over and saw him looking at her. Just like last night, he leaned over and pressed his cold cheek against her forehead. It subsided. He was very sure. She coughed a few times. She was very clear that as long as she took her medicine on time, she would be fine in at most 3 days. "Let the doctor take a look again," he said again. She answered mildly. When the doctor came, he actually said that her body was in good condition. He said that she would be fine after taking her medicine for another day. Her originally weak body had long been nourished by him using old hens and lobsters. Moreover, the medicine that the doctor prescribed for her were all treasures that took effect quickly. It was really impossible for her to stay sick forever. She was originally not someone who could lie down. She could clearly get out of bed, but she lay down for another day. On this day, he even personally attended to her. Not a single servant girl was allowed to enter. After feeding her medicine, he sat at the side and treated her wound. She quietly looked at him. Suddenly, she had an illusion that they were back in the cold winter of last year. 100 steps, compared to this time, which was closer and which was further. The next morning, Han Yunqi fully recovered. She decisively got out of bed and said straightforwardly, "Long Fei Yi, I'm fine." "Oh." Long Fei Yi nodded. After a moment, he took out a command token. It was none other than the Plum C command token that had been smashed into pieces. He had actually fixed it back together. Although it was full of cracks, it was still intact. He said, "If you don't want to return to the Duke of Qin's residence, how about returning to Jiangnan's Plum Sea?" Han Yunqi's heart clenched slightly. Looking at Long Fei Ye's face, which had been silent for 2 days, she felt her heart ache for no reason. Jiangnan's Plum Sea already belonged to her, but it was still given to her by him. Was it any different from returning to the Duke of Qin's residence? Okay, she agreed just like that and took back the command token. He lowered his head and turned to leave. He left? He left just like that. Bastard. You really left when I told you to. Han Yunqi's heart fiercely skipped a beat. Without thinking, she chased after Long Fei from behind and hugged him tightly around his waist. If you'll never forgive me, can you pretend to forgive me for a while? He pulled her hand as if to pull it away. She hugged him even tighter in fright. Can I? Long Fei still pulled her away and turned around to look at her with furrowed brows. Han Yunqi was flustered. Her heart felt stifled, and even breathing became difficult. He actually looked helpless as he said mildly, "This prince only wants to get the medical kit. You don't be anxious." Han Yunqi was stunned on the spot. She suddenly didn't know what to say. Long Fei couldn't help but stroke her bangs when he saw her dazed expression. "Since you want to pretend, then pretend for the rest of your life." Han Yunqi almost cried. He shouldn't bully her like this. She was really frightened. "Long Fei, how can you be so bad?" She was about to cry, but he still asked her seriously, "What do you think? Is this okay?" She didn't say anything and just looked at him. She was clearly about to cry, but she smiled. He still held her hand like before, their fingers intertwined as they strolled through the plum blossom forest. She was still panicking as she sorted out her messy thoughts. She thought that she really, really liked this man. Otherwise, why didn't she just walk away? Why would she be bullied to this extent? She looked up and saw his naturally cold side profile. At this moment, what was he thinking? "Long Fei," she spoke softly. Many years later, she would forget that it was from this moment onwards that she no longer called this man "Your Highness," but directly called him by his name. He looked over. "What are you thinking about?" After the quarrel, she was less cautious than before. "I'm thinking about the antidote for broomcorn millet poison. Do you believe me?" Long Fei said mildly. Han Yunqi only remembered this matter now. Gu's words were still ringing in her ears, and Long Fei's attitude was like this. Who should she believe? Long Fei stopped and asked forcefully, "Do you believe me?" "Believe what?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Han Yunqi looked back and saw the Tang clan's young head, Tang Li, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. This fellow was still dressed in white and had an immortal-like temperament, but he still ruined his good temperament with a single word. "Han Yunqi, you're finally not throwing a tantrum anymore?" Tang Li asked with a smile. Han Yunqi not only pretended not to hear, but also not to see him. She turned her head away and ignored him. "Han Yunqi, Aunt Ru was right to scold you. You're a femme fatale. Do you know how many people in Jiangnan and the central regions are waiting for my brother to declare himself an emperor and establish a country?" Tang Li was about to continue when Long Fei's cold gaze silenced him. Han Yunqi said coldly, "Your brother won't declare himself an emperor, much less establish a country. You're thinking too much." A trifling 3 prefectures in the central regions and 15 cities in Jiangnan were nothing in Long Fei's eyes. If he wanted to declare himself an emperor and establish a country, he'd have to conquer all of Cloud Realm Continent. Long Fei looked at Han Yunqi with interest. "How did you know?" "Your Highness, the 3 prefectures in the central regions and the 15 cities in Jiangnan have long been under your control. What difference does it make whether you make a move or not? If you don't declare yourself an emperor and establish a country, you'll be able to give Long Tianma and Tianhui some thought. Who wouldn't covet the people in the central regions and Jiangnan's granary?" Han Yunqi smiled as she spoke. "Anyone who covets the things in someone else's hands will be used by that person." Long Fei applauded Han Yunqi 3 times. Although he didn't say anything, he'd already made his stance clear. Besides this woman, There was probably no one else who could read his thoughts so thoroughly. He could have used Long Tianma and the Mu family to take over all of Tianing, but he wasn't in a rush. Without Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma, who would help him deal with Western Zhou and Northern Li, Tang Li didn't have such a good head for politics. But he understood after listening to Han Yunqi's analysis. He sighed with emotion. Han Yunqi, you really aren't stupid except when you're jealous. If you get jealous so easily, you might turn into an idiot. You. Han Yunqi grew angry. Oh, that's right. You turn into an idiot too when you're bewitched by a man's charms. Tang Li couldn't seem to stop teasing her. Try spouting more nonsense. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes dangerously. How am I spouting nonsense? Just then you were talking about goo, weren't you? You're so smart, but you still can't figure it out? Gu Qishao had purposely mixed in the powder that would turn the bottle black. You're saying he just wants to keep the antidote for himself? He's clearly plotting to drive a wedge between the two of you, Tang Li said seriously. Chapter 505. What was Gu's motive for doing this? Han Yunqi frowned and stared at Tang Li. Tang Li asked again. He obviously knew what you were capable of, yet he added so much powder. He obviously did it on purpose to lure you over. Let's take a step back and say that if my brother really lied to you, he really knew something. Why didn't he just show you the evidence directly? Why did he go through so much trouble? That guy is just trying to drive a wedge between you and me. Han Yunqi's expression was complicated. Long Fei Yi remained silent. Tang Li's words were not false at all. That was exactly what Gu meant. And it was precisely because of this that Gu suffered a tragedy in this matter. Han Yunqi had already considered these 2 points. After listening to Tang Li's analysis, the scales in her heart finally tilted. If there were suspicions, Gu was indeed more suspicious. Han Yunqi did not say anything for a long time. Long Fei Yi stared at her with his lips pursed tightly. He looked quite serious. So I'm not talking nonsense, right? Tang Li pulled the topic back and sighed. My brother is so good-looking. How can he lose to Gu? Even if you're seduced by men, you'll still be seduced by my brother. This time, Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes again. However, Tang Li seemed to be addicted to talking. He said again, Han Yunqi, you're a married woman. You have to take. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly could not make a sound. His mouth kept moving. He tried his best to say something, but he could not make a single sound. Was he mute? Han Yunqi glanced at him and said coldly, Your mouth must be tired from talking so much. Take a rest. We'll talk again tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she held Long Fei Ye's hand. Let's go and get the medical kit. Would Long Fei Yi save Tang Li? Obviously not. Although Tang Li had helped him with Gu's matter, he still felt that Tang Li talked too much. Han Yunqi held onto Long Fei Ye's hand and walked at a leisurely pace. As she walked, her mind wandered. She was undoubtedly pondering about the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison. Long Fei Yi did not say anything. He knew that Tang Li's words were enough. Gu had the ability to find out that Mute Granny was imprisoned by him in the Yu Pavilion, but he did not directly bring Han Yunqi there. There was no doubt that he wanted to hide his abilities. Why didn't he reveal his true abilities after being shot by the crossbowmen like a hedgehog? What does it have to do with Medical City or the poison sex poison Gu humans if he didn't die after being stabbed in the heart? He was very interested. Long Fei Yi didn't ask about the antidote to broomcorn millet poison, and Han Yunqi didn't mention it again. Perhaps she already had a judgment in her heart. Was Mute Granny's matter over just like that? Or perhaps the truth would come to light one day. To Long Fei Yi and Gu, who was the 10% antidote to broomcorn millet poison a blessing or a curse? The truth would come to light one day. The only thing she was certain of was that something big had happened between Long Fei and Gu Qishao. After Han Yunqi got the medical kit, she took out a bottle of vitality-stabilizing medicinal pills and gave it to Long Fei. She couldn't help with his internal injuries, but she should at least nourish his body. The next day, the mute Tang Li was finally liberated and could speak again. He was so frightened that he decided to stay 10 steps away from Han Yunqi whenever he saw her in the future. What do you mean by only vile people and women are hard to raise? It's just that the Duke of Qin's women are hard to raise. Too scary. Brother, you better be careful in the future. She might poison you to death one day. Tang Li reminded him seriously. Long Fei Yi pretended not to hear him and asked cold, "How's my master?" Same as always. Tang Li immediately denied it. No. It's a lot better than before because Duanmu Yao is here. Long Fei Yi banged the table heavily and didn't say anything. Brother, Tian Shan Kenzo's matter is more troublesome than usual. It's better if you don't get involved. Tang Li wasn't joking. Long Fei Yi nodded and asked, "Is there any progress with the 100 Poison sect?" Tang Li shook his head. Even the Wang family can't get in touch with the person who snuck in. I think things aren't looking good. Jun Yixia hadn't made any moves since leaving Fishery Island. This made Long Fei Yi rather uneasy, but he still couldn't make up his mind to deal with any changes. Perhaps it was a good thing that Jun Yixia wasn't making any moves. At least he had time to finish playing Tianing's game of chess. While Tianing was still in turmoil, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had settled down in Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. Unlike last winter's cautiousness, Han Yunqi was more or less acting like a lady of the house. Long Fei Yi had given her a group of shadow guards, and she'd stolen a large batch of hidden weapons from Tang Li. After dipping them in poison, she gave them to the shadow guards and taught them some basic poison arts. Of course, while she was busy, she was also quietly studying the perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, spent most of his time recuperating from his injuries besides brewing tea and reading scrolls. It was already good enough that he hadn't succumbed to qi deviation, but it'd take him at least 2 to 3 months to fully recover. By then, Han Yunqi's poison guards had finished training. Long Fei Ye's injuries were more or less healed, and Tianing's situation had more or less stabilized. The north was divided into 2 countries, with the Xiaoshui River as the boundary. West of the river was Tianing, whose capital was West Jing. East of the river was Tianen, whose capital had been renamed Tianan City. Emperor Tianhui had made Chu Qinga empress and received the support of the Western Zhou emperor. Rumors had it that Chu Qinga was pregnant with a dragon seed, but only the people involved knew the truth. Long Tianma had made Mu Luiwa empress, while the empress from the western mountains had been brought back to the palace. Rumors had it that Mu Luiwa and the empress were living together, but that remained to be seen. Today, Long Fei Yi asked Han Yunqi, "Are you willing to go back to the estate?" Go back to the estate? Han Yunqi was surprised. Although Long Tianma had confiscated many of Tianan's estates, he hadn't touched the Duke of Qin's estate. He didn't dare to. Han Yunqi had even heard that the Han estate was fine and that no one had dared to barge in, even if Long Tianma came to invite him. Long Fei, you wouldn't go back at a time like this, much less Long Tianma's absence. Go back to the estate? Back to which estate? Do you want to go back? Long Fei Yi asked again. This fellow still remembered how she'd returned to her parents' home in a fit of pique. Of course, let's go. Han Yunqi didn't ask, waiting to see where he'd take her. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi really did take her out the door. The late autumn winds were strong. He untied his cloak and wrapped it around her. Just like before, he led her into the carriage. Only after the carriage had gone far away did a fiery, red figure appear on the high walls of Jiangnan's Plum Sea. His red robes were like fire, fluttering in the wind. Who else could it be but Gu? Inside the carriage, Long Fei was the same as before. He ignored her as he leaned back in his seat and flipped through a few secret missives. She burrowed into his arms and read with him. These letters came from Northern Li. Western Zhou, Medicine City, and even Medical City. It had to be said that this fellow had eyes and ears all over Cloud Realm continent. Soon they entered southern Ning City. As soon as the carriage stopped, there was a commotion all around. Han Yunqi got off her horse to take a look and gave a start. In front of her was a brand new estate. 2 large lions stood at the entrance, and the 4-meter-wide vermilion door exuded a dignified aura. The plaque above the door clearly read, Duke of Qin's Estate. Return to the Duke of Qin's estate. How did she become so stupid? Han Yunqi suddenly realized that some of Tang Li's words seemed to make a bit of sense. Long Fei Yi didn't proclaim himself emperor, nor did he divide his power. Instead, he built a Duke of Qin's estate in southern Ning, the largest prefecture in the central region. This made those people ponder over his intentions. Han Yunqi didn't have time to look because a group of people had already gathered around them. Among them were high-ranking officials, military generals, and even some of the more influential and famous families. Long Fei Ye's estate was originally a temporary imperial residence. Since the renovation started 2 to 3 months ago, this group of people had been guarding it every day, waiting for him to show his face. The central region and Jiangnan were like a group of dragons without a leader. This group of people had been waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, their master had arrived. There were at least 10 people, and all of them had prominent statuses. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi dismissed them with a single sentence. This prince is used to being idle and can't manage such a big matter. You can all go back. While everyone was still in shock, Long Fei Yi had already led Han Yunqi into the estate. Han Yunqi inadvertently turned around to take a look. She unexpectedly met many reproachful and resentful gazes. She couldn't help but shiver. She thought that Long Fei Yi was so idle, so there were probably many people who scolded her for being a femme fatale. This estate wasn't as big as the Duke of Qin's estate in Tianan City. It also wasn't divided into many courtyards. There was only one independent courtyard named Leisurely Cloud Courtyard. However, everything in Leisurely Cloud Courtyard was exactly the same as the Hibiscus Courtyard. There was a mysterious palace and a loft. As soon as Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived, Zhao Mama and the rest arrived as well. Each of them was happier than the other when they saw Han Yunqi. Although they didn't know how their mistresses had made up, it was good enough, wasn't it? Han Yunqi happily settled in. A few days later, all 3 clans in Medicine City sent letters asking to meet with Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Without a doubt, they were here for the sake of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Han Yunqi hadn't forgotten about Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but she didn't know how to tell Long Fei about it. After all, Pill Fiend Pharmacy involved Gu Qishao, who seemed to have gone missing. Even now, there was no news of him. After reading the letter, Long Fei generously sent Chu Shifeng to Pill Fiend Valley to deliver the message to Gu Qishao. If he didn't show up, then they'd have full authority over Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi and wanted to say something, but didn't in the end. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings towards Gu Qishao. Leaving aside everything else, Gu Qishao had at least saved her life. If possible, Han Yunqi didn't want to lose him as a friend. Very soon, Chu Shifeng returned. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Gu isn't at Medicine Ghost Valley, but he left word that he won't care about Pill Fiend Pharmacy anymore. He only needs to deliver the silver to Medicine Ghost Valley on time. This doesn't seem like Gu's style at all. Someone come. Invite the 3 clans of Medicine City to meet with South Ning's Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Long Fei Yi ordered. Now Han Yunqi was astonished. Since when did South Ning have a Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Tianan City's Pill Fiend Pharmacy hadn't even been built yet. Today, Long Fei Yi brought her to a large, nameless estate near the Duke of Qin's estate. It had a spacious storefront, hidden storerooms, and many side rooms. Han Yunqi finally realized that Long Fei Yi had long ordered people to start building Pill Fiend Pharmacy in South Ning Prefecture. However, construction had stopped for a long time and only resumed 2 months ago. Now it was all finished and waiting for the sign to be hung up. You can hang up the sign after we've finished our negotiations with Medicine City, Long Fei said. Han Yunqi looked at him as her heart warmed. This guy really is considerate. Han Yunqi looked around with Long Fei Yi by her side. But when they reached the courtyard, they suddenly heard a resolute voice from next door. Even if I die here today, I won't go back. Chapter 506. She'd rather die than go back? Han Yunqi was just thinking about the familiar voice when Long Fei Yi spoke up. It's her again. Yes, it's her again, Mu Ling. Long Fei Ye's tone made it clear that he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But Han Yunqi was a bit worried about this girl. Moreover, Mu Ling was a genius pharmacist, and Pill Fiend Pharmacy needed her. She smiled and said, Long Fei Yi, why don't you climb the wall and take a look? Climb the wall. When had he, Long Fei Yi, ever climbed a wall? With Han Yunqi in his arms, he silently flew up to a tree in the neighboring courtyard. From where he stood, he could see everything clearly. Han Yunqi suddenly felt that it would be great if she had a personal bodyguard like Long Fei Yi. Actually, she already had one, didn't she? The person in the courtyard was indeed Mu Ling. At this moment, she was holding a dagger to her neck. The young man standing in front of her was dressed in bright clothes and had the appearance of a hedonistic son of a wealthy family. Behind him were a dozen or so sword-wielding bodyguards. His aura was fierce and overbearing. Stinking girl, do you think this young master can't do anything to you if you threaten me with death? The young man's insufferably arrogant attitude could only be described with his nose in the air. I'm not joking with you. If I die, do you think father will spare you? Mu Ling questioned loudly. At this point, Han Yunqi more or less understood what was going on. Mu Ling had offended the entire Medicine City because of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and had been pursued by them for over a year now. In the past year, her father, Mu Linger, probably helped her block a lot of things. However, when Han Yunqi heard that Mu Linger was short of money, she knew that her father couldn't withstand the pressure and wanted her to go back. If Han Yunqi guessed correctly, Mu Ingdong must have created the illusion of Mu Ling's death and then secretly imprisoned Mu Ling for the rest of her life so that she could continue to be loyal to the Mu family. Han Yunqi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Being born in a big family, if one was too useless, one would be discriminated against. If one was too dazzling, there would be all kinds of thoughts. Ha ha ha! Do you think this young master will let my father know? The young man's laughter pulled Han Yunqi back from her thoughts. She saw Mu Linger's dagger was really going to stab her neck. Miss Jiu! A guard shouted. But unfortunately, the young man slapped him and angrily said, What are you stopping me for? If you want to die, then die with her. As he spoke, he dragged the guard out and kicked him to Mu Linger's side. The guard was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He got up and resentfully stood to the side, not daring to make a sound. Mu Chaoran, don't go too far. Mu Linger angrily said, Mu Chaoran? Han Yunqi was stunned at first, but then she almost laughed out loud. What a coincidence! They had just made an appointment with the 3 medicine clans to discuss the sale of low-quality ingredients at Pill Fiend Pharmacy when this guy showed up, right next to it. After all, most of the shady dealings between Medicine City and the black market were done by this young master of the Mu family. If they wanted to have a smooth negotiation with Medicine City, especially the Mu family, they naturally had to first have a good talk with this young master. Your Highness, this matter is none of our business, shouldn't we? Before Han Yunqi could finish speaking, Long Fei Yi coldly declared, We're definitely going to interfere. Guards, what are you waiting for? Mu Chaoran waved his hand in a particularly arrogant manner. Who would have thought that Mu Linger would actually raise her head and cut her neck with the dagger, leaving a bloody mark? All of the guards stopped in their tracks. Han Yunqi was shocked. Stupid girl, Mu Chaoran is stupid, but you're even stupider than him. You're a pig. Without Mu Linger, the Mu family could have faked Mu Linger's medicine to create a genius. If Mu Ingdong hadn't been imprisoned by Mu Linger, he would have definitely made the first young master into the second genius of the Mu family. If Mu Linger died, Mu Chaoran would suffer the greatest loss. How could Mu Chaoran think so deeply? Ever since he was young, he'd wanted nothing more than for Mu Linger to die. As long as she was dead, there would be no one to compete with him for the position of house head. As long as she was dead, he would be able to unscrupulously search through her belongings and find the 38 medicinal notes. What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to mingle in the Mu family anymore? He roared. The guards listened to Mu Linger in the end. Even if the tip of the dagger had already pierced into her flesh and could take her life at any time, they still went forward to capture her. Mu Linger suddenly smiled. Her smile was filled with despair. She really wanted to die. Returning to the Mu family was a fate worse than death for her. As for Chi Brother, when she woke up at the inn and found out that Chi Brother had poisoned her to get rid of her, she suddenly realized how much Chi Brother disliked her. Up until now, there were only two things in her life. One was to create medicine for the Mu family, and the other was goo. Now, there was nothing left for her. The guards were already in front of her. She could either stab her with the dagger or be captured by them. Mu Linger closed her eyes. Just as she was about to vent her anger, a clang was suddenly heard and the dagger fell to the ground. Who's there? Mu Chaoran was the first to react. Two quick-witted guards wanted to seize the chance to capture Mu Linger, but they suddenly collapsed to the ground with bloody wounds on their necks. Now all of the guards were afraid and backed away. Mu Chaoran was the most frightened of them all. He hid behind the guards and shouted, "You dare to provoke my Medicine City's Mu family? Do you want to die? Who's there? Come out." Long Fei Yi slowly landed with Han Yunqi in his arms. Mu Chaoran didn't recognize the Long Fei Yi, but felt that Han Yunqi's face was very familiar. "Han Yunqi," Mu Linger exclaimed. "Why did she run into this woman again? Why did she run into her when she was at her most wretched?" Mu Chaoran finally realized why he felt so familiar. This was the woman the Duke of Qin had once put a bounty on all of Cloud Realm continent. Qin Wangfei. So the man holding her waist so domineeringly was Duke of Qin, Mu Chaoran muttered. Mu Chaoran had spent the past few months searching for Mu Linger, so he had no idea that Zhang Sunzilin had already surrendered to the Duke of Qin's estate. Although he feared Long Fei Yi in his heart, he still acted like the eldest young master of the Mu clan and said, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, these are my Mu clan's internal affairs. I ask that you make things easy for us." Mu Chaoran was polite enough, but Long Fei Yi wasn't the least bit courteous. He gave Mu Chaoran a cold look without replying. Feeling awkward, Mu Chaoran hardened his tone. Someone come and take ninth young miss back." Although the Duke of Qin wasn't someone to be trifled with, neither was the head of Medicine City's Mu clan. He'd heard of how Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had teamed up with Guqi Sha to open Pill Fiend Pharmacy. No matter what those two did, anyone who had anything to do with Pill Fiend Pharmacy was an enemy of Medical City and Medicine City. Based on this alone, Mu Chaoran felt that he had no reason to be afraid of them. Before the guards could move, Han Yunqi had already stepped in front of Mu Linger to block their path. She crossed her arms over her chest and smiled at Mu Chaoran, her smile completely harmless. Mu Linger lowered her head and remained silent. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran sneered. "Esteemed Wang Fei, it seems that esteemed Wang Fei is determined to meddle in my Mu clan's internal affairs." Han Yunqi smiled and nodded. Mu Chaoran didn't hold back and pointed at Han Yunqi. "Very good. You'd better not regret this." Then he turned to leave. He might be stupid, but he wasn't stupid enough to try and fight the Duke of Qin with just a few people. He'd only taken 2 steps when he unwillingly turned back. Making an enemy of Medicine City is the same as making an enemy of Medical City. There won't be a good ending. Han Yunqi had a very good temper. She smiled and waved goodbye. Mu Chaoran was infuriated to death. Crazy woman! He spat. Just as he was about to turn around, a sharp wind blade suddenly scraped past his neck. It hurts. He touched his hand and found it covered in blood. When he focused, he saw a blood-stained leaf on the ground in front of him. He was scared out of his wits and turned to Long Fei, only to see Long Fei playing with a few leaves in his hand. He then looked at Han Yunqi and saw that she was still smiling and waving at him. Mu Chaoran felt a chill run down his spine. He had a very bad premonition. Go on, why aren't you leaving? Han Yunqi finally spoke in a very friendly tone. What do you want? This young master is the eldest young master of the Mu clan. If you dare do anything to me, Medicine City won't let you off. Mu Chaoran warned. Mu Linger, your brother is leaving. Aren't you going to send him off? Han Yunqi asked. Mu Linger finally raised her head and looked at Han Yunqi straight back. She didn't know what possessed her, but she felt a sense of security. She didn't feel like she was alone anymore. She walked out with her chin held high. Of course I have to send him off properly. Mu Linger, you dare! Mu Chaoran roared. See if I dare or not. Mu Linger sneered and walked step by step towards Mu Chaoran. Mu Chaoran turned to run, but Long Fei immediately presented him with a leaf. He abruptly stopped, but Mu Linger kicked him from behind, just like how he'd kicked the guard. Go on, didn't you want to leave? Guards! Guards! No matter how Mu Chaoran shouted, it was all in vain. Who didn't fear the Duke of Qin's leaf? Mu Linger crouched down and asked seriously, You're not leaving? I'm your brother. Mu Chaoran emphasized. I have plenty of brothers. You're not the only one. Mu Linger smiled coldly. What are you thinking? Mu Chaoran was scared. Mu Linger smiled as innocently as Han Yunqi, but she suddenly threw a punch at Mu Chaoran's face. This old lady has wanted to do you for a long time. Mu Linger, Mu Chaoran couldn't speak because Mu Linger used both her hands, punching left and right to vent her anger. In the end, Mu Chaoran was knocked unconscious. Long Fei raised his eyebrows, but Han Yunqi was stunned. She didn't expect this girl's fists to be so hard. She asked suspiciously, Hey, doesn't your hand hurt? Mu Linger stood up, not caring about the blood on her fist. She said coldly, Han Yunqi, I didn't ask you to save me. I don't care what your motive is. You want my life and nothing else. Han Yunqi probably liked Mu Linger's stubbornness. Although it was all because of a motive, it was indeed a motive. She took a step forward and whispered in Mu Linger's ear. She didn't know what she said, but Mu Linger's cold and arrogant expression instantly softened. Really? She asked seriously. If I lie to you, I'll die a horrible death. However, you better pretend that you don't know anything. Han Yunqi whispered. Chapter 507. What did Han Yunqi tell Mu Ling? Heaven and earth didn't know. Only the two of them knew. In any case, Mu Ling's entire being lit up. Han Yunqi, I believe you. Han Yunqi's focus was clearly on the latter part of her sentence. She repeated herself. It's best if you pretend you don't know anything, Mu Ling. I was in a good mood as she broke into a wicked grin. What do I know? I don't know a thing. Han Yunqi discovered that this girl still looked better when she smiled. She handed her a bottle of medicine. Hurry and treat that neck wound. Be careful, you won't be able to get married if it leaves a scar. Mu Ling glanced at the bottle with disdain. No need, I have plenty of medicine. She was about to leave when she scooted closer to Han Yunqi's ear and murmured, Han Yunqi, does our agreement from last time still count? A few months ago, Han Yunqi had wanted her to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Because of the coup in Tianning's capital, Pill Fiend Pharmacy hadn't opened for business yet. Because she'd escaped the Mu clan's pursuit, the matter had been delayed. A crafty gleam flashed past Han Yunqi's eyes. She knew that she could basically lure this girl to Pill Fiend Pharmacy now. She'd admit that she was crafty. Of course, Pill Fiend Pharmacy is right next door. It'll open in half a month. After that, you're welcome to come anytime, Han Yunqi smiled. Just you wait. Mu Ling coolly tossed out these 2 words before leaving. As for Mu Chaoran, she'd already told Chi Brother to let him off the hook last time at the Mu clan's medicinal grounds. This time he could go and die. With Mu Ling gone and Mu Chaoran unconscious, the Mu clan guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Han Yunqi didn't speak, but simply smiled at them. When they saw Qin Wangfei's harmless smile, the guards were so scared that they scrambled away. How could they dare to save Mu Chaoran? The only thing they can do is to quickly report to the Mu family head. She meddled in other people's business and picked up the eldest young master of the Mu family. Han Yunqi thought, good intentions are rewarded. She turned to look at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, carry him away. At this moment, Long Fei Yi felt like he had become a bodyguard who was at the beck and call of this woman. Of course, the ones who carried Mu Chaoran away were the shadow guards. Long Fei Yi was so obsessed with cleanliness. In this lifetime, he would probably only carry Han Yunqi. Mu Chaoran was left in Pill Fiend Pharmacy for a day and a night. He hadn't even woken up when Mu Ingdong's handwritten letter arrived via Eagle. The tone of the letter was quite rude, stating that the black market business was one thing and the Mu family's business was another. He questioned why Long Fei Yi had meddled in the Mu clan's business for no reason and accused Long Fei Yi of bullying the weak. He strongly requested that Long Fei Yi immediately release Mu Chaoran. Otherwise, the Mu clan and Medicine City would accompany him to the end. Han Yunqi read the letter a total of 3 times before seriously asking Long Fei Yi, Your Highness, aren't we going too far? Aren't you here to save someone? Long Fei Yi retorted. Han Yunqi nodded seriously. Thus, Long Fei Yi personally wrote a letter to Mu Ingdong via Eagle. When Mu Ingdong received the letter, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Long Fei Ye's reply was as follows. He said that Mu Ling had been forced to commit suicide. Fortunately, Qin Wangfei had saved her, so the Mu clan owed Qin Wangfei a life. As for Mu Chaoran, he had been beaten unconscious by his own sister and abandoned by his guards. Qin Wangfei couldn't bear to see him like this and could only rescue him back to Pill Fiend Pharmacy to take care of him. Thus, the Mu clan owed Qin Wangfei a life. That's a total of 2 lives, so please keep them in mind. Mu Ingdong was currently on his way to South Ning Prefecture. Regarding Mu Chaoran's collusion with Zhang Sunzilan to sell rare herbs at a high price in the black market, Mu Ingdong didn't plan to appear personally. He only planned to be the military advisor behind the scenes and let Mu Chaoran talk to Han Yunqi himself. After all, he had to leave himself a way out. If the negotiations failed, he could still punish Mu Chaoran as the Mu clan's patriarch and give the world an explanation. At the very least, he could restore the Mu clan's reputation to a certain extent. But now, before he even arrived, Mu Chaoran had fallen into Han Yunqi's hands. What was there to talk about? Mu Ingdong thought about it for a long time before finally placing all the blame on Mu Ling. If it wasn't for this pampered girl, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Pill Fiend Pharmacy had already been completed, so Han Yunqi was extremely busy. What was she busy with? Of course, she was tidying up the herbs. She originally wanted to decorate Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but after taking a stroll around, she found that there was no need for that at all. Everyone said that simple decorations were fine, but Pill Fiend Pharmacy's decorations were definitely done with great care and effort. Aside from the herbs, any other decorations were superfluous. The storehouse design, on the other hand, was a combination of her original blueprints and many additional details. It could be said to be perfect. This was Long Fei Ye's style. He always gave the best. Han Yunqi was so busy that she didn't have time to pay attention to Mu Chaoran. She originally planned to have a good chat with him after he woke up, but who would have thought that Mu Chaoran would sleep for another day and night? No matter how hard that little girl Muling Er's fists were, how could she really beat a grown man until he was crippled? How strange! Under Long Fei Ye's accompaniment, Han Yunqi arrived at the guest room that had taken in Mu Chaoran. She saw the bruised and swollen Mu Chaoran lying on the bed without any signs of waking up. Su Donglin, who was in charge of guarding the room, asked in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, did you hurt your head?" Han Yunqi deliberately walked closer and stared at his face. She shouted, "Bring a basin of ice water." Mu Chaoran didn't react at all. It didn't seem like he was faking it. Su Donglin was just about to leave when Long Fei Yi said, "Hot water, the hottest." His voice wasn't loud, but it shocked Mu Chaoran so much that his eyes widened in fright. "You're awake." Han Yunqi smiled happily. Mu Chaoran was about to cry. He had woken up a long time ago. He knew that he was being held captive, so he pretended to be asleep. He hoped that his father would quickly send someone over. But even after pretending for so long, his father still hadn't sent anyone. What should he do? Only the heavens knew why these two great Buddhas were holding him captive. "Are you hungry?" Han Yunqi asked kindly. How could he not be hungry? Mu Chaoran was so hungry that he almost fainted. But Han Yunqi's smile was his nightmare. "Esteemed Wang Fei, we can discuss everything. I'm begging you, let's not fight. Su Donglin, bring him some porridge. Only when he's full will he have the strength to talk." After being hungry for so long, eating porridge that was easy to digest wouldn't hurt his stomach. Han Yunqi was still very kind. She and Long Fei Yi sat down at a nearby tea table and waited. Mu Chaoran felt as if he had been granted amnesty. His heart, that was hanging in the air, finally calmed down. As long as they didn't fight, everything could be discussed. He peacefully ate the porridge. Han Yunqi thought that Mu Chaoran would wolf down the porridge, but who knew that this fellow would be able to chew slowly after being hungry for 2 days and 2 nights? Su Donglin handed him a second bowl, but he actually refused. He even asked, "Give me another bowl in 2 hours." Han Yunqi felt admiration. This fellow really cherished his life. All right, they could talk now. "How many types of low-grade, high-quality herbs does your Mu family have?" Han Yunqi went straight to the point. Mu Chaoran was very surprised. "Esteemed Wang Fei, why, we're just casually chatting." Han Yunqi said with a smile as she played with a leaf in her hand. Seeing this, Mu Chaoran's curiosity disappeared, and he quickly replied, "There are the most low-grade, high-quality herbs. There are around 270 types of high-quality herbs in the main category. There are at least 5 or 6 types of high-quality herbs in each main category." As soon as his voice fell, a leaf flew over and brushed past Mu Chaoran's hand, leaving behind a shallow bloodstain. Mu Chaoran was frightened and quickly changed his words. "The Mu family has a total of 300 types of low-grade, high-quality herbs. 30 of them are unique to the Mu family, and the Xie and Wang families can't grow them. If we subdivide these 30 types, there are 10 types of high-quality herbs in each category." Ever since he wanted to buy low-grade, high-quality herbs, Long Fei Yi had asked Elder Wang about it. Although Elder Wang didn't know how many the Mu family had, he still knew that the Mu family had quite a few unique herbs. Mu Chaoran wanted to lie, but he was simply asking for trouble. Han Yunqi acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled and asked, "What's the price?" When she said this, Mu Chaoran was pleasantly surprised. "Esteemed Wang Fei needs it. As soon as this one returns to the Mu family, I'll immediately send over a large batch. I guarantee esteemed Wang Fei will be satisfied." Mu Chaoran's pig brain couldn't even get in touch with Pill Fiend Pharmacy. But it wasn't his fault. Pill Fiend Pharmacy walked the high-end route of medicine Ghost Valley. Why would it want low-quality herbs? How could I ask for them for free? Just give me a cheaper price, How about this? List out the prices for each type of herb. If there's a need, this Wang Fei will send someone to buy them, Han Yunqi said politely. Thus, Mu Chaoran thought himself clever. Tianning's in chaos, he thought, so there's bound to be chaos soon. When that happens, there'll be a lot of casualties. Medicinal ingredients will be in short supply. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi must be planning to stock up on medicinal ingredients. Although it was a bit expensive to use high-quality herbs, they could still afford to use low-quality ones. He assumed that Han Yunqi had seized the opportunity to detain him so she could haggle over the price. Just like that, Mu Chaoran listed an extremely low price that was close to the cost of production. There was no profit at all. Han Yunqi glanced at the price and was very satisfied. Seeing that Han Yunqi was satisfied, Mu Chaoran felt reassured. As long as she could let him go, he didn't mind making less money or even losing money. Esteemed Wang Fei, if there's nothing else, then this one will take his leave? Mu Chaoran said timidly. The sooner this one returns to the Mu clan, the better to personally prepare the goods for esteemed Wang Fei. We'll be working together for a long time, so there's no rush. In any case, your father should be here in a couple of days. You can go back with him then, Han Yunqi said with a smile. Mu Chaoran was stunned. For a moment, he didn't understand what Han Yunqi meant. There was too much information in those words. What long-term cooperation? His father was coming in person? 2 days later, Mu Ingdong didn't show up. Instead, it was the Wang clan's second master Wang Zhongyang, the Xie clan's eldest young master Xie Hongming, and the Mu clan's shopkeeper Zhou who showed up. The Wang and Xie clans were all involved in the black market's drug trade, while shopkeeper Zhou was only a servant. His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei kept the Wang and Xie clans people and allowed shopkeeper Zhou to return. His Highness Duke of Qin was very angry. Either the person involved or the clan head comes. What does a trifling shopkeeper want to talk to this prince about? Esteemed Wang Fei was very understanding. Eldest young Master Mu is already at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, so there's no need for the Mu clan to send anyone. Mu Ingdong, who was hiding in the inn, was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had no choice but to personally show up and become the only clan head of Medicine City's 3 clans to show up. He was so depressed that he almost died. Now that the 3 clans had all arrived, how would this deal be discussed? How would the clueless Mu Chaoran react when he saw his father? Chapter 508. Behind Pill Fiend Pharmacy's enormous store was a garden, and behind it was a luxurious reception hall. Second Master Wang Zhongyang and eldest young Master Xie Hongming didn't know about Mu Chaoran's affairs, so they weren't surprised to see him sitting there. Mu Chaoran, on the other hand, was stunned. Why were these 2 here? His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wang Fei had only told him that his father was coming to drink tea, but nothing else. Of course, he knew that his father wasn't just here to make tea, and that Qin Wang Fei wasn't just asking for the price of ingredients. But what did this have to do with the Wang and Xie clans? Could it be that Qin Wang Fei was going to shop around? The Duke of Qin's estate was rich and overbearing, so why was she so unhappy about doing business? Was she planning to stock up on a lot of ingredients? That was Mu Chaoran's analysis. Therefore, he decided to remain silent once again, thinking that he was clever. After all, he'd quoted the lowest price. The Xie and Wang clans couldn't possibly go lower than him, unless they wanted to make a loss. High-quality ingredients had high requirements for soil and care. The Mu clan had plenty of fertile fields and skilled labor, so their costs were naturally lower than the Wang and Xie clans. Therefore, the Mu family had the upper hand in terms of price and quality of medicinal herbs. Mu Chaoran didn't know about Mute Granny, much less that his father had been cheated out of a treasure by Qin Wang Fei in order to save Mu Ling. He thought himself clever. If he could close this deal, he'd forget all the unpleasantness from before and form a personal friendship with the Duke of Qin. Tianning was divided into 3 parts. Although the Duke of Qin hadn't declared himself emperor, he was still the hegemon of the south-central regions. Forming a friendship with him would at least give him a way out. The two men from the Wang and Xie clans bowed and took their seats, but His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei didn't say anything. Firstly, there was a difference in status. Secondly, the two of them didn't dare to speak up. Instead, they sent inquisitive looks towards Mu Chaoran. But after much thought, Mu Chaoran pretended not to see them and calmly drank his tea. After a period of silence, it was Wang Zhongyang who spoke up. Your Highness Duke of Qin, they haven't all arrived yet. The Mu clan head hasn't arrived yet, Long Fei replied. These words sent waves through the Wang and Xie clans. How could this be? Mu Yingdong actually came in person? They were here to settle the ugly business of the black markets, medicinal herbs in private. Qin Wangfei could only buy and sell the low-end premium herbs she wanted privately. One had to know that Pill Fiend Pharmacy was under Gu Qisha's name. If they were to publicly supply medicinal ingredients, Medical City would definitely object. It was not appropriate for the patriarch to appear in such matters. Firstly, if this matter were to be exposed one day, the clan head would have no way out. Secondly, if the other party raised a high request, the clan head would have no way to refuse. Things were a little complicated. Wang and Xia looked at Mu Chaoran and saw that he was very relaxed. Thus, they decided not to say anything more. Therefore, when Mu Yingdong came over, everyone present was very silent. Mu Yingdong sat down beside Mu Chaoran and glared at him fiercely. Mu Chaoran thought it was about Mu Ling, and let him stare. Mu Yingdong glanced at Wang and Xia and said, "What are you talking about? Looks like old man is late. Since the Mu clan head came personally, how could we talk without waiting for you?" Han Yunqi smiled. Hearing this, Mu Yingdong understood what was going on. He stood up and raised his teacup. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, I've heard that you too work tirelessly to reform Gu Qisha and sell medicine to save people. This one admires you endlessly. Although Gu Qisha refused to sell his medicine in the past and watched people die without saving them, this one feels gratified that he's turned over a new leaf and walked the right path. Today, I've personally come to deliver a medicine command token to show my support. So speaking, Mu Yingdong took out a wooden command token that emanated the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Of course Han Yunqi would accept it. Even if Mu Yingdong didn't give it to them, they'd ask for it in today's negotiations. That was because a medicine command token was equivalent to a permit to do business. In Cloud Realm continent, all legitimate pharmacies had to have such a thing, or else they wouldn't be recognized by the medical community. Otherwise, no one would openly sell medicine to you, much less let their patients fill prescriptions. The command tokens were in the hands of Medicine City, so all three families had the right to issue them. Han Yunqi accepted the token with a clear conscience, but Mu Chaoran was stunned. Father didn't need to spend so much money just to get on good terms with the Duke of Qin, right? He'd even publicly recognized Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Although he made it sound so dignified, it'd be hard to explain to Medical City later. As for the Wang and Xia Wangs, they remained silent. Mu Yingdong was a wily old fox, so he didn't mention a word about the black market. Instead, he gave Pill Fiend Pharmacy such a huge benefit as soon as he arrived. Qin Wangfei probably knew what was going on and wouldn't make things too difficult for them. After Han Yunqi accepted the command token, Mu Yingdong added, Your Highness Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, since my Mu clan has issued the command token, we'll do our best to assist Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Of course, we'll also strictly monitor its sales. I hope the two of you can understand. Han Yunqi couldn't help but admire him for his bureaucratic words. If Mu Yingdong had asked for Zhang Sun Zealand's records as soon as he arrived, that would have been too low class. Mu Yingdong wasn't here to settle things privately. He was here to publicly support Pill Fiend Pharmacy. It was fine as long as everyone was well aware of those scandals. Putting on an official front and not leaving any evidence to be used against each other was also quite good. As a result, Han Yunchi followed Mu Ingdong's lead and said, "With Mu clan head's words, this Wang Fei can rest assured. Pill Fiend Pharmacy is quite interested in low-end quality medicinal ingredients. Is Mu clan head willing to cooperate?" Of course, Mu Ingdong was very straightforward. At this time, the Wang and Xia Wangs hurriedly spoke up. "Esteemed Wang Fei, the Wang family is also willing to cooperate. Esteemed Wang Fei, the Xia family is willing to supply Pill Fiend Pharmacy. This one has full authority over the price." Since Mu Ingdong had issued the command token, the Wang and Xia clans didn't need to bear the pressure of Medical City. They naturally had to publicly curry favor with Pill Fiend Pharmacy and were eager to express their stance. Mu Chaoran hadn't said anything until now. When he heard the word price, he only smiled coldly. How many low-end quality medicinal ingredients does Pill Fiend Pharmacy intend to buy? Mu Ingdong was very straightforward. He had suffered from insomnia for an entire night before coming up with this method to deal with this negotiation. Right now, he just wanted to quickly conclude this matter and go back to teach Mu Chaoran a lesson. Then he would increase the search for that damned girl Mu Ling, and bring her back. Of course, he was also worried about Mute Granny. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi hadn't made any moves on this matter, so he couldn't make a decision for the time being. "How much? That's hard to say," Han Yunchi said seriously. "Why is it hard to say? Esteemed Wang Fei, we're all straightforward people. Just name a quantity, and old man will name a price," Mu Ingdong said. "What? Will there be a discount if the quantity is higher?" Han Yunchi asked curiously. "Of course. The higher the quantity, the greater the discount." Mu Ingdong decided to take advantage of Han Yunchi. Even Guqi Sha wouldn't necessarily know the exact price of these ingredients. TSK, it looks like House Head Mu has quite the talent for business." Han Yunchi smiled. It was absolutely ironic that people from Medicine City and Medical City, who helped the dying and healed the wounded, were praised for their talent in business. Mu Ingdong was quite embarrassed. How much does esteemed Wang Fei need? Let's take a look at the types and prices first. Han Yunchi became serious. Mu Ingdong took out the list of ingredients. There were 270 types of low-end quality ingredients and their respective prices, not to mention the 30 types Mu Chaoran had mentioned. The prices were also very unreasonable. This price was 5 times higher than Mu Chaoran's price. "Mu Ingdong, why don't you just go rob a bank?" Han Yunchi was very direct. "House Head Mu, I heard young Master Mu say that the Mu family has 30 types of low-end quality ingredients that this Wang Fei is very interested in. Why isn't there anything on the list?" Mu Ingdong immediately looked at Mu Chaoran. Mu Chaoran lowered his head, not daring to meet Mu Ingdong's gaze. Pill Fiend Pharmacy was competing with Medicine City for the low-end quality ingredients. If the Mu family were to lose those 30 types of ingredients, they would lose the entire low-end market. If this was any other time, Mu Ingdong would have refused. However, this seemingly ordinary transaction was in the hands of the other 3 families. They had no right to bargain. Mu Ingdong could only agree. "We do have some, but they're not on the list." "What's the price?" Han Yunchi asked again. Mu Ingdong gave a high price, 5 times higher than Mu Chaoran's. Han Yunchi's eyes flashed dangerously for the second time, but she still smiled. "What if this Wang Fei wants 50 dan of each type? How much discount can House Head Mu give?" 50 dan of each type? That's more than 30 bags per dan. Is this woman crazy? It would be strange if so many ingredients didn't go bad. Moreover, if the ingredients weren't picked, the longer they were planted, the better. Once they were picked, the longer they were stored, the weaker their medicinal effects would become. They would either rot or rot. Everyone present was shocked. Long Fei Yi, who had been watching from the sidelines, also frowned at Han Yunchi. Han Yunchi continued to do as she pleased. Househead Mu, it would be too insincere of you not to give me a big discount for such a large quantity. Mu Ingdong pondered for a moment, then decisively said, Since esteemed Wang Fei is so sincere, this old man will give His Highness Duke of Qin some face and give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? That was the equivalent of a 20% discount. A bag of ingredients was 50 taels, so a 20% discount was 40 taels. Mu Chaoran's starting price was only 10 taels. They wouldn't make a loss even if they sold it for 10 taels. Han Yunchi was angry. Your Highness, your face is only worth such a small discount. Let's just not buy it. Long Fei Yi said, then let's see them out. How could the atmosphere change so quickly? Not to mention the Wang and Xie siblings. Even Mu Ingdong was frightened. If the deal didn't go well, the scandal would be exposed. Esteemed Wang Fei then name a price. Mu Ingdong hurriedly said. He thought that no matter how good Han Yunchi was at bargaining, she wouldn't be able to lower the price. But who would have thought that Han Yunchi would very bluntly say, You can keep 20% for yourself. Give me an 80% discount. With an 80% discount, it happened to be Mu Chaoran's starting price. It was also the Mu family's lowest price. Mu Ingdong's cold gaze shot towards Mu Chaoran. He wished he could shoot him to death on the spot. This unfilial son, he actually revealed all of his secrets to others. He even talked so much. It was simply a joke. Chapter 509. Despite his anger, Mu Ingdong couldn't help but acknowledge Han Yunchi's intelligence. That was because this was his bottom line. If the price was lower than this, he wouldn't compromise and would only allow them to expose his ugly deeds. If the price was higher than this, they would be able to make a profit. At the very least, they would be able to find some comfort in this matter. However, they were stuck at this price. It was like a chicken rib that was tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw it away. His old life had almost died from depression. Mu Ingdong thought it over and over again, but he still found some comfort. Han Yunchi wanted such a large amount, so they should clear out the stock. At the very least, they should convert all the stock that was about to go bad into silver. In a sense, they would make a small profit. As a result, Mu Ingdong readily agreed. This old man naturally has to give face to the Duke of Qin. If it's an 80% discount, then so be it. Just treat it as a congratulatory gift for Pill Fiend Pharmacy's grand opening. Who would accept money for a congratulatory gift? Han Yunchi cursed Mu Ingdong for being shameless in her heart. So she did something even more shameless than Mu Ingdong, completely crushing him into despair. She said, 300 types of medicinal ingredients, 50 dan of each. I'll buy them in batches every month. I'll stock them at the beginning of this month and settle the bill at the beginning of next month. When she said this, Mu Ingdong's face turned black, but she continued with a serious expression. I'll settle the bill as much as I buy. Mu family head can rest assured. This princess consort guarantees in the name of His Highness that I won't go back on my word. Long Fei Yi almost choked on the tea that had just entered his throat. He lightly coughed a few times before calmly saying, Approved. Han Yunchi was overjoyed and continued, Of course, we'll also have to sign a price guarantee agreement. If the price of medicinal ingredients drops, Mu family head will have to guarantee the price for Pill Fiend Pharmacy and make up for the difference. Mu Ingdong's face didn't just turn black. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Han Yunchi, why don't you just go rob someone? Mu Ingdong was dumbfounded and didn't say anything for a long time. Mu Chaoran's head was almost buried in his pants. He knew that he would never be able to turn the situation around. As for the two from the Wang and Xie families, they didn't dare to make a sound. They only hoped that the princess consort would take less of their family's goods after eating so much of the Mu family's goods. Not to mention the fact that they were going to lose money at this price. Just the insurance agreement alone was going to make them lose a lot of money. Qin Wangfei had ordered such a large batch at the current price, so it would definitely take 1 or 2 years to get all the goods. For the past 2 years, the price of medicinal herbs had been rising, and there was no sign of it falling. She made it sound nice that it was a price guarantee. Because of time, the essence was that if the price went up, it wouldn't go up, and if the price went down, it would have to be covered. For example, if the price of medicinal ingredients increased a year later, the Mu family would only be able to sell to Pill Fiend Pharmacy at the current price. Moreover, if the price dropped, the Mu family would have to follow suit. The phrase "sure win, no loss" was simply created for Han Yunqi. Mu family head, if you think there's no problem, let's make it clear in black and white, okay? Han Yunqi said, then added, once you've made it clear, I'll be able to place the order. As for the first order, I'll pay as soon as the goods arrive. Send someone to deliver the list you want as well. The list Mu Ingdong wanted was undoubtedly the record of the medicinal ingredients that Zhang Senzilin had given to Long Fei. Since Mu Ingdong had been forced to come here in person, he didn't mention a single word about the black market. Instead, he found a high-sounding reason to grant Pill Fiend Pharmacy a medicine order and made it sound like a normal business transaction. He was truly worthy of being the head of a family. He was truly amazing. Unfortunately, no matter how amazing he was still under someone else's control in this matter. Han Yunqi had grasped his bottom line and put him between a rock and a hard place. Seeing that Mu Ingdong was showing signs of regret, Long Fei said, Mu family head, what do you think? The weight of His Highness Duke of Qin's words was different from that of Qin Wangfei's. Mu Ingdong raised his head, weighing the cost of going back on his word. Leaving aside the fact that Tianning was divided into 3 parts and what Long Fei would do in the future, there was also the matter of Mute Granny. Heaven knows what Long Fei and Han Yunqi were up to, how much they knew, and what plans they had. After some hesitation and deliberation, Mu Ingdong finally compromised. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, the old man sold you this face. Let's just leave it at that. Sold him face? Would that count as owing him Mu Ingdong? Long Fei said, Mu family head, there's no need for that. Mu Ingdong was furious in his heart. Long Fei, don't ever ask for Medicine City's help again. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, really knows how to joke. Mu Ingdong cleverly laid a way out for Han Yunqi. Esteemed Wang Fei, let's draw up the agreement. Han Yunqi knew when to stop. Someone come, bring me brush and ink. Just like that, Han Yunqi used Pill Fiend Pharmacy's name to sign a lengthy agreement with the Mu clan. It guaranteed both the supply and price of their ingredients. Pill Fiend Pharmacy's prices were controlled to a certain level that most people could accept. It was also because of this that Medicine City and other markets had no choice but to lower the prices of similar ingredients. Before the price hike, the Mu clan wasn't losing out either. It was just that everyone was earning less than before. Because of this, Han Yunqi had offended quite a few people, but she didn't mind. She said that medicinal ingredients were like rice. They were needed by the people, so the price had to be reasonable. Before long, Pill Fiend Pharmacy had become the best pharmacy in the city. Of course, this was all for later. After reaching an agreement with the Mu clan, Mu Ingdong angrily left with Mu Chaoran. The Wang and Xie clan elders had made ample preparations, but now they sat there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Sirs, please have some tea, Han Yunqi said politely. The 2 elders smiled and picked up their teacups to drink. If this Princess Consort's guess is correct, the Mu clan's medicinal ingredients cost far less than yours, correct? Han Yunqi's words caused Xie Hongming to hastily reply, Yes, esteemed Princess Consort is wise. Wang Zhongyang hurriedly chimed in. Esteemed Wang Fei, the Mu clan has been relying on their influence in the Council of Elders to monopolize the market. Even the best land in Medicine City has been taken by them. They've also used all sorts of methods to blackmail the young pharmacists and have almost monopolized the market. The Mu clan has to bear the responsibility for the high prices of medicinal ingredients. Ayaya, Even the Wang and Xia clans of Medicine City were on the same side? Why were they so united against a common enemy? One had to know that the two clans hadn't interacted for at least 50 years. The Wang clan used to be the leader of the medicinal industry, but with the rise of the Mu clan, the Xia clan had long since joined the Mu clan. In the Council of Elders, the Mu and Xia clans had always worked together to bully the Wang clan. Today's scene was truly a rare sight. Who knew what Muing Dong would think if he found out? There was no doubt that Han Yunqi had said those words on purpose. Hee. Second Master Wang's words are quite pleasant to hear. The Mu clan's influence has grown over the years, but unfortunately, they don't have the style of a great clan. On the other hand, the Wang clan's style remains the same and is worthy of respect. Han Yunqi was praising the Wang clan, not Wang Zhongyang, but Wang Zhongyang took it as a compliment and was extremely proud of himself. Esteemed Princess Consort, I am indebted to you for thinking so highly of me. Xia Hongming quickly chimed in. My father often says that Medicine City's strength of character lies in the Wang clan. I agree with esteemed Princess Consort. Unlike Xia Hongming's shallow flattery, Wang Zhongyang was much more cunning and went straight to the point. Just like Muing Dong, he didn't mention a single word about the black market. Esteemed Princess Consort, although the Wang clan's ability is limited and we can't offer as low a price as the Mu clan, we will still do our best to support Pill Fiend Pharmacy. I ask esteemed Princess Consort to make things convenient for us. Wang Zhongyang stood up and respectfully bowed. He didn't know that Elder Wang and His Highness Duke of Qin were old friends, nor did he know that Elder Wang had already informed His Highness about the black market. No matter the outcome of the negotiations, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't make things difficult for the Wang clan. On the contrary, he would be severely punished by Elder Wang as soon as he returned. Xia Hongming was a junior who was basically Wang Zhongyang's follower. When he heard Wang Zhongyang's words, he hurriedly followed suit. Esteemed Princess Consort, the Xia clan situation is similar to the Wang clan's. Please show mercy. Han Yunqi pretended to think for a moment before agreeing. The two of you should go back and discuss it. Give me a price in a month. If this Princess Consort likes it, then this matter will be settled. If not, then we can slowly discuss it. Wang Zhongyang and Xia Hongming were overjoyed. After all, they weren't the patriarchs and didn't have the authority to decide the price. Now that the Mu clan's incident had occurred, it was a good thing for them to go back and discuss it with their patriarchs. Many thanks to esteemed Princess Consort. The two of them exhaled in relief after giving their thanks. They didn't dare to linger and quickly bid their farewells. Although they were going back on different paths, Han Yunqi's words meant that the Wang and Xia clans had to discuss the price together. In this way, she'd shorten the distance between the Wang and Xia clans. In other words, she'd driven a wedge between the Mu and Xia clans. Once the Wang and Xia clans joined forces, the Mu clan wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly in Medicine City. Compared to cheating Muing Dong with the price, Han Yunqi's last move was the most sinister. Of course, Long Fei Yi had taught her this beforehand. Long Fei Yi had informed Elder Wang long ago and told him to actively ally with the Xia clan. Han Yunqi had stirred up Cloud Realm's medicine market with the incident at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, while Long Fei Yi was starting to stir up trouble in Medicine City. Tianning's situation was already in chaos. Would Medicine City be the next to fall into chaos? Very soon, Han Yunqi spread the news that Pill Fiend Pharmacy had received a medicine token from the Mu clan and had signed a business agreement with them. She even publicly advertised for pharmacists. The medical community was in an uproar at the news. How Muing Dong would deal with the pressure from Medical City was the Mu clan's problem. In any case, Pill Fiend Pharmacy's reputation soared. The Mu clan sent over the first batch of low-grade ingredients that Han Yunqi had requested. At the same time, Han Yunqi personally made a trip to Medicine Ghost Valley to make an inventory of the ingredients she needed. She brought some back herself and left the majority to her servants. Han Yunchi wasn't planning to settle old scores with the broomcorn millet poison incident. Like before, she hoped that Gu would come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. After all, half of the business belonged to him. Unfortunately, she didn't see Gu at all in Medicine Ghost Valley. She assumed that he'd show up once Pill Fiend Pharmacy became famous. Unfortunately, it was as if he'd vanished into thin air without a trace. On an auspicious day, the sounds of congratulations and firecrackers mingled together to create a lively atmosphere. Long Fei Yi personally wrote down the 3 words, Pill Fiend Pharmacy, while Han Yunchi hung up the signboard. Finally, Pill Fiend Pharmacy was open for business. Would Gu Qixiao show up? Han Yunchi silently waited in anticipation. Gu hadn't shown up yet, but someone else had. Who was he? Chapter 510. There wasn't even a shadow of Gu, but Han Yunchi spotted an old friend in the crowd. He stood in the midst of the crowd and gave her a gentle smile. Sunlight shone on his handsome face, illuminating the entire world. Han Yunchi couldn't help but smile. Tranquil, relaxed, warm. All of the hubbub had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, it had nothing to do with her, either. It was like an April spring breeze caressing her face, or a winter sun caressing her face. Gu Beiwa, long time no see. After the rebel army captured Tianning's imperial palace, Emperor Tianhui had fled overnight. Han Yunchi assumed that he'd taken Gu Beiwa with him as well, so she never expected to see him here. Gu Beiwa walked out of the crowd until 7th Madam and Bailey Mingxiang noticed him. As for Long Fei Yi, he'd spotted him long ago. It had to be said that Gu Beiwa didn't know how to socialize, but he was very popular with people. Needless to say, the Han clan members, even Bailey Mingxiang and Su Xiaoyu, liked him a lot. Everyone came forward to greet him, but Gu Beiwa bowed towards Han Yunchi at the gates. Esteemed Wang Fei, may I ask if your esteemed pharmacy needs a resident doctor? May this one be so bold as to recommend myself? Everyone's attention focused on him at his words. A resident doctor? Does that mean he's willing to work as a resident doctor at Pill Fiend Pharmacy? The sudden surprise made Han Yunchi very happy and moved. After all, a divine doctor like Gu Beiwa didn't need to stay at a pharmacy. Once he left the Imperial Physician Courtyard, he could open his own clinic or return to the medical academy with a bright future ahead of him. The most he could do was to check the prescriptions of the people who came to get the medicine and provide some suggestions. It was really a waste of talent. It wasn't just Han Yunchi. Everyone behind her was overjoyed as well. But soon enough, the crowd began to hiss. Haha, he's overestimating himself. He looks like a sickly invalid. What part of him looks like a doctor? Pill Fiend Pharmacy isn't some random place. Young man, you don't know the difference between heaven and earth. Most of the doctors stationed in medicine halls weren't anything special, but Pill Fiend Pharmacy wasn't an ordinary medicine hall. The doctor stationed here couldn't be careless. How could Gu Beiwa be a casual person? He was calm and collected, but Han Yunchi was anxious. Just as she was about to explain, an immortal-looking old man walked out of the crowd. He gently squeezed Gu Beiwa's right shoulder, and Gu Beiwa's shoulder seemed to have suffered a great blow. It suddenly collapsed, and his whole body squatted down. It was just a light pinch. No matter how weak his body was, it shouldn't be so weak. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Han Yunchi was about to rush over, but Long Fei Yi pulled her from behind. He said, "What's the rush?" Gu Beiwa squatted on the ground with a pained expression on his face. It was unknown if he was deliberately keeping quiet or if he was in too much pain to speak. "Young man, it hurts a lot, doesn't it?" The old man asked indifferently. Gu Beiwa nodded. The old man gently squeezed Gu Beiwa's left shoulder again. This time, Gu Beiwa's left shoulder also collapsed. His shoulders drooped, making him look especially weak. The old man circled to Gu Beiwa's back and gently pushed Gu Beiwa's palm as if he was doing Tai Chi. Gu Beiwa huffed and let out a long sigh. "Do you feel better?" the old man asked again. Gu Beiwe nodded again. The old man stroked his beard seriously and muttered to himself. Dampness is the most evil of all. It harms the young, and those who harm the young will become weak, sick, and die. As he spoke, he circled to Gu Beiwe's back and took out a golden needle. After performing a few strange movements, he pierced it into Gu Beiwe's neck. A needle was usually inserted in a spiral and wouldn't go too deep, but the old man's needle pierced in, and it was especially deep. Everyone watched with trepidation, but Gu Beiwe didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Han Yunqi was the most attentive of them all. Although she wasn't reassured, Gu Beiwe's medical skills were so exceptional that he wouldn't stay silent if he was hurt. Thus, she decided to keep quiet for now. After a while, the old man started to massage Gu Beiwe's left and right shoulders again. Everyone stared fixedly, but Gu Beiwe didn't have much reaction. However, when the old man pulled out the golden needle, they saw that the golden needle had turned completely black. It was so black that it was shining. This wasn't the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that this golden needle was actually wet. This time, everyone was shocked. What was going on? They saw Gu Beiwe slowly stand up and shrugged his shoulders. Not only was he fine, he looked much more energetic than before. He looked radiant. Was the dampness removed? Was it cured? Dampness was accumulated over the years, and it was very troublesome to treat. It had to be treated from all aspects. Without 2 or 3 years of good rest, there wouldn't be any effect at all. This sickly person was so energetic. Could it be that 2 or 3 needles could remove the dampness? Someone in the crowd immediately asked, "Old man, does this count as removing the dampness?" The old man's face was unfathomable, and he didn't answer. He sized up Gu Beiwe and said lightly, 1/2 gram each of Feng, Qinggan, Wei Lingxian, and Sangji. Decoct them every day and drink them as tea. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and calmly walked out of the crowd. Everyone unconsciously opened up a path, thinking that this person must be a hidden expert. Gu Beiwe didn't thank him, nor did he show much concern. He touched his neck with a gentle expression. The old man walked slowly step by step, looking like an immortal and calm, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Step by step, he walked slower and slower. Qin Wangfei had long posted a notice to recruit talented people. He'd shown such a godly skill at Pill Fiend Pharmacy's gates, so why hadn't Qin Wangfei asked him to stay? Shouldn't she be courteous to him and invite him to stay as a resident doctor at Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Finally, the old man stopped. If he kept walking, he'd really be too far away. After some thought, he turned to Gu Beiwe and said, "Young man, the old man has only accepted one disciple in his life. He's the head imperial physician of Tianning, Gu Beiwe. Although there's a difference between the two of you. You've met the old man by fate today. Come, follow the old man to learn acupuncture." His words sent the crowd into an uproar. No one expected this old man to be Gu Beiwe's master. Gu Beiwe might only be a 5th-rank divine doctor, but his medical skills had long surpassed that. Moreover, his reputation in Tianning was even greater than that of the medical academy's doctors. Could it be that he'd followed this expert after his grandfather passed away? If that's the case, then this expert's medical skills must be incredible. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was astonished, but Han Yunqi and the others were the most surprised. How could there be such a blind person in the world? There's really no saving him if he can trick people to this extent. Han Yunqi and the others were all silent. Long Fei Ye's lips were twitching. He'd long seen through this old man's lies, but he never expected this kind of ending. Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwe wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled modestly and said, "This one is untalented, so I won't seek connections with you. Are you an idiot? Young man, have you lost your mind as well? Don't you want such a good opportunity? Young man, do you know who Gu Beiwe is? It's your good fortune to be able to become fellow disciples of the same sect as Imperial Physician Gu. All sorts of voices came from all directions, but Gu Beiwe was truly good-natured. He sighed softly and didn't try to explain himself. He only bowed to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi before preparing to leave. Han Yunqi had planned to expose that old swindler and humiliate him, but all her anger vanished when she saw Gu Beiwe's carefree demeanor. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but simply kind and compassionate. He always turned big problems into small ones, kept a low profile, and didn't care about honor or disgrace. He was the most cultured doctor she'd ever met. Seeing this, the old uncle was dumbfounded. He only knew a few unorthodox medical skills. A few days ago, he'd accepted a sum of money and agreed to infiltrate Pill Fiend Pharmacy as an informant. Today, Pill Fiend Pharmacy had opened, so he'd only come to check out its depths. He'd wanted to seize the opportunity to show off his skills when he saw this sickly invalid, who knew that he'd run into such a weirdo. Although it was a bit awkward, the old uncle still pretended to be calm. He smiled magnanimously and turned to leave. He thought that even though he hadn't succeeded this time, he'd at least attracted Qin Wangfei's attention. Next time, he'd find a chance to meet her by chance and enter Pill Fiend Pharmacy. With that in mind, the old uncle was about to leave with peace of mind. But at that moment, a surprised voice called out from outside the crowd, "Imperial Physician Gu, Imperial Physician Gu, you're here too!" Imperial Physician Gu. In a flash, all the onlookers turned to see a spirited girl walking towards Gu Beiwe. "Imperial Physician Gu, why are you leaving after arriving at Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Does His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei not welcome you?" The young lady asked jokingly. Before Gu Beiwe could reply, Han Yunqi laughed and said, "How could they not welcome you? Imperial Physician Gu, you just said that you'd be a resident physician at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. You have to keep your word." This time the crowd exploded. This sickly invalid was actually Gu Beiwe? So that old man was a big liar. Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. When he turned around, he saw that the group of people behind him were all dumbfounded, especially that immortal old man. The old man wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but he was immediately grabbed by the crowd and beaten to a pulp. Han Yunqi couldn't be bothered to bicker with a clown like him. When she saw Gu Beiwe walk over, she was happy. When she saw the young lady who came with Gu Beiwe, she was even happier. This was because this person was none other than Mu Ling, the person she'd been waiting for. As expected, she'd come on the opening day. "Esteemed Wang Fei, if you don't mind, Gu Beiwe is willing to serve Pill Fiend Pharmacy for the rest of his life." Gu Beiwe said seriously. His voice wasn't loud or domineering, but it shook everyone's hearts. How could the words "for the rest of his life" be said so casually? After all, saying "for the rest of his life" was a promise. These words were a bit ambiguous, but before anyone could think too much about it, Gu Beiwe added, "I hope that this one will have the good fortune to help the people with your highness and esteemed Wang Fei." A complicated look flitted through Long Fei Ye's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Han Yunqi immediately agreed. Pill Fiend Pharmacy's good fortune. At this time, Gu was watching this scene from a nearby rooftop. His eyes narrowed into slits. He wanted nothing more than to go down there and give that old man a few slaps. That's right, he was the one who'd hired that old man. Who knew that he'd be such a scum? While Gu was fuming, he heard Mu Ling shout, "Qin Wang Fei, I've come to challenge His Excellency Pill Fiend. Please tell His Excellency Pill Fiend that Medicine City's Mu Ling is here to fight." Chapter 511. Before the matter with Gu Beiwe had settled, Mu Ling, Oi's sudden words stunned everyone present. Ever since Gu Qisha had turned over a new leaf and joined forces with Qin Wang Fei to open Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Medicine City's Mu clan had granted it a medicine token, and Pill Fiend Pharmacy's recruitment of pharmacists in South Ning, Cloud Realm Continent's medical community, and even Cloud Realm Continent's interest in Pill Fiend Pharmacy was on the rise. Today's grand opening wasn't limited to the citizens of South Ning Prefecture. Not to mention how many people from Medicine City and Medical City were mingling in the 3 circles around the entrance. Even the private rooms in the surrounding tea houses and restaurants had long been fully booked. There were plenty of people present, but none of them were simple. Still, they were all frightened by Mu Ling-er's words. That damned girl wants to challenge Guqi Sha? This was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Although she was the most talented pharmacist in the history of Medicine City, she still couldn't compare to Guqi Sha. His nickname of Pill Fiend wasn't for nothing. Of course, if it was an ordinary person who issued a challenge, everyone would just treat it as a joke and laugh it off. But Mu Ling-er was in an awkward position. The Mu clan had already granted Pill Fiend Pharmacy a medicine token and signed a business agreement. But now Mu Ling-er was here to stir up trouble. What was going on? Everyone was shocked, but they also began to gossip and ponder the mystery behind the situation. In any case, things had gotten out of hand. Challenge Pill Fiend? Mu Ling-er, you're not joking, are you? Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. Although she'd only told Mu Ling-er secret and didn't get in touch with Mu Ling-er cooperated with her tacitly. Does Qin Wangfei think this girl is joking? She retorted coldly. Hee hee. Since you're serious, then I'll definitely tell Pill Fiend Princess about it. Then this Wangfei will definitely tell Your Excellency Pill Fiend. But Han Yunqi hesitated. Just what? Mu Ling asked. It's just that His Excellency Pill Fiend has been very busy recently and isn't in Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Before Han Yunqi could finish, Mu Ling-er interrupted. I can wait. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi said. But when Gu heard this from the rooftop, he suddenly felt inexplicably nervous. But what? Mu Ling-er asked again. But Lord Pill Fiend might not accept the challenge. Han Yunqi smiled. Mu Ling-er asked bluntly, What? Are you afraid of losing? You don't dare? As soon as these words came out, there was a wave of sighs. Although Guqi Sha's reputation wasn't good, everyone had to admit that he was capable. It was already impressive enough that Mu Ling-er dared to issue a challenge, but she actually dared to speak such arrogant words. How was this a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger? This was simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Childish. Someone in the crowd finally couldn't help but angrily rebuke. Han Yunqi didn't say anything, and Mu Ling-er pretended not to hear anything. She deliberately raised her chin high and looked down at Pill Fiend Pharmacy's large signboard with an insufferably arrogant attitude. Esteemed Wangfei, if Lord Pill Fiend isn't afraid of losing, then please show yourself 7 days from now. If he's afraid of losing... Mu Ling-er's lips curled into a cold smile filled with disdain. After throwing down these words, she turned around and left. On the rooftop, Gu had already clenched his fists. Damn girl! Mu Ling-er had already walked far away when Han Yunqi suddenly shouted, Mu Ling-er, this Wangfei agrees on behalf of Lord Pill Fiend. Gu slowly looked up at the sky with a helpless expression. Damn girl! These two had caused such a big commotion. If he didn't show himself 7 days from now, wouldn't he look like a coward? Wouldn't Pill Fiend's reputation be ruined? However, if he did show himself, he would have to face Long Fei Yi directly. Thinking back to when Long Fei Yi had invited him to drink South Peak Red, he guessed that it was to expose his identity. Later on, due to a freak combination of factors, he had no choice but to expose himself in order to save Han Yunqi. In any case, no matter what the process was, he was exposed in the end. He had used those ineffective powders to prove that Long Fei Yi had a full bottle of antidote for broomcorn millet poison. With such a deliberate method, given Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's brains, it would be strange if they didn't suspect him of having ulterior motives. At that time, he had planned everything well. With irrefutable evidence, once Poison Lass believed that Long Fei Yi was lying, he would immediately send people to the hidden pavilion to cause a ruckus and lure her there. As long as Han Yunqi knew about Mute Granny, She wouldn't pursue his deliberate actions. However, who knew that Poison Lass didn't believe him at all, and the matter fell through just like that. This time he had shown his true face, and Poison Lass had asked him about the matter again. He had said a few words to her before he left, and he had put in a lot of thought into it. Unfortunately, it had only been a few days, and this lass had reconciled with Long Fei again. What was there to be suspicious about? Under the circumstances where they had reconciled, her heart was biased. Moreover, after analyzing the entire matter, his deliberate actions were highly suspicious of him trying to drive a wedge between them. All right, these weren't the things he was most concerned about. He had admitted that he wanted to drive a wedge between them. What he was most concerned about was the matter of him breaking into the hidden pavilion previously. Last time he was almost certain that he would succeed and did his best to sneak into the hidden pavilion and take Mute Granny away. However, who knew that Long Fei would come so quickly? At that time he was determined to kill Long Fei, so he didn't hesitate to expose his immortal body. However, why wasn't that damned Long Fei dead? Han Yunqi didn't have the ability to save his life. Who knew which damned doctor had saved him? Actually, after that incident, Gu's smartest move was to distance himself from Mute Granny. Unfortunately, his biggest weakness was that he held grudges and refused to admit defeat. It wasn't easy for him to get hold of Long Fei's weakness, so it would be strange if he didn't find a way to expose it. Thus, in the end, it was a tragedy for him once Gu Qisha's identity was exposed. Long Fei would definitely know that he was the black-robed immortal who had broken into the hidden pavilion. With this weakness in Long Fei's hands, how could he show himself so easily when he didn't have a foolproof plan in mind? He had long forgotten about Mu Ling or his challenge. Who knew that things would turn out this way? Gu realized that ever since he had met Han Yunqi, his life had been filled with countless who knew questions. Would he show himself 7 days later? Gu fell into deep thought. At the same time, Long Fei was standing behind Han Yunqi, his lips quirked up into a faintly discernible smile. Just like that, Pill Fiend Pharmacy's grand opening ceremony ended with 2 shocking events. That very day, Pill Fiend Pharmacy opened for business. Business was booming, and a few ingredients were sold out of stock. Long lines of people began to form for Gu Beiyue's services. The Han clan came to help, but they were still understaffed. Han Yunqi helped out behind the scenes, while the busy Long Fei sat by her side to learn how to fill prescriptions. Behind him stood a group of secret guards. The servants were all idle and had nothing to do. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, is this really all right?" When news of Gu Beiyue's presence at Pill Fiend Pharmacy reached Emperor Tianhui's ears, he felt a chill run down his back as fear filled him. He knew that Gu Beiyue and Han Yunqi were friends, but he had always respected Gu Beiyue as a doctor of noble medical ethics. He trusted that the man wouldn't act rashly. Judging from the current situation, it was truly fortunate that Gu Beiyue hadn't tried to assassinate Emperor Tianhui in the first place. Despite that, Emperor Tianhui's suspicions only grew. None of the imperial physicians by his side had good days ahead. Crack! There was a loud crash as the bedridden Emperor Tianhui viciously smashed a large bowl of medicine to pieces, frightening the servants waiting on him. "Where's the Empress?" he demanded. Chu Qingge was right outside his sleeping quarters. She took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions before entering the room, indicating for all the servants to withdraw. Emperor Tianhui's illness was growing more unstable by the day, his temper growing worse by the day. Meanwhile, her stomach was still a disappointment. Her pregnancy had always been a rumor. She hated, hurt, and felt disgusted, but she had no choice but to treat this as the most important thing in her life. She had to find a way to conceive a dragon seed. Emperor Tianhui could only die if she was pregnant with the dragon seed. "Your Majesty, Qinxia is here. Come, drink your medicine." Chu Qingge personally carried over a new bowl of medicinal decoction. As soon as Emperor Tianhui finished drinking, She lowered the curtains and filled the room with their ambiguous sounds. It wasn't that Chu Chinga's heart didn't ache, but that she was gradually becoming a woman who could be cruel to herself. Which woman who was cruel to herself didn't harbor a towering hatred for herself? Too many emperors had died at the hands of women throughout history. Tian Hui was about to become one of them at most. Gubeiwa's affairs would affect Emperor Tian Hui, but Mu Ling-er's challenge to Gu Qixia had spread like wildfire to every corner of Cloud Realm continent. It was a sensation that caused a stir and became the topic of discussion in various circles. Many large gambling houses even started betting on whether Gu Qixia would accept the challenge. Even the furious Mu Ingdong couldn't help but wonder if Gu Qixia would show himself. As a result, Gu, who had already decided not to show his face, suddenly felt the pressure as he fell into a dilemma. As for Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi busied themselves until nightfall on the day of the grand opening. Han Yunqi was planning to get up early the next day to help out when she opened her eyes to find herself sleeping in Jiangnan's plum blossom sea. She bolted upright with a face full of fear. Long Feiyi, who was sitting on one side, immediately rushed over. "I'm here, what's wrong?" Han Yunqi threw herself into his arms as soon as she saw him. Her heart finally calmed down when she hugged him, but she still felt a lingering fear. She held him very, very tightly. "What's wrong?" Long Feiyi patted her back as he asked gently, "Your Highness, why are we here?" Han Yunqi remembered that they had returned to the Duke of Qin's manor last night. But now that she had woken up, she was in a different place. How could someone like her, who had transmigrated, not be afraid? The two dimensions of time and space were extremely mysterious. The combination of these two dimensions could create countless possibilities. She was afraid. She was afraid that when she woke up, the world would change, and the people would also change. "I rushed here last night and didn't wake you up when I saw that you were sleeping soundly. You should stay here for the next 7 days. Leave Pill Fiend Pharmacy to Gubeiwa," Long Feiyi explained. Han Yunqi finally understood. She didn't know how careful Long Feiyi had been when he carried her in the carriage last night. She only thought that she had fallen into a deep sleep after being so busy with Pill Fiend Pharmacy for the past few days. "Why are you so scared?" Long Feiyi asked suspiciously. "This woman's mind can't be that weak, right? I had a nightmare." Han Yunqi was a little evasive. How should she explain transmigrating? She had to explain it clearly. "What did you dream about?" Long Feiyi asked again. "I dreamt." Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "I dreamt that your Highness left me forever." Chapter 512. Leave forever. Long Feiyi hugged Han Yunqi and rested his chin on her forehead. After a long silence, he finally said, "I won't, unless I die." Han Yunqi immediately covered his mouth. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." Long Feiyi countered. "Han Yunqi, what about you?" "No, absolutely not." Han Yunqi replied quickly and resolutely. No matter what, she would never. After the false alarm, Han Yunqi's heart was resolute. After Han Yunqi expressed her stance, she realized that Long Feiyi's gaze was a little different. He kept staring at her and didn't say anything for a long time. At first, Han Yunqi was still immersed in a faint sadness, but after being stared at by this guy for a long time, she gradually felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help but feel that Long Feiyi's gaze was a little strange. When it came to staring, there was probably no one in the world who could beat His Highness Duke of Qin. In any case, every time their eyes met in silence, Han Yunqi would always be the first to admit defeat. She timidly opened her mouth and said, "Long Feiyi, what's wrong?" "What did you just say?" "Say it again," Long Feiyi asked. She had just said that she would never leave him. "I said," Han Yunqi almost blurted it out, but when the words reached her mouth, she suddenly couldn't say it. Instead, she blushed. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, Are you sure you're not teasing me? Long Fei Yi laughed heartily and leaned over to her ear. His breath was domineering. This prince likes those words. Han Yunqi was both embarrassed and happy. All right, she admitted that she was more happy than embarrassed. Since she liked him so much, she might as well go all out. In any case, she was willing to go all out on many things, so this one wouldn't make a difference. She suddenly reached out and circled Long Fei Ye's neck. She pulled him down and pressed her lips against his ear. This princess will remember your words. Long Fei Yi was stunned. He was surprised that this woman was so bold. However, how could His Highness Duke of Qin be so easily taken advantage of after being distracted for only a moment? He took the opportunity to lean down. Han Yunqi could only slowly lean back and lie down. Long Fei Yi thought that Han Yunqi would let go, but she kept her arms around his neck and didn't let go. Ever since the last time she returned to her maternal home and smashed the bowl of medicine, this woman's guts had indeed grown fat. Han Yunqi almost let go, but seeing how domineering and bad he was, she refused to let go. As a result, she slowly lay on her back on the couch. Long Fei Yi slowly leaned over and buried his head in her collarbone. His neck was tightly held by her hands. Han Yunqi raised her head and couldn't help but laugh heartily. To think that His Highness Duke of Qin would be under someone else's control. Allowing Han Yunqi to laugh, Long Fei Yi buried his head and didn't move. But very quickly, Han Yunqi's laughter came to an abrupt halt. She suddenly quivered and her entire body tensed up. What's going on? Long Fei Yi was actually nibbling on her collarbone. There was a saying that one would get burned if one played with fire. Han Yunqi was the only one who could feel her entire body stiffening. Only her hands slowly let go of Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, it was too late. Long Fei Yi was still going. The numbness quickly spread throughout Han Yunqi's body, and he gradually moved down and undid her collar. He had just let go, but Han Yunqi unconsciously wrapped her arms around him again. She couldn't help but murmur, "Long Fei." It was precisely this murmur that caused the delirious Long Fei Yi to suddenly stop. He looked at her, a faint trace of helplessness flashing across his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He bit her, then stood up and looked at her. "Are you still laughing?" Han Yunqi's courage was still limited. How could she dare to laugh? She obediently shook her head. She had almost misfired. No matter how brave she was, the consequences. All right, she didn't dare to imagine. Long Fei Yi was very satisfied and said mildly, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't run around before Gu comes." Han Yunqi's heart thumped. She knew that he would bring up this matter to her sooner or later. She wasn't sure how much of what he said last time was said out of anger and how much of it was true. "You also think that he will come?" Han Yunqi asked. "Do you think that he won't dare to come?" Long Fei Yi countered with a double meaning. "Let's take a gamble." Han Yunqi smiled faintly. "I bet that he'll dare." Han Yunqi's dare had a double meaning as well. "This prince is also betting that he'll dare to come," Long Fei Yi said. There were some things that both sides had a tacit understanding of. Han Yunqi got off the bed and chatted casually. "Since Imperial Physician Gu is here, if we can get Mu Linger to stay at Pill Fiend Pharmacy, then Qinxia won't have to worry about it anymore." Han Yunqi wanted to expand Pill Fiend Pharmacy and nurture it into a major power in the medical world. However, she really didn't want to trap herself in Pill Fiend Pharmacy. After all, medicinal ingredients weren't her forte, nor was it her interest. Her forte lay in poisons, but what she was most interested in was what Long Fei Yi planned to do next after throwing Tianing into chaos. If his target was Medicine City, then perhaps she could use this chance to learn more about Madame Mu Xian from Mu Ingdong. Mute Granny was already a thing of the past, so there was no point in worrying about it. On the other hand, Mu Ingdong, who'd imprisoned Mute Granny, must know a lot. Long Fei Yi was rather surprised. He'd always thought that Han Yunqi wanted to personally manage Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Then what do you want to worry about? Long Fei Yi asked. I want to worry about what your highness is worried about. I want to share your highness's burdens. Han Yunqi was serious. Long Fei Yi, who'd been wearing an unsightly expression this whole time, actually smiled. I don't need you to worry about me. Don't worry. How could he not worry about anything that was in his heart? How could he not worry about it? Han Yunqi smiled as well. So you're saying that I'm meddling in other people's business? She hadn't noticed that he'd used the word I multiple times. He also hadn't noticed that whenever he referred to himself as this prince, she'd refer to herself as Qinxie. Apart from that, she was calling him by his name more and more often. However, he did notice that this wasn't the first time he'd been rendered speechless in front of this woman. In the end, he coughed lightly a few times and said, Do as you wish. If his subordinates heard these words, they'd probably stay awake for 3 days straight. Who in the world could really control His Highness Duke of Qin? Gu's matter seemed to have been glossed over in a few words. However, just as Long Fei Yi was about to leave, Han Yunqi couldn't help but say, Your Highness, no matter what, Qinxie's life was saved by him. If he dares to come, I hope that Your Highness will think thrice before acting. Long Fei Yi paused for a while before leaving. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a complicated light as she followed him out. However, she saw that Long Fei Yi didn't seem to have any intention of leaving Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. He'd only gone to the pavilion in the garden. 7 days. It couldn't be considered long, but it couldn't be considered short either. Han Yunqi thought that Long Fei Yi would confine her to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea and go out by himself. However, Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea seemed to be her paradise. Ever since she'd come here, Long Fei Yi had never left her behind. This time was no exception. Long Fei Yi and she settled down in the small hot spring villa. Although secret and urgent letters were delivered to them every day, Long Fei Yi didn't leave even half a step. The entire world was talking about Pill Fiend Pharmacy, but the two of them seemed to be on vacation, leisurely and carefree. Neither of them brought up Gu's matter again. Late autumn was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. It was the best time to start soaking in the hot springs. Besides tea, hot springs were Long Fei Yi's favorite things to do. If he wasn't waking up in the morning or afternoon, he'd soak in the hot springs and sip tea in the midst of the mist. Last time, Han Yunqi had secretly noticed this habit of his. This time, she'd chosen to soak in the hot springs at noon or late at night. Yes, she really liked hot springs too. In the past, she'd always chosen to sneak into his quarters when he wasn't there. Every time, she'd been on tenterhooks, much less in an open pool like the hot springs. But now she'd grown bolder. Whenever she soaked in the hot springs, she'd take a nap. Tonight, she soaked in the water again and leaned against the side of the pool until she fell asleep. But suddenly, a figure flashed past the surrounding trees and landed outside. It was so quiet that Han Yunqi didn't notice it at all. Outside, Chu Shifeng clutched his chest and forced himself to stand up, his expression blank. He'd just returned and was in a rush to report to His Highness, but he'd been kicked to the ground before he'd even reached the hot springs. Of course, he recognized the kick as His Highness's, so he was at a loss. He hadn't done anything wrong recently. Very soon, Long Fei Yi emerged with his hands behind his back and slowly descended from the roof. Master, Chu Shifeng felt wronged. Who allowed you to come in as you please? If there's a next time, you'll have to bear the consequences, Long Fei Yi said. Chu Shifeng looked back in the direction he'd come from and suddenly realized what was going on. He'd just come from the back of the hot springs, where the hot springs were. Thinking up to here, Chu Shifeng's back grew cold with lingering fear. Fortunately, his martial arts were trash, and he hadn't flown out of the woods. Otherwise, but could it be that the more they quarreled, the more intimate they became? Why are they fighting like this tonight? One is soaking in the hot springs while the other is standing guard. Chu Shifeng was quite quick-witted at times. He quickly said, "Your Highness, matters at Medical City aren't urgent. This subordinate won't disturb you any longer." Long Feiyi had sent Chu Shifeng to Medical City to investigate Gu's past. Logically speaking, he should be anxious to know the situation now. But Chu Shifeng's words only made him wave a hand, indicating that he should withdraw. Chu Shifeng was a little flabbergasted. Actually, he'd only wanted to curry favor with the man. But Chu Shifeng gave a start, while Long Feiyi retorted coldly, "Still not leaving?" Chu Shifeng almost thought he was dreaming back to the Plum Blossom Sea, so he left in a daze. After making sure Chu Shifeng was gone, Long Feiyi lightly leapt onto the roof of the hot springs again. The night was still and silent, its moonlight like a wash. Steam filled the hot springs as a beautiful woman slept. Although he was paying attention to the person in the springs, he was mostly paying attention to the movements around him. His face was cold, firm, silent, ascetic, stubborn, and frigid. Like the mysterious night, it was impossible to see through him. Was he guarding or spying? Truthfully speaking, guarding was more like spying, but when... Chapter 513. When the person in the pool woke up and stretched out her arms, Long Feiyi's attention unconsciously focused on the pool. The woman was like a lotus flower emerging from the water as she lazily stood up. As soon as she left the water, she stopped being lazy and nimbly wrapped herself in a bathrobe. Her movements were fast, but Long Feiyi's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as they locked onto his prey. He was domineering, unbridled, and scrutinized every inch of her body, not letting go of a single detail. Even if it was the most private part of her body, he wouldn't take his eyes off her. His heart wouldn't skip a beat, and his face wouldn't turn red. As it turned out, there were times when His Highness Duke of Qin really wasn't a gentleman. Only the heavens knew how bad he would be once he let go of all his worries. How bad? In short, for the next few nights, Long Feiyi examined Han Yunqi thoroughly. The shrewd Han Yunqi was completely oblivious to all of this. She only felt that the hot springs she soaked in these past few days had been too comfortable. She even wanted to build an outdoor hot spring in the prince's estate in South Ning City. Who knew what Han Yunqi's reaction would be when she found out the truth many years later? Of course, that was assuming that Long Feiyi wouldn't tell her. Time flew by, and soon it was the 6th day. In one more day, Mu Ling, Ori's challenge to Gu Qisha, would arrive. Unfortunately, whether it was Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea or Pilfine Pharmacy, there was no news of Gu Qisha. Could it be that he really didn't plan to show up? Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi had returned to South Ning City the day before. Mu Ling would arrive the next day, but unfortunately there was still no sign of Gu Qisha. If he wanted to accept the challenge, wouldn't he have come to Pilfine Pharmacy long ago? After closing, everyone gathered around the tea table to rest and discuss. The first to speak was Su Xiaoyu. "Let's make a bet. I bet that ghost won't show up." "How rude. There's no way His Highness Pill Fiend won't show up," Zhao Mama immediately reprimanded. "Our Pill Fiend Pharmacy relies on His Excellency Pill Fiend's reputation. If he doesn't show up this time, not only will he lose face, Pill Fiend Pharmacy will also lose face." Granny Zhao had previously been very disdainful of His Excellency Pill Fiend, but ever since His Excellency Pill Fiend and esteemed Wang Fei had cooperated to open the store, and her group had come over to help, her attitude had completely changed. He was proud of Gu Qisha. "I'm guessing that she might not come. It's not that she's afraid of losing. She might really look down on Mulinger." As Madame Hellion spoke, she added, "I still hope that he'll come. I've heard of his name for a long time, but until now I've never seen him in person. Mother, I also hope that Grandpa Pillfiend will come. I want to learn how to concoct medicines from him. I still have many questions that I want to ask him." Little Ear thought for a moment, then said, Mom, if Grandpa Pill Fiend doesn't come, he'll be laughed at, right? Young Master, His Excellency Pill Fiend wouldn't mind how the world views him. I heard that he always does things his own way. Not everyone can have that kind of unfettered temperament that disdains the world. Chan Xiang's face was filled with admiration. It's hard to say whether he'll come or not. That kind of person's personality is hard to fathom. Bailey Mingxiang also spoke up, then looked at Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu, what do you think? After Gu Beiwe moved into Pill Fiend Pharmacy, his title as an imperial physician was officially removed. Everyone called him Divine Dr. Gu, but he would always take the trouble to correct it to Dr. Gu. After a few days, everyone had gotten used to it. Gu Beiwe didn't directly answer Bailey Mingxiang. Instead, he looked at Long Feiyi. Your Highness, what do you think? After all, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi were the most reticent people in the room. The fact that Gu Qisha was Gu Beiwe was only known to the two of them, as well as a few of Long Feiyi's subordinates. At this moment, everyone was in a heated discussion. None of them were aware of the situation. Long Feiyi was expressionless. What do you think? This humble one thinks that Lord Pill Fiend won't come. Gu Beiwe finally gave his opinion. Why? Long Feiyi asked. You don't think much of Miss Mu. Gu Beiwe gave a very neutral answer. It was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Long Feiyi couldn't be bothered to look at him again. Instead, he smiled faintly, but it was a meaningful smile. Long Feiyi was sitting with such a large group of people because he wanted to accompany Han Yunqi. However, he didn't like the fact that everyone was talking at once. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Beiwe asked Han Yunqi, as if on purpose, Esteemed Wang Fei, what do you think? Han Yunqi lazily stood up and stretched. We'll find out tomorrow. Let's disperse and go to bed early. Go to bed early? Only the heavens knew how many people were tossing and turning in bed until dawn. Mu Linger was definitely suffering from insomnia. At this moment, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. She was sitting on a swing in the courtyard, next to Pill Fiend Pharmacy, swaying back and forth. Her mind had long since wandered off. She had been living in this courtyard since the day she issued the challenge. The Mu family, and even those from Medicine City's Council of Elders, clearly knew that she was here, but they couldn't approach. There was no doubt that Han Yunqi had sent hidden guards to guard her. Han Yunqi didn't say anything, so she pretended not to know. However, she tacitly accepted it. With her personality, how could she casually accept help? However, ever since Han Yunqi told her that secret, she didn't have much of a temper. As she swayed back and forth, Mu Linger suddenly stopped. She seemed to have thought of something, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Her smile filled the air with the smell of honey. When the sky was still hazy, Zhao Mama came out of the side door to buy groceries. She was surprised to see a woman in thin clothes standing at the door. It was none other than Mu Linger. Zhao Mama jumped in fright. Wasn't she a little too early? In reality, Mu Linger had been sitting at the door for 2 hours and had only just stood up. She was excited. When she saw Zhao Mama come out, Mu Linger, who had always been displeased with Han Yunqi's people, actually smiled at her in a very friendly manner. Zhao Mama couldn't bring herself to smile back. After looking at her for a while, she immediately ran into the back courtyard to look for Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu! Dr. Gu! That girl from the Mu family isn't crazy, is she? What's going on? Gu Beiwe was quite nervous. She's already standing at the door, yet she's still smiling at me, Zhao Mama said seriously. Gu Beiwe was surprised at first, but then he smiled. That's normal. She's nervous for something this big. Only then did Zhao Mama relax and leave through the back door. By the time Zhao Mama returned, Pill Fiend Pharmacy was already open for business. There was already a sea of people at the entrance, and it was bustling with noise. The scene was much larger than it had been during the opening ceremony. Mu Linger was still standing at the same spot at the front door of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. She had only set a date, but not a specific time. so she didn't know whether Gu Qisha would be coming or not. The entire place was bustling with noise and excitement, and everyone was talking about this matter. Not long after, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi also arrived. However, they didn't show themselves. Instead, they sat in the garden behind Pill Fiend Pharmacy and waited. Unexpectedly, they waited until noon. But Gu Qisha still hadn't shown up. Is Gu Qisha inside or not? Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei is inside, right? Give us a definite answer. Don't make everyone wait. Is Gu Qisha coming or not? He won't really not come, right? There were all sorts of questions and even quite a few goads. Gu Qisha, come out. Is a little girl enough to scare you to this extent? Don't you have any guts? Your Excellency Pill Fiend, that little girl has been standing there for half a day. Even if you look down on her, you should at least give her some face. There were even some who took the opportunity to cause trouble. Are you messing with us? If you don't come out now, I'll never come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy again. What's so great about him? He thinks too highly of himself. Haha, I think this is just a publicity stunt. He's really putting a lot of thought into this. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi naturally ignored these voices. However, it wasn't long before Bailey Mingsheng arrived. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the head of Medicine City's Medical Materials Association has arrived. Su Xiaoyu immediately reported. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, Medical City's Council of Elders has sent a few disciples to pay their respects. Very soon, Chu Shifeng arrived as well. Your Highness, that fellow Ouyang Ningnua is here too. He's sitting right here in the shop. Long Fei Ye's lips rose into a cold smile, but he didn't speak. Han Yunqi seemed to grow impatient as she waved a hand. If they're not going to fill up their prescriptions, then let them be. They can do whatever they want. Logically speaking, for such a sensational challenge, Han Yunqi should have invited the heavyweights of the medical community to preside over it as judges and referees. Then, she'd invite a few related guests to watch the match. No matter how the process went, she could at least use this chance to get to know a few important figures and expand her network. But Han Yunqi had been spending the past few days with Long Fei Yi on vacation and hadn't given it much thought. Now that important figures and powers had come knocking on her door, she wasn't even entertaining them. Fine, she really wasn't in a good mood right now. Gu, are you coming or not? She waited all afternoon, but Pill Fiend Pharmacy didn't say anything, nor did Gu Qisha show his face. Gradually, the restless crowd quieted down. More and more people arrived, but not a single one of them left. After all, it wasn't dark yet. After all, Muling had been standing there all day without saying a word. As the sun set in the west, Han Yunqi gazed at the rosy clouds with a serious expression. Gu, do you have the guts to come or not? Actually, she wasn't confident at all. With Gu's free and easy personality, how could he care about what the world thought of him? How could he be provoked so easily? If he was happy, even if the whole world despised and condemned him, he would still do as he pleased. If he was unhappy, he would despise the whole world. She had teamed up with that silly girl Muling, to set up this trap, just to give Gu a way out and an excuse to return to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Gu, weren't you unable to chase him away before? This time, do you dare? Are you willing to write off all our grudges and take control of Pill Fiend Pharmacy? Seeing Han Yunqi's disappointed expression, Long Fei Yi sneered. Even if this prince wants to repay him for saving my life, he has to have the guts to come and claim it. Han Yunqi still remembered Long Fei Ye's angry words. However, she was certain that Long Fei Yi did no go anything, so this was a chance to settle all their grudges. Unfortunately, he wasn't coming. Long Fei Yi had secretly sent people to search for Gu, but they couldn't even find a trace of him. He'd repay Gu Qishao's kindness to Han Yunqi, but he'd also clear up the grudges between them. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to come. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. Time was running out. Gu, where are you? Chapter 5:14. The sky gradually darkened and the lanterns were about to be lit, but Guqi Sha still hadn't shown up. Due to the incitement of the troublemakers, Pill Fiend Pharmacy's entrance was currently filled with a boiling cauldron of voices. All sorts of urging, accusations, and questions rose and fell, making it seem like Pill Fiend Pharmacy owed them something. Finally, Han Yunqi walked out. As soon as Han Yunqi appeared, the voices grew even louder. Esteemed Wang Fei, is Guqi Sha coming or not? Give us a definite answer. Guqi Sha is still half a master of Pill Fiend Pharmacy, right? Hee. Esteemed Wang Fei, why don't you admit defeat in Guqi Sha's place, so everyone can disperse? We've been waiting for an entire day. These people really wanted to see the world burn. Han Yunqi didn't ask them to watch the battle, nor did she ask for their tickets. So what were they complaining about? Han Yunqi was already in a bad mood. Just as she was about to retort, Long Fei walked out. He stood behind her with an icy expression, causing the clamoring crowd to shut up. They didn't dare to make a fuss. As expected, His Highness Duke of Qin's aura was different. However, these people quickly pointed their spears at Mu Ling. Don't overestimate yourself. Guqi Sha won't come. Haha, he doesn't care about you at all. Why does the ninth miss of the Mu clan have to make herself look like a clown? If it were me, I would have left long ago. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Little girl, say something. Don't tell me you've gone silly from waiting. Of course she's stupid. If she wasn't, why would she challenge Guqi Sha? Isn't that right, everyone? Amidst the roaring laughter, Mu Ling lowered her eyes and remained motionless. Her petite and slender figure seemed especially lonely in the crowd of over 100 people. However, her straight back exuded an unyielding stubbornness that couldn't be ignored. She waited. Everyone here had only waited for a day, but she had waited for many years. What was there to be stupid about? She was willing to be stupid. Amidst the commotion, she sneaked a glance at Han Yunqi and winked mischievously, as if hinting for her not to lower herself to the same level as these people. If they didn't know the truth, they would be the most foolish ones. Han Yunqi was originally upset, but when she saw this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't know what to say to this girl. She felt distressed and helpless. At this moment, Han Yunqi felt a little regretful. She should not have set this trap. If Gu really didn't come, what would Mu Linger do? Finally, the sky darkened and the lanterns were lit. Pill Fiend Pharmacy was filled with glorious lights. Although they did not set a time, Guqi Sha did not show up even though the sky was already dark. Let's go back, what a bummer. I've waited all day in vain. Haha, Guqi Sha is such a coward. You don't even dare to show your face. Let's go. Guqi Sha is afraid of even a little girl. I think his reputation is undeserved. The onlookers began to leave one after another, and it didn't take long for half of them to leave. Han Yunqi suddenly felt as though the concert had ended and the crowd had dispersed. Even though she didn't want to believe it, the truth was the truth. Guqi Sha hadn't come. A few middle-aged women walked up to Mu Linger and patted her on the shoulder, trying to persuade her out of goodwill. Little girl, let's go back. You've been standing all day. Your body will collapse from exhaustion. Silly girl, it's already dark. Lord Pill Fiend won't come. Wake up. Mu Linger lowered her head and didn't move or make a sound. The women sighed helplessly and left as well. Mu Linger was surrounded by 100 people. But now that everyone was leaving, she seemed even more lonely. Her thin and small figure stood there as straight as a ramrod, as if she was waiting for the heavens to pass away and for the world to change. Han Yunqi's heart ached when she saw this. Just as she was about to walk over, a strange and terrifying laughter rang out. A black shadow suddenly descended from the sky like a large bat. Ha ha ha! Jejia! Jejia! The laughter seemed to come from the depths of hell. At times it was strange and sinister, at other times it was filled with hidden bitterness, and at other times it was unbridled and unbridled. The sound grew louder and louder until it filled everyone's ears and lingered in their ears. This sound, everyone was shocked. Those who had left all turned around to look, and there were even a few who quickly turned back. At the entrance of Pill Fiend Pharmacy stood a tall black shadow directly opposite Mu Ling. Guqi had come. Mu Ling finally raised her head and almost cried out in surprise. Fortunately, Han Yunqi gave her a look in time to remind her to calm down. Han Yunqi secretly sighed in relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Long Fei stared coldly at Guqi as his lips curved into an unreadable smile. Only the heavens knew what he was planning, but there was nothing he could do right now. Guqi had to fight Mu Ling. In just a short while, Pill Fiend Pharmacy's entrance was once again surrounded by onlookers. This time, the entire place was silent and no one dared to make a sound. This was because, at this moment, Guqi was arrogantly sizing up Mu Ling. "Little girl, how do you plan to challenge this daddy?" he asked disdainfully. Mu Ling must have been prepared for this, so she quickly replied, "I want to compete with you in the efficacy of my pills." As soon as these words came out, not to mention the experts present, even the laymen who were here to watch the show burst into laughter. Had this little girl really thought it through? Although there was a great disparity in strength, this little girl should at least be a little more serious. She should have found something unorthodox to compete with. At least she wouldn't lose too badly. Moreover, everyone knew that the disparity in strength was too great, so they had come to watch the show. First, they wanted to see Pill Fiend's glory with their own eyes, and second, they wanted to see Mu Ling show off some of her skills. Who would have thought that she would actually want to compete in efficacy? To compete in efficacy, it was nothing more than making the same type of medicine on the spot and then competing to see whose medicine had the better efficacy. This was the most basic skill of an alchemist, and at the same time, it was also the biggest standard to distinguish an alchemist's abilities. For medicine in the form of pills, the same type of medicine and the same formula would naturally have the same basic medicinal effect. However, minute differences in dosage, water usage, temperature, strength, timing, and other such details would cause differences in the efficacy of the medicine. For example, the speed at which the medicine took effect, the magnitude of the side effects, and so on. These aspects could not be learned, and could only be learned through experience. How could Mu Ling compete with Guqi? What was there to watch? What was there to be suspense about? "Little girl, are you sure?" Guqi asked playfully. "Very sure." Mu Ling was very certain. "I'll decide on the method of the competition, and I'll ask Pill Fiend to provide the formula so that it won't be unfair." Guqi laughed heartily. "Unfair, ha. Yes, since we're going to compete, it has to be fair. I'll ask Pill Fiend to provide the formula." Mu Ling was very serious. Seeing her determined attitude, the crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Is this little girl really that confident? She doesn't look like a fool. She might have come prepared. She's still a member of the Mu family after all. If she hadn't come prepared, would that old schemer Mu Ingdong have allowed her to embarrass herself here? After all, they had been waiting for so long, so everyone was looking forward to the competition. Even if Mu Ling had some kind of ultimate move, they still wanted to see the old and young prodigy's pharmaceutical skills. Guqi looked at Han Yunqi. "Little poison, give me the formula." Han Yunqi thought for a moment, then took out a long formula. "I'll take this, the 100 purging pill." As soon as she said this, the crowd burst into laughter. The 100 purging pill was a laxative because it could expel the toxins in the body in one go and was made from a mixture of 100 different medicinal herbs. It was named the 100 purging pill. Although it was a laxative, it was the highest grade of laxatives and also the most difficult to concoct. Han Yunqi was still very biased towards Mu Ling. The more complicated the concoction process was, the more opportunities Mu Ling would have to find. If only 2 medicinal herbs were needed, then it would be very difficult for Mu Linger to increase the efficacy of the medicine. After all, no one knew what Han Yunqi and Mu Linger were scheming, so everyone felt that Han Yunqi was being very fair. As for Gu Qisha, he was used to being bullied by Han Yunqi, so he did not think much of it. He only wanted to end this competition as soon as possible. Since he had come, he had decided to settle the score with Long Fei Yi. He had no time to mess around with that damned girl Mu Ling. What are you laughing at? Who wants to try it? Step forward. Han Yunqi shouted. Needless to say, a group of people immediately stepped forward. Regardless of whether it was Mu Linger or Gu Qisha's concoctions, they were all highly sought after. What's more, they could eat it for free. Gu Qisha and Mu Linger each chose a test subject for the other. One had to know that different constitutions and health conditions had a great impact on the efficacy of the medicine. In a sense, their competition began with the selection of test subjects. Everyone watched quietly. Many of the experts were especially attentive because they did not want to miss this opportunity to learn. But who would have thought that Gu Qisha would randomly choose a test subject? Mu Linger was even more casual than him and chose the person closest to her. So fast, it was possible for Gu Qisha to see through a person's constitution at a glance. But what about Mu Linger? Not to mention the others. Even Xia Dei, the head of Medicine City's Council of Elders, was shocked. Mu Linger had left Medicine City for more than a year. So how could she have improved so much? It was truly inconceivable. Presumably, the following process would be very exciting. Who knows? This girl might even bring a pleasant surprise to everyone. Pale Fiend Pharmacy's workers quickly set up the refining table and provided 2 sets of the same ingredients and various utensils according to the prescription. Mu Linger and Gu Qisha both stood in front of the refining table. The crowd was tense as the competition was about to begin. Just as the two were about to begin, Han Yunqi suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Gu Qisha wasn't impatient, but rather helpless. Mu Linger's eyes flashed with craftiness, but she pretended to be arrogant. "Qin Wangfei, if you have any other requests, please speak." Since it's a challenge, there must be a winner and a loser. "What if you lose?" Han Yunqi asked loudly. "What if I win?" Mu Linger retorted. The two of them were only putting on a show for Gu Qisha to see. Gu Qisha had long known about the challenge agreement. As he saw it, Han Yunqi had been goading him on purpose all along, so she could take Mu Linger into Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Thus, Gu Qisha wasn't too surprised by Mu Linger's arrogant attitude. This girl couldn't withstand provocation, so this kind of reaction was normal. But all of the spectators were stunned. Seeing Mu Linger's attitude, they felt that this girl wasn't simple at all. She'd always been prepared, just in case. If you win, you can name any conditions you want. If you lose, you can only serve Pill Fiend Pharmacy from now on. Han Yunqi said, seriously, "All right." Mu Linger coolly agreed. With this agreement, Chapter 515, Mu Ling, Er's agreement was met with a chorus of disbelief. Such harsh conditions were equivalent to betraying the Mu clan and Medicine City. This girl actually agreed. This girl is definitely capable. Even those who didn't like Mu Ling were shaken. Perhaps there would be a miracle in the medical world tonight, and Mu Ling would win against Gu Qisha. Hidden in the crowd, Mu Yingdong was so angry that the veins on his forehead were bulging. He didn't know what Mu Ling was up to. However, he smelled a strong conspiracy. Han Yunqi was trying to steal from the Mu clan. Damn it! Although he was angry, Mu Yingdong remained indifferent. He glanced at President Xia, who was standing in front of him. A glint flashed in his eyes, but he suppressed all his anger. Then, "Please begin," Han Yunqi said with a smile. In an instant, more than 100 pairs of eyes were focused on them. Everyone was nervous and expectant. The concoction was about to begin. Gu Qisha slowly revealed his bony hands, while Mu Linger leisurely rolled up her sleeves. Silence fell upon the scene as the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone's attention was on the pair's every move. But, however, Mu Ling, Er's hand suddenly moved and swept across the ingredients on the table. She placed them into a pestle and mortar and then plucked them like she was playing a zither. Her other hand covered the opening of the pestle and mortar. Not long after, she removed a small black pill from the pestle and mortar. However, Gu Qisha's speed was even faster than hers. He didn't even use a pestle or a mortar. In any case, no one present could see clearly what had happened. All they knew was that his terrifying hands had grabbed the medicinal ingredients, and with a flick of his wrist, the medicinal ingredients had disappeared and turned into a few small pills. It only took a few moments for the pills to come out. That's it. After all, everyone had waited for an entire day, and it was only a few moments. Moreover, they didn't even see anything clearly. What a scam! They could only comfort themselves that they had seen an expert concoction before. Although everyone was disappointed, they were still nervous. After all, the process wasn't important. The result was the most important. Mu Linger was very likely to bring a surprise. Han Yunqi personally took the 2 pills and held them up high for everyone to see. These 2 pills, regardless of their size or color, were exactly the same. There was no difference between them and the pills on the market. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the medicine testers took the medicine at the same time. The air was filled with tension, and the whole place was so quiet that even the sound of the medicine testers swallowing could be heard. They had all taken it. Gu Qisha's medicine tester's eyes widened in shock as his body trembled. He immediately clutched his stomach and ran towards the toilet at a speed that could be described as disappearing in the blink of an eye. This, the 100 purging pill, was a laxative, but it wasn't a simple laxative. It wouldn't take effect so quickly. Even if one ate 300 purging pills on the market at once, it would still take about 2 hours to take effect. Of course, no one cared about that at this moment, because the person who took Mu Linger's medicine had yet to react. Therefore, Mu Linger sighed softly and calmly said, "Hee, Your Excellency, pill fiend, I've lost." Han Yunqi snickered at the side, but Gu Qisha didn't react at all. All the spectators were dumbfounded. That's it. Is it going to end just like that? Mu Linger was so arrogant and confident, but she lost just like that? Why are you still so calm? It's one thing to not see the process of making the medicine, but the result of the competition. There's no suspense at all. Mu Linger, are you trying to trick us? We've been waiting for an entire day, and we've all been looking forward to it. The result left all the spectators speechless. Gu Qisha gave Long Fei Yi a meaningful look, then finally walked into Pill Fiend Pharmacy. The instigators, Han Yunqi and Mu Linger, looked at each other, their eyes full of smiles. Han Yunqi said seriously, "Mu Linger, you've lost. You'd better keep your word." As Mu Linger watched Gu Qisha's back, her heart was filled with joy. Just as she was about to speak, a harsh voice stopped her. "Mu Linger, hurry up and follow the old man back to Medicine City to suffer." Mu Linger was stunned. Turning around, she saw a man in his 60s with a head full of white hair and a stern face. This person was the head of Medicine City's Council of Elders, Xia Dei. He was so fierce that she almost thought it was her father. Who would have thought it was this old man? While Mu Linger was still in shock, Han Yunqi immediately sensed danger. Mu Ingdong hadn't made a single move despite the commotion, but now Head Xia had personally appeared. Medicine City had its own council of elders, and its members were all highly respected pharmacists in the city. Most of them were from the 3 great clans, but there were also people from other smaller clans. The Council of Elders had the authority to handle many internal affairs of Medicine City, and they could also represent the city to outsiders. Due to the incident at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Mu Linger had been constantly troubled by the Council of Elders. Mu Ingdong had been unable to withstand the pressure from the Council of Elders, and in the end, he had chosen to imprison Mu Linger. Although the Mu family had quite a bit of influence in the Elders Guild, they still didn't have the absolute advantage. Moreover, it was rare for the Mu family to be exposed, so the other powers in the Elders Guild would definitely collude to bite them and not let them go. Head Xie's words of suffering were undoubtedly still harping on Mu Linger's actions at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Head Xie walked out from the crowd, followed by more than 10 expert guards from different directions. They surrounded Mu Linger. "Girl, you've already been on the run for a year. Go back with the old man and suffer." Head Xie coldly said. Mu Linger subconsciously retreated, but Han Yunqi immediately stepped in front of her to protect her. Long Fei Yi didn't move, but he coldly watched. Gu Qisha, who had just entered the door, slowly turned around. A bet is a bet. From this moment on, Mu Linger is a member of Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Do you want her to go back on her word, Head Xie? Han Yunqi asked. He. Qin Wangfei, this girl is a sinner to begin with. Medicine City has put her on the wanted list for a year, so any promises she made to you are null and void. Head Xie's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. Qin Wangfei, old man, requested an audience before the competition began, but you refused to see the old man. Now, in front of everyone, don't blame the old man for not giving Pill Fiend Pharmacy any face. Hypocrite. I didn't see him before, but didn't Han Yunqi come out after that? If Head Xie truly wanted to negotiate and stop the competition, he would have had plenty of opportunities to talk to Han Yunqi before Gu Qisha arrived. But he just had to wait until this critical moment. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, everyone was paying close attention to the situation. Mu Linger had lost, so the news of her promise to stay in Pill Fiend Pharmacy would soon spread. Head Xie's decision to talk about her so-called freedom in front of everyone was undoubtedly a show of strength to Pill Fiend Pharmacy, leaving Han Yunqi with no chance to salvage the situation. Moreover, he wanted to use the momentum of the challenge to blow the matter up even more. None of the onlookers expected things to turn out this way, so they quickly broke out into discussion. Cold laughter filled Mu Yingdong's face as he hid in the crowd. He was naturally the one behind Head Xie's personal appearance. He wouldn't show himself, so he waited to see what Han Yunqi would say to Head Xie. He wanted to see how Han Yunqi would interfere with Medicine City's internal affairs in front of so many people, especially those from the same circle. If he personally came out, then this matter would only be the Mu clan's internal affairs. But if Head Xie came out, then this matter would be elevated to the level of Medicine City's internal affairs. In any case, the agreement had already been signed, and the evidence from the black market was already in her hands. She wasn't afraid of Han Yunqi revealing anything. If Han Yunqi did, then her own reputation would be ruined as well. Mu Yingdong's smug words were exactly what Han Yunqi was considering at this moment. At this moment, whether or not Mu Linger could work for Pill Fiend Pharmacy was secondary. Han Yunqi knew very well that Mu Yingdong's decision to not come out and instead had Head Xie come out was the same as cutting off all means of retreat. He would rather lose his daughter than benefit Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Just think about it. Mu Linger was a pharmaceutical genius who was envied and hated by countless people in Medicine City. If she fell into the hands of the Council of Elders, would she have a good ending? Mu Linger knew this better than anyone else. Han Yunqi, I'm begging you. Save me. She whispered, her voice trembling slightly. If it was before, then she wouldn't have cared. At worst, she would die. But now that she knew the secret, she was afraid. She wanted to live. She wanted to live happily in Pill Fiend Pharmacy for the rest of her life. Han Yunqi also wanted to save her, but Head Xie's words just now were reasonable. In front of so many people, it was very difficult for her to protect Mu Ling. If she forcefully interfered, then she would be criticized by the world and tarnish Pill Fiend Pharmacy's reputation. Moreover, if she openly went against Head Xie, then she would be publicly making an enemy of Medicine City. Many things would be difficult in the future. Seeing Han Yunqi's silence, Head Xie said coldly, "It seems that Qin Wangfei is a sensible person. Someone come, take Mu Linger away. Wait. Han Yunchi finally spoke up. Head Xia. During Empress Dowager Li's birthday banquet, Mu Linger made a mistake because we are close friends. This girl has been on the run for more than a year and has suffered a lot. Why don't you give this princess Consort some face today and give her a light punishment? As for her promise to pill fiend pharmacy today, we can forget about it. Han Yunchi was very courteous as she made a concession. What do you think about this? As long as Mu Linger was safe, she could think of a way to deal with pill fiend pharmacy later. However, Head Xia didn't budge an inch. It's rare for esteemed Wang Fei to be so reasonable. This girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and showed off her slight skill in front of an expert, affecting pill fiend pharmacy's business. Old man will apologize to esteemed Wang Fei on behalf of Medicine City. As for the punishment, Medicine City has its own rules, so there's no need for esteemed Wang Fei to worry about it. As he spoke, he gave a look to the guards, who immediately stepped forward to arrest Mu Ling. At that moment, Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha walked over at the same time. Long Fei Yi asked, "How does Head Xia plan to apologize on behalf of Medicine City?" Gu Qisha coldly replied, "Does Head Xia mean that you plan to apologize to this old man? You set up such a grand scheme and lost to this old man, yet you still refuse to honor your promise. Medicine City, don't be so shameless." It was rare for Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha to be on the same side. However, Head Xia didn't hold back and said, Chapter 516. Even when facing Long Fei Yi and Gu Qisha, Head Elder Xia didn't hold back. He said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, Mu Linger has been wanted by the Council of Elders for a long time. You should be aware of this. Today's challenge is her personal matter and has nothing to do with Medicine City. Old man is only apologizing on behalf of Medicine City because of you. If Pill Fiend Pharmacy insists on keeping her, then don't blame Medicine City for not giving your Highness face." These words were directed at Long Fei Yi. As for Gu Qisha, Head Elder Xia didn't even look at him. This made Gu Qisha extremely displeased. His figure blurred as he suddenly appeared in front of Elder Xia. He was practically right in front of Elder Xia's face as he coldly asked, "Do you believe that I won't destroy your entire Medicine City?" Head Elder Xia lived up to his reputation as the leader of the Council of Elders. His expression didn't change as he coldly replied, "If Pill Fiend Pharmacy wants to become enemies with Medicine City over this matter, then Medicine City will accompany you to the end. I'll kill you right now." Gu Qisha immediately raised his bony claws. Long Fei Yi furrowed his brows and looked towards Han Yunchi, as if asking for Han Yunchi's opinion. Han Yunchi knew that the most logical thing to do right now was to stop Gu Qisha, but she hesitated. She wanted to slap this old thing to death even more than Gu Qisha did. Head Elder Xia didn't move even though Gu Qisha was about to make a move. It was as if he had steeled his heart to believe that Gu Qisha wouldn't actually attack. However, Gu Qisha didn't hold back. His palm came crashing down on Head Elder Xia. At this critical moment, Mu Linger suddenly rushed out from behind Han Yunchi and pushed Gu Qisha away. "No, I'll go back with him." Gu Qisha's palm hit nothing but air. Head Elder Xia finally realized that Gu Qisha wasn't just bluffing. His heart was filled with lingering fear, but he didn't show it. Despite his fear, Mu Linger's compromise only made Head Elder Xia even more domineering. "Men, take her away." "No need, I can walk on my own." Mu Linger was a crybaby. At this moment, she really wanted to cry, but she held it in. Gu Qisha's tall figure was enough to strengthen her resolve. "Chi brother, we'll meet again in the end." She was already sobbing silently in her heart. She really wanted to hide behind him for a while longer, but she still gritted her teeth and resolutely strode out from behind him. "Goodbye, Chi brother. Ling, I will miss you every day. Han Yunchi, goodbye. Actually, I've always wanted to call you sister." "Stinky girl, you want to leave after losing to me?" Get the hell back here! Gu Qi shouted angrily. Mu Linger turned to look at Han Yunqi. Clearly, she wanted Han Yunqi to persuade her. The secret that Gu Qi was Qi brother was revealed to her by Han Yunqi. She knew that as long as Han Yunqi spoke, Qi brother's anger would be extinguished instantly. Han Yunqi was the most rational woman in the room. She knew the severity of the situation. As expected, Gu Qi also turned to look at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi didn't say anything. She really did know the severity of the situation. Mu Linger was in the wrong first, and Pill Fiend Pharmacy couldn't claim any justice. This head elder Xie had clearly come prepared. If Gu Qi attacked in front of everyone, Pill Fiend Pharmacy would undoubtedly be attacked by the entire medical community. Long Fei Yi had enough power for her to rely on, but there were too many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation to hit her while she was down. She could only blame herself for trying so hard to help Mu Linger hide it from Gu, but she had neglected Medical City's Elder Council. Han Yunqi was still silent when Long Fei Yi, the calmest of them all, coldly said, "Guards!" As soon as he spoke, more than 20 black-robed, hidden guards appeared and surrounded the crowd. He didn't waste any time and raised his eyebrows coldly at head Elder Xie. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. He wouldn't back down on this matter. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Since Long Fei Yi had shown such an attitude, she had no choice but to throw caution to the wind. Unexpectedly, many of Medicine City's guards stepped out from the crowd and surrounded them. Both sides faced each other with swords drawn. The atmosphere was tense. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from the crowd, "Everyone stop!" An old man walked out. He wore a gray robe, had a white beard, and had a benevolent face. Seeing this, Gu Qi let out a sinister laugh. Head Elder Xie was very surprised. He quickly walked over and bowed politely. "Third Elder Shin, you've also come." Only then did everyone realize that this old man was the third elder of Medical City's Elder Council, Shen Jueming. Pill Fiend Pharmacy's reputation was truly impressive. Even Medical City's third elder had come. Medical City and Medicine City were like one family, but Medical City's strength wasn't something that Medicine City could compare to. Shen Jueming's status as the third elder of Medical City's Elder Council was enough to make head Elder Xie Dei show some respect. His polite greeting clearly showed his superiority. Third Elder Shin nodded at him, then turned to Gu Qi and said, "Gu Qi, this old man thought that you had already turned over a new leaf when you were able to open a pharmacy and sell medicine. I didn't think that you would still be so impudent and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. If you dare touch a single hair on head Elder Xie's head, Medical City won't let you off." Ha ha ha. Gu Qi threw his head back and laughed with disdain. He extended his terrifying claws towards third Elder Shin and said, "I'll accompany you to the end." What? Medical City and Medicine City are joining forces to bully a small pharmacy. Han Yunqi's voice was cold. She appeared angry, but a trace of amusement flashed through her eyes. "Qin Wangfei, you've misunderstood. Old man only taught a lesson to a traitorous disciple of Medical City. Pill Fiend Pharmacy sells medicine and does good deeds. Old man admires you." Third Elder Shin stroked his beard and continued, "There's no need to ruin Pill Fiend Pharmacy's reputation because of a little girl. If the two of you don't mind, then listen to old man's words. Let's each take a step back and turn a big problem into a small one." At his words, head Elder Xie quickly interjected, "May third Elder Shin preside over justice." Medicine City wasn't afraid of trouble, especially since they had Medical City as their backing. Han Yunqi had arrogantly made a bet with third Elder Shin because of the Crown Prince's illness. She had long offended third Elder Shin. How could third Elder Shin give her a good time to eat? Since third Elder Shin says so, then this Wang Fei will give Medical City some face. Han Yunqi gave in as well. She shot Guqi Sha a look, who unhappily withdrew, despite his reluctance. Third Elder Shin thought it over before he said, Mu Ling provoked us first and was defeated later. Since we've spoken first, then it's reasonable to. Before he could finish, Head Elder Xia grew anxious. Third Elder Shin, Mu Ling was already. Third Elder Shin gave him an unhappy look. Old man hasn't finished speaking yet. If Head Elder Xia is dissatisfied, then old man can just ignore it. I don't dare. Head Elder Xia was resentful. Han Yunqi saw this and knew that this old thing was very difficult to deal with. Third Elder Shin continued, Since we've spoken first, then Mu Ling should fulfill her promise. However, she's not a free woman to begin with, so we can forget about her loyalty to Pill Fiend Pharmacy. As old man sees it, we'll punish her to come to Pill Fiend Pharmacy every 3 months to make up a prescription as an apology. As for Medicine City's internal affairs, esteemed Wang Fei shouldn't get involved. This was a reasonable arrangement. Everyone present gave their approval, but Head Elder Xia wasn't satisfied. Make up a prescription every 3 months? What's the difference between that and being loyal to Pill Fiend Pharmacy? With Mu Ling's skills, she could only make up a single new prescription in 3 months, or even improve a single one. An ordinary pharmacist might not be able to make a single prescription in 2 or 3 years. Third Elder Shin's expression darkened as he angrily said, It's your Medicine City's fault for not teaching properly in the first place. The entire world knows about the challenge. If Head Elder Xia only wants to apologize, then old man can't do anything about it. As he spoke, he bowed to Han Yunqi and prepared to leave. Head Elder Xia hastily stopped him. Third Elder Shin, please wait. We'll do as you say. He originally thought that Shen Jueming would use this opportunity to scheme against Han Yunqi, but who would have thought that Shen Jueming would be so fair? If he had allowed Han Yunqi to make the first move, then Han Yunqi would have made a grave mistake. But now that Third Elder Shin had intervened, if he didn't give in, then it would have made him seem unreasonable and lose his bearing. But none of this was important. Medicine City would lose Medical City's support on this matter. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Qin Wangfei, what do you think? As Third Elder Shin spoke, he gave Han Yunqi a meaningful look. Han Yunqi was well aware of the severity of this matter and the severity of the consequences. Since Third Elder Shin had already intervened, she had no choice but to agree even if she didn't want it. If she allowed Mu Linger to visit once every 3 months, then they would at least know how Mu Linger was doing in Medicine City. Medicine City's Council of Elders wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to take her life. After some hesitation, Han Yunqi finally nodded. Fine. Out of respect for Third Elder Shin, I won't pursue this matter any further. Head Elder Xia snorted disdainfully at her words and coldly ordered, Men, take her away! Mu Linger turned to look at Guqi Sha and loudly said, Guqi Sha, wait for me, all right. As soon as the people from Medical City arrived, Guqi Sha's heart was filled with nothing but hatred. He didn't even look at Mu Linger as he casually replied, Why should I wait for you? Wait for me to come back. One day, I'll definitely defeat you, Mu Linger said earnestly. It wasn't clear if Guqi Sha heard her clearly, but he snorted disdainfully and ignored her. Mu Linger smiled helplessly. Just as she was about to leave, Han Yunqi shouted, Pill Fiend Pharmacy welcomes you to challenge us again at any time. Definitely, Mu Linger replied domineeringly. She didn't allow the guards to take her away and strode away without saying a word. Everyone was in awe of this little girl's unyielding character. Guqi Sha, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and stared at Third Elder Shin. Mu Linger's figure had already disappeared into the crowd, but he was still staring at her. Now that Mu Linger had left, the matter was over. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you didn't even bother to look at Head Elder Xia as they turned around and entered the store. Sooner or later, they would seek revenge from Head Elder Xia for what happened today. Han Yunqi's only wish was that Mu Linger would be a little smarter and not try to show off and suffer. Head Elder Xie wanted to invite Third Elder Shin for a drink, but Third Elder Shin unexpectedly declined and entered Pill Fiend Pharmacy instead. Head Elder Xie could only drop the subject and leave. Once the parties involved had left, the onlookers also dispersed. Mu Yingdong was chatting with a tall and imposing masked man. Ouyang Ningnua followed them from a distance and muttered to himself suspiciously, "Jun Yixia." Regardless of who this masked man was, Mu Yingdong must have some ulterior motive for allowing the Mu clan's genius to fall into Head Elder Xie's hands. At this moment, inside Pill Fiend Pharmacy, Third Elder Shin was drinking tea and discussing business with Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Outsiders all assumed that Third Elder Shin and Han Yunqi had a grudge against each other, but they didn't know that Third Elder Shin had remembered Han Yunqi's kindness because of the Gu incident. Third Elder Shin was actually biased towards Han Yunqi. Third Elder, it's all thanks to you today. Han Yunqi sincerely expressed her thanks. Esteemed Princess Consort, you're being too polite. This old man is here today because he has something important to tell you, Third Elder Shin said in a low voice.